If he had managed to roll a few more steps, I wouldn't even have needed to walk over to greet him.
All the concubines, ministers, servants, and maids present burst into laughter. Chu Beimu felt a lot of pressure. Although he was a bit disgusted, he still picked her up from the ground.
Anyone who dares to mock the Empress shall be beaten to death with a staff.
The crowd immediately fell silent. Yuan snapped back to her senses, looked up at Chu Beimu, and thought, wow, he's really good looking. She couldn't believe she had just been flirted with by a 3-year-old toddler.
Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. Let's go. I will take you to Taihua Hall and announce it to the world.
Yuan was small, with short legs, and the steps to Taihua Hall were long, making it especially hard for her to climb.
Her legs were short, so it was taking too much time.
Yuan pouted, looking at her angrily. In the eyes of the officials, the 3-year-old empress looked like a wine gourd hanging from his waist as he brought her up. This 10-year-old emperor is already helpless enough, and now there's a 3-year-old empress. Doesn't this make it a kingdom of children? Climbing the final step, Chu Beimu stood atop the high platform, dressed in a blazing red robe, billowing in the wind. The civil and military officials knelt down and bowed.
Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! Long live the Empress! May she live 1,000, 10,000 years!
The sun was quite strong, and as Yuan stood there, she started to doze off, her body swaying back and forth. Chu Beimu glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and, without betraying any emotion, quietly tugged on the back of her dress to keep her from falling to the ground. On the first night of the royal wedding, although by tradition the emperor and empress should share a room because they were both so young, they only went through the motions and ended the night early. Yuan stood by the soft couch, munching on peanuts and thoroughly enjoying herself.
Your Highness, you shouldn't eat that. Is it poisonous?
Yuan hadn't expected her train of thought to be so odd, and was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Chu Beimu walked in, he happened to overhear this, and couldn't help but chuckle.
I've never seen anyone more promising than you.
I'm just a kid. What do you know? Goodbye, Beimu.
Just as Chu Beimu was about to close his eyes and fall asleep, Yuan unexpectedly turned over and kept staring at him.
Are you hungry? Do you want some milk?
I want to go home.
The world is small. Go to sleep.
Seeing her dawdle for so long just to say something so pointless, Chu Beimu couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly.
Mom said that men and women shouldn't be too close, so you shouldn't sleep on the bed.
Was she indirectly telling him, an emperor, to actually sleep on the cold floor?
You married me. I'm your husband, so there's no such thing as a difference between men and women.
Yuan didn't really understand what does married mean.
What is a husband anyway?
Chu Beimu's face darkened too. Since when did she become a thing?
It means you have to listen to everything I say. No talking back. And from now on you have to live here with me.
Does that mean I can't go home anymore? Daddy lied to me. He had said that I could go home in only a very few short days.
Don't cry.
You big meanie. You are truly bullying me.
Babies are just so much trouble. Chu Beimu felt a headache coming on. The palace maid standing guard outside heard the crying.
Majesty, something matter?
It's nothing. You may leave now. Stop crying. Just tell me what you want, and I'll agree to it.
You're not lying.
I'm not lying.
Let's pinky swear.
Childish. How could I, the great emperor, play such a childish game with a mere 3-year-old toddler?
Pinky swear. No take-backs. Whoever breaks a puppy.
Alright, go ahead and say it.
I want Jinghua.
I thought this little dumpling was going to use this chance to extort me. Didn't expect such a simple request. Am I overthinking it? No problem, I promise you.
Huh? So being the emperor is this much fun. I want to do it too.
Can you sleep now?
Then I don't want to learn the rules. I don't want to study. I don't want to...
Always keep dreaming.
Who says a 3-year-old little dumpling doesn't have any schemes? Feng Qingqian couldn't be bothered with her, so she went to sleep first. If this goes on any longer, it'll be time for morning court.
Fine. I'll sleep. Tomorrow, I'm going home.
After lying down and closing her eyes for a short while, Mingyu tugged at the blanket and realized that she only had a small piece of it. Most of it had been taken by this so-called emperor. So, with a nimble turn, she gritted her teeth and gave Feng Qingqian's back a hard kick.
That's what you get for stealing my blanket.
With a thud, an eerie silence filled the entire room. Mingyu curled up on the bed like a little turtle, her back facing the ceiling, limbs tucked in, pretending to be asleep. Feng Qingqian's face was as dark as thunder. Mingyu was young, but she was very clever.
It's so very cold out here. I really want to go home.
After a while, when she noticed there was no movement, Mingyu couldn't help but quietly turn her head to look, only to meet Feng Qingqian's furious face. Mingyu, feeling as guilty as a little thief, silently planned to turn her head back, but Feng Qingqian grabbed her, and with a firm hand, gave her a few hard smacks on the bottom.
You've got some nerve, daring to kick me. Huh?
You jerk! Tomorrow, I'm telling my father that you bullied a child.
Shut up! If you dare cry again, I'll spank your bottom until it's covered in welts tonight.
Lin Yu stubbornly stared at her, just about to burst into loud sobs, when as soon as she opened her mouth, a snot bubble suddenly puffed out of her nose. Feng Qingqian couldn't help it when she saw this and burst out laughing.
You scary little brat. How dare you laugh at me?
If you dare wail again, I'll spank your bottom until it's covered in welts.
The scalding tears were like a cold, hardened heart being suddenly seared by a drop of hot water. Seeing how pitiful she looked, Feng Qingqian's heart softened a little.
So, are you still going to cry?
I won't cry. Just really don't spank me.
Are you still going to be disobedient in the future? You little brat, do you really think I can't handle you?
Lin Yu curled up into a little ball and fell asleep, tears still in her eyes, her tiny fists clenched as she turned her back to Feng Qingqian.
Humph. Tomorrow, I'll tell Daddy that I want to be emperor too, and I'll outrank you. Then we'll see how I spank your bottom.
Your Highness, what's wrong?
I want to go home.
From now on, this will be your Highness's home. All the servants in this entire palace belong to your Highness, and they can all play with you.
But I just want to go home today.
At home, no one would spank her, and no one would scold her. Most importantly, she was going to complain. General Ming should be attending the morning court today. If your Highness really wants to, later we can have Xiao Xunzi take you over to take a look from afar.
All right.
But once you go, it won't just be a casual look anymore.
I won't just foolishly listen to you all. I can go see Father very soon.
Lin Yu thought, if she went, could she openly report that big bad person who hit her? Her clever little mind overlooked one thing: who exactly was she supposed to report this unfairness to? After finally sneaking near the main hall entrance of Chang'an Palace, she saw a squad of guards stationed outside. Lin Yu craned her neck to take a look. How was she supposed to get past them? Lin Yu bit her lip as she looked at the guards. If she told them there was a bad person, would they go catch the bad person? The guard at the front took one look at her size and attire, and immediately understood her identity.
Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Are you waiting here for His Majesty?
Yes, that's right. Xiao Xunzi brought me here. But after playing a bit, he disappeared.
This subordinate saw Eunuch Shun earlier. He already went to the Chang'an Hall.
Then I'll go inside and wait.
Lin Yu darted inside at a run. The chief guard didn't dare stop her. Instead, he just watched as she ran in, and one of the other guards asked quietly,
Sir, aren't you going to stop her? Since Her Highness was brought here by Eunuch Shun, it must be by His Majesty's order. Besides, she's the Empress. Where, in the entire palace, could she possibly not go? Would you dare? I wouldn't dare.
If I become emperor, I can bully Feng Qi.
Sound of a sneeze.
Oh, hey, Daddy.
When Ming Li heard the familiar voice, for a moment he wondered if he was hallucinating. How could his daughter possibly appear in the main hall? He saw a little furry head poking in at the entrance of the hall. Lin Yu dashed in with quick little steps. Ming Li watched helplessly as his little daughter ran right up to him.
Are you there? What are you doing here?
I came to take Daddy home.
Feng Qingqian was surprised to see Lin Yu run into the court, but deep down, she wished she could grab this little bundle and give her a good spanking.
If your father weren't here today, just watch how I'd spank you really hard.
Daddy, Feng Qingqing hit me. She spanked me on purpose. She said she was going to beat me to death.
Lin, you didn't really know Feng Qingqian's name. She'd only vaguely heard it before. It was a bit complicated for her, so she remembered it as Feng Qiqi. The air of gossip spread throughout the entire court, and all the minister's eyes became clear and alert. His Majesty hit the little Empress?
What happened last night? Speak clearly, and don't you dare fake cry to win sympathy.
Oh, Daddy, but Feng Qiqi really did hit me. I'm not lying. They also said that from now on, they'll lock me up here, and I'll never see Daddy or Qinghua again.
Isn't this little milk bun just got spanked twice? She's small, and her heart is even smaller. But does she really have to run around tattling to everyone? And what I really can't stand is who told her my name is Feng Qiqi. They were just joking around with Ayu. How could Daddy ever bear to abandon Ayu? Daddy just has something to take care of outside, so Ayu will stay with His Majesty for a while.
I don't want to.
Oh? It seems His Majesty isn't too satisfied with his little wife. Look at how wronged our little Empress looks. Uncle, you're joking. Ayu just isn't used to the new place and feels a bit timid, so I only gave her a little guidance last night. Uncle hasn't seen Ayu many times, so it's no surprise you don't understand her temperament. Ayu, be good. Didn't you promise Qinghua yesterday that you wouldn't cry as the Empress?
Qinghua lied. Being Empress isn't good at all. I have to study and I even get spanked. I want to be Emperor. Being Emperor is great. I could bully Feng Qiqi.
In the court, the ministers were nearly shocked out of their wits, and all looked toward the Emperor's expression.
This little dumpling is so mischievous, she really needs a spanking. She's so bold, always pushing her luck. I gave her a few smacks last night, and she's already rebelling. You'd hit me. If you were Emperor? Your Majesty, Ayu is still young and doesn't understand right from wrong. Please forgive her. Ha ha ha. It seems the Ming family truly produces heroes one after another. Miss Ning may be young, but her ambition is anything but small. But shouldn't you ask if His Majesty agrees to that? Ayu, do you want to be Emperor?
Ningyu bit her lip, glared at him, then turned away and pretended not to hear.
I'm not going anywhere near that big meanie.
Ayu, His Majesty is talking to you. Don't be so stubborn. Come here. I'll give you some candy. Wow. So, does this fulfill your wish now? Is that all your ambition amounts to becoming Emperor just so you can spank me?
Ningyu stared at him in a daze.
If you don't want a spanking, you'd better behave. Otherwise, if your butt gets in trouble, not even your father can save you.
Ningyu pouted, glaring fiercely, crookedly.
I knew Feng Qiqi was a big meanie.
Ningyu, remember, my name is Feng Qingxian.
Where's the candy?
It's milk candy. What on earth is going on in his head? All he thinks about is eating. I've hidden it. If you behave well, I'll give you a whole box later. If you don't, you won't get a single piece.
Then, can I please go home with my daddy?
This little milk bun isn't stupid. He even knows how to take the opportunity to bargain with me. Wait a bit and have dinner with your daddy later.
Ningyu didn't think much of it, assuming it was an agreement, and jumped up happily.
Your Majesty, it is truly improper for the Empress to sit beside you. That is the first point. Secondly, I do not know whether Lord Ming has failed in his teaching or is deliberately indulging her, resulting in the Empress uttering such treasonous words. I ask your majesty to mete out punishment.
Haha. Minister Li does make some valid points. Then tell me, what crime should this be considered?
Your majesty, if we put it mildly, Ming Jia harbors disloyalty toward you. If we put it harshly, it is treason.
Not bad. But how should the crime of treason be punished? Naturally, by exterminating the entire clan.
Oh,
But it seems Minister Li has forgotten something. What is Ning Yu's status? And what is Ming Li's status? Minister Li, it seems the 9 clans to be executed would end up being mine.
Oh, wow. Your majesty, forgive me. I would never dare have such intentions. I was mistaken. I beg your majesty's forgiveness.
Good you recognize your mistake. Merits rewarded, faults punished. You. Tell me, what should be done if someone tries to harm you?
Feng Chi, that big meanie, isn't she just thinking of some new way to spank me again? So, her chubby little hands shrank behind her back, quietly covering her bottom.
maybe we should just let it go.
What if it was his idea, but in the end he's the one who gets punished? What should he do then?
Sometimes, having a little milk bun around isn't such a bad thing after all. Did you all hear what Her Majesty the Empress said?
Thank you, your majesty, for your kindness and great favor.
You must all remember, Ming Yu is the Empress, the mother of the nation, and must always be respected. If anyone dares to harbor any improper thoughts or evil intentions, don't blame the world for not tolerating them.
Yes. We obey the decree.
As I said just now, any mistake will be punished. The Empress is still young, so her words are innocent, but Ming Jia also has the responsibility to educate her. Ming Li, as a father, has failed in his guidance, and should be punished. Punish him. After the morning court, go kneel in the Changla Palace for a day.
Thank you very much, your majesty. I accept the decree.
You don't want any candy anymore.
What's wrong?
You can spank me. I won't kick you on purpose anymore. Please don't punish my father.
I was just tricking them. Weren't you just insisting on seeing your father? In a bit, I'll take you to have a meal with your father.
What's a meal for? Is it fun?
It just means eating.
If it's just eating, why make it sound so complicated?
Feng Qingchan rolled her eyes at Ming Yu and turned to walk ahead. She didn't want to explain so much to a little illiterate kid. Other people's children can at least recite a few lines of poetry by the age of 3, but she doesn't even know what having a meal means. After a while, Ming Li really did show up, and Ming Yu ran over to him with little pattering steps.
Oh, sister!
This little ungrateful brat was just pestering me for candy in court earlier. Now that her real father is here, she doesn't want me, her husband, anymore. Ha! Hey, slow down. If you fall, you'll be the one crying. Greetings, your majesty. No need for formalities. After all, you are my father-in-law. There's no need to be so polite among family.
But I still have to say what's on my mind. After all, she really did hit my daughter last night.
Sister, when can I go back with you?
When Ayu truly learns the rules and behaves accordingly, then you can certainly go back.
So when will I be considered to have learned the rules well enough?
That depends on how hard Ayu works at it. If you act up here, like you did at home, you probably won't be able to go back for years. But if you behave and follow the rules, maybe you could go home in just a few months.
But what if they keep saying I haven't learned well enough? Wouldn't that mean I can't go home for a really, really long time?
Right.
Wow! So much delicious food. It smells amazing. I'm starting to like it here a little.
Want to eat? Come here.
Ning Yu immediately abandoned all dignity and ran over without a shred of backbone. She sat down on the chair next to Feng Qingqian. Ming Yu poked at the food with his chopsticks several times but still hadn't put anything in his mouth, looking a bit anxious.
Your Majesty, the Empress is still young and hasn't learned how to use chopsticks. At home, either I or Qinghua would feed her. Perhaps you could give her a spoon instead.
Eat less. Eat less. I can do it myself.
With this delicious-smelling food laid out in front of her, Her growling stomach was getting really anxious. Feng Qingqian helplessly twitched the corner of her mouth, picked up a piece of crystal pork, and fed it to her.
This little milk bun really eats a lot. If it weren't for your father being here, just see how I deal with you. Sigh. Forget it. Go get her a small spoon instead.
The spoon was brought over, but the one in Mingyu's hand seemed to have a mind of its own, and insisted on doing the opposite. After fiddling with it for a long time, she still didn't manage to get a single bite. Ming Li was famous for doting on his daughter. If it weren't for the rules restraining him right now, he probably would have rushed over to feed her himself. Feng Qingqian saw that there was no other way. She couldn't just let someone else's daughter go hungry right under their noses, could she? She had no choice but to take a couple of bites herself, and then feed him a bite. Although the palace meals were luxurious and exquisite, the portions were very small. Mingyu felt like she had barely eaten a few bites before it was all gone, and she stared longingly at Feng Qingqian.
I'm still not full.
Your Highness, there's no more. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. It's palace rules, no second helpings. How about I get you some stuffed meat dumplings to try?
Mingyu didn't say anything, just looked up and stared intently at Feng Qingqian, which actually made Feng Qingqian feel a twinge of sympathy.
Go make another plate for me. The Empress has already eaten, but I haven't even tasted it yet.
You can't eat any more. Who?
Oh, Eunuch Shun just said he saw a white koi with a red tail in the Imperial Heart Lake. It was really beautiful. Do you want to go take a look?
Yes.
Ah, General Ming really gets people into trouble without batting an eye. If the little master doesn't see that fish later, won't it be the end of him? General Ming, do you have something you wish to entrust to me? Your Majesty, Mingyu is still young and doesn't understand much. If she offends your Majesty or causes trouble in the palace again, I beg your Majesty to be forgiving. I only have this one daughter in my life, and I never wanted to send her into the palace. I hope that before AU comes of age, your Majesty will have eliminated the remaining traitors and will grant her permission to leave the palace. Your Highness, this is not a request from a court official, but from a father. General Ming, you seem to have forgotten she is the Empress, the mother of the nation. How could she leave the palace so easily? Ha ha ha. Your Majesty should also understand that AU is not suited for the palace. She has never been a phoenix, but an eagle soaring across the sky. If someone in this palace needs to disappear, there are ways. Your Majesty should know that even better than I do. General Ming, you can rest assured. No matter when or where, I will take good care of him.
Where did I lose it?
Your Highness still remembers General Ming. General Ming waited and waited in the palace, but never saw your Highness return. He had something to attend to and left first.
Where is that letter for Chi-Chi?
Who?
That's not called Chi-Chi.
Your Highness cannot call His Majesty by name directly. You must address him as Your Majesty.
A name is truly meant to be called, isn't it, after all?
Let him be. He can call me whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't cause trouble for me.
This little one is too young to understand reason. You can't hit or scold him, so you just have to coax him.
I have a little bunny to keep me company now. It even has a pair of black ears. Xiao, Shunzi said he'll bring it to me in a bit.
It is not allowed to be kept in Chango Palace.
Oh, but my little rabbit wants to be with me. It would be so pitiful for it to be alone. It's pitch black, and it will be scared.
It's not as timid as you.
Then I'll just go and live somewhere else.
This little bastard actually abandoned me for a rabbit. I am the Emperor, but I am even worse than an animal.
Feng Qingqian felt a trace of displeasure in her heart, but then she thought, this way he won't bother her at night.
Alright, then take your rabbit and go to the sheep feeding shop. But you mustn't fuss, and you have to listen to Ru Yi.
Okay.
She immediately urged Rui to fetch her rabbit and went back.
She didn't even look back once, which for some reason made Feng Qingqian, the beast, unhappy.
Humph. You little, truly ungrateful ingrate.
The moonlight was hazy. Feng Qingqian lay on her side on the soft couch, unintentionally catching a faint sweet scent from the little dumpling.
Who knows if that little dumpling is sleeping well? That girl must have countless ideas and is probably up to something. If it's like last night, she won't settle down until the middle of the night without causing a fuss. What if she starts crying really hard? Should I go check on her?
Feng Qingqian lay down flat, but just as she closed her eyes, Mingyu's childish cries sounded in her ears again.
Ah!
She muttered a curse under her breath, and got up. Feng Qingqian slipped in quietly. When she entered, the little maid guarding the palace gate was still dozing off. The inner hall was also very quiet.
Could it be that this little bundle of fluff is hiding under the covers, secretly wiping away tears?
Walking over in the moonlight, she saw Mingyu curled up under her little blanket, sound asleep. Everything the little one did made one thing clear to her. She was just being sentimental, and now she was afraid of embarrassing herself. And from another perspective, Mingyu sleeps very well on her own, but cries and fusses when she's with me. What does that say? It means she simply doesn't want to sleep with him at all. Feng Qingqian suppressed the urge to maliciously wake him up. On her way back, she wore a gloomy expression, and just happened to overhear Xiao Shunzi boasting proudly during the shift change.
Humph. What a joke. Is there anything I can't handle? Isn't His Highness just particular about where he sleeps? This afternoon, I specifically sent someone to the Ming residence, almost moved the whole place over here. Everything for eating, wearing, and sleeping has been prepared, just like at the Ming residence. Of course, His Highness was able to fall asleep early. Very good.
Early the next morning, when Xiao Shunzi came to the door to attend to him, he noticed that Feng Qingqian didn't look too happy. He wondered which fool had managed to anger His Majesty this time.
How come I never noticed you being this considerate before?
Xiao Shunzi was stunned for a moment, then said joyfully, "Could it be that His Majesty has realized that yesterday I thoughtfully and cleverly helped him solve a major problem, and is going to reward me?" He never expected that he could have such good luck.
It is this servant's duty to worry about your highness.
Very good. I should think about what kind of reward to give you. Xiao Shunzi's heart began to soar. White pearls, gold ingots, green jade, and emeralds. Wow, so many good things. I'm rich, I'm rich. Xiao Shunzi felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life at the age of 15.
As a reward, you can go weed the Imperial Garden.
Ah, what? This is her reward? Isn't this a punishment?
Is there a problem?
No, this servant thanks your majesty for the reward. Just where did I offend His Majesty to make him deal with me like this? Minyu had been waiting eagerly near the Changle Palace, and maybe because he was small, Feng Qingqian spotted him from afar.
Hey, what are you looking around for?
I came to find you. I'm so bored all by myself.
You're so young and you already know what boredom is.
Suddenly, the little rabbit in his arms poked its head out, looking around curiously. It really did resemble its owner a bit. Feng Qingqian originally didn't allow him to bring the rabbit, but seeing the rabbit's expression, she let it slide. Forget it. It doesn't really make any difference. Feng Qingqian walked ahead, with Mingyu following behind with big strides.
What do you think I should name my little rabbit?
Just call it Mingyu.
Why not call it Fenqi instead?
This little dumpling looks silly and cute, but it sure knows how to talk back.
I truly think your delicate little neck is just absolutely perfect for chopping off.
I don't think Fenqi suits it.
See, it's good to be the emperor, whatever you say goes. He also wants to be a tyrant. That was Minyu's wish when he was 3 years old.
Your Highness, we are here under orders to teach you the rules of the palace.
I don't want to learn these strange rules. I'll be going home in a while anyway.
Min! You always felt that his father would come to take him home soon.
Your Highness, as the Empress, how could you not know the rituals of the Central Palace? Didn't you promise General Ming, Your Highness, that only after you learned the proper etiquette could he come to fetch you sooner?
Minyu pouted, but didn't know what to say. That does make sense.
All right then.
Keep your shoulders level, sit up straight, and don't look down.
Minyu was flustered by his instructions coming from both sides, and in a panic, with a clatter, the bowl fell to the ground.
Aunt Feiyu, I didn't do it on purpose.
Your Highness is the Empress. Even if you did it on purpose, as a servant, I wouldn't dare say anything. But if you can't learn these rules properly, it's His Majesty and the entire Nanyu who will lose face.
Minyu lowered his head, fiddling with his fingers in silence. He really hadn't done it on purpose. He also wanted to learn quickly so he could go home.
His Majesty said that if you can't learn properly, your Highness will have to kneel here.
Then I won't learn. If you have guts, kick me out of the palace.
Mingyu's stubbornness flared up too, like an angry little calf, and Mingyu dashed off at a run.
Feiyu, His Highness is still young. It's normal for children to be playful. There's no need to be too strict.
He always felt that Feiyu sometimes deliberately targeted the Empress, but he couldn't figure out why he would go out of his way to pick on a child.
The Empress is still young, not to mention her status. Even if you disregard his position, you should at least consider the Ming family's reputation. If the Ming family finds out about this, I'm afraid General Ming won't let you off easily either. My duty is to teach the consorts proper etiquette and discipline. We've been in the palace for quite some time now. Of all the people I've taught from princesses and consorts to palace maids, has anyone ever been as unruly and incorrigible as him? I'm simply fulfilling my duties because of the position I hold. Even if His Majesty were to question me, I wouldn't be afraid.
I'll pack and go back home.
Your Highness, why are you suddenly deciding to go back when everything was fine? Didn't you just say yesterday that little Shunzi would take you to catch crickets tonight?
That rotten Feng Chi-Chi, she even wants to punish me by making me kneel.
When did His Majesty ever give such an order? Could it be that someone delivered the wrong message? He immediately ordered a palace maid to summon His Majesty.
All right, whatever your Highness says goes. There's so many things, and they're all over the place. Would you like me to help you pack? Thinking about it, over the past month, Ru Yi has actually treated me quite well. Even though she's one of that big villain's people, I suppose I have to compromise. It's almost time for lunch, and the kitchen has already prepared all your favorite dishes. Let's eat first, so you won't get hungry while packing later.
Then, help me pack my things first.
Of course, I'll get everything packed for you. When Feng Qingqian came in, she saw a soft, adorable little figure sitting on.
Ming Yao's ears twitched as he turned his back to His Majesty, even shifting his body further, so he was completely facing away from him. He wasn't going to pay any attention to that jerk.
Did the pink fish bully you? I'll have someone drag it away and chop off its head right now.
The actress stared at it with wide, pitiful eyes, full of grievance. So, whether or not it bullied me, you're going to behead it.
Of course.
Then, why don't we start by chopping off your head first?
Oh my goodness. Your Majesty, you really dare to say such things, even daring to think about the Emperor's head. If he loses his head, who's going to give you all the good food and drink?
Feng Qingqian was a bit annoyed, but not angry.
The one who bullied you was Fei Yue. Yet you've managed to pin it on me.
But you were the one who told me to kneel as punishment and told me to roll back. I really can't roll back, the road is so long. How could I possibly roll all the way back?
I never said that. You must be remembering it wrong.
How could I be wrong? I remember it perfectly clearly. Fei Yu even said I was a disgrace. It was just yesterday. Sang Qingsheng glanced at Shao Shunzi. Shao Shunzi immediately understood, bowed, and left.
How did this happen?
Yesterday, some water spilled on me, and I lost my balance. Ru Yi immediately brought over the ointment, and Feng Qingqian carefully applied the medicine to him again.
Go and inform Fei Yu. His Highness is tired. He doesn't need to study for the next few days.
He was a bit suspicious that someone had done it on purpose. In Changgou Palace, Feng Qingqian stood under a tree in the courtyard.
How is it? There are just a few clues. Both times His Highness was wronged, Aunt Fei Yu happened to be present. But Aunt Fei Yu is an old servant. In theory, we should look into who Fei Yu has been in contact with recently, and whether there's anything unusual at her home.
Fei Yu and Ming Yu have no grudges or grievances, would she quietly make things difficult for him. Ming Yu followed little Shunzi, carrying a cricket cage. They didn't catch any crickets, but ended up getting all dirty instead. Little Shunzi, you'd better hurry up. If you don't catch any and go back empty-handed, you'll get a beating.
Little ancestor, you've only just entered the palace, and you've already learned how to threaten people with a beating.
Ming Yu's arms were starting to feel sore, so he thought about finding a place to set down the cricket cage. Where did this little beggar come from, daring to put this filthy thing on my stool? If you keep talking nonsense, I won't be so polite to you.
This servant greets the princess.
Zui Xing walked over and kicked Xiao Shunzi, deliberately throwing Mingyu's cricket cage to the ground. This is my territory. How dare you trespass on my turf? Are you looking for trouble? Zhu Xing was only 7 years old, but she acted every bit the princess, with an air even grander than a real princess.
Oh no, that won't do. Your Highness the Princess. The Empress is...
I wasn't aware there was an empress in the palace now, and just a little baby at that. Ouch. I'm going to call father here to have your head chopped off.
What a mess. Today must be an unlucky day to go out. I've only run into people who'd eat you alive and not even spit out the bones. Greetings, Your Highness.
Father, she's the reason my face is ruined.
Isn't this the little girl that boy is raising?
Miyu, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of him at all, and met his gaze head-on, staring right back.
Not a bad-looking child, delicate features, bright eyes, and a certain spirit. She does look a bit like her mother. Daring to meet my gaze like that, her temper must be just like her father's too.
Isn't your face just fine? Besides, who said I hit you? It was clearly the wind that blew it over. Your talking nonsense ex Xiao Shunzi was right there.
Your Highness, I was trying to persuade the princess at the time. I really didn't see how that thing came flying over.
Me? I'm just a child, and I'm the Empress. Could I possibly bully my elder sister? Besides, just now when you called me a little beggar, I didn't even get angry, so why would I want to hit you? Isn't that right, Royal Uncle?
She's a sly little foxy. Always knows how to come up with her own solutions. Your Majesty, this is the Empress being insulted by another consort, yet she still refuses to apologize.
Father King, it's all right. If sister doesn't want to apologize, then just let it go. I won't go and complain about it.
Talking back to the Empress is a serious offense. Even if Her Highness chooses not to punish you, you still can't go unpunished. Stand here for 1 hour as punishment.
Father King,
If you refuse, I'll add another hour. Right here. Your Highness, you really are bold. It's best not to offend the King of Nangshuan.
didn't you all say that since I'm the Empress, I'm only supposed to bully others? Xiao Shunzi is stunned.
That's true in principle, but the King of Nangshuan is Your Highness's royal uncle. Even Your Highness has to be somewhat wary of him now. It's not good for you to openly offend him like this.
I'm not afraid at all, my father said. If anyone bullies me, I should fight them with all I've got. If I can't beat them, he'll come with his sword. Xiao Shun slapped his own forehead. How could he forget that General Ming is famous for fiercely protecting his own? It's said that when Mingyu was just 1 year old, a little persimmon from another family scared him into tears, and Mingyu chased after them with a longsword for 2 whole streets. Late at night, Mingyu, half asleep, instinctively leaned closer to Feng Qingqian, when suddenly a sharp, piercing howl rang out.
Hey Mingyu, just look at what you have actually done.
Mingyu shrank his head, poking his soft, fair fingers together. 2? Didn't know. I was just dreaming. I dreamed of roast chicken. And I took a bite.
You took a bite.
If Feng Qingqian didn't know her identity, she would have seriously suspected that someone had sent this little milk dumpling to kill her. That one bite, as luck would have it, landed right on the red fruit on her chest. Please be at ease, miss. Qinghua is here. Your maid is right behind you. The maids in this residence are getting more and more unruly. Now that the young master is the Empress, it should be Your Highness instead of maid. Qinghua bows to Your Highness May. Your Highness lived for thousands and thousands of years. The servants and maids behind quickly followed Qinghua in performing a grand salute. You may rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Mingyu caught a familiar scent, and seeing all the familiar furnishings in the residence, her mind immediately became lively. She ran over to Jiao Dao Ruyi and said, Watch my little rabbit carefully. Let me say this again. We are all people of the underworld, so we must respect the rules of this residence. Now that Your Highness is the Empress, all etiquette and conduct must follow the proper rules. From now on, anyone who calls the title incorrectly or performs wrong etiquette will be fined half a month's salary. Punishment must be strict and precise. Only then will people in the residence listen. In Qinghwa's view, if she herself doesn't show respect to her master, others will only follow her example and be even less likely to show respect. When Fang Qingqian finished the morning court, Shao Shongji was already waiting respectfully. Seeing Shao Shongji's expression, Fang Qingqian immediately understood that the little milk dumpling must have run back home early.
How long has Ming Ying been gone? She left not long after your highness went to morning court. Miss Ruyi went with her. Is your highness returning to the Changla Palace or going to the imperial study? Neither.
Fang Qingqian turned around and strode off. Shao Shongji followed behind in a daze.
Where exactly is your highness going? This isn't the direction to Changla Palace or the imperial study at all.
Halfway there, Feng Qingquan turned around and said,
Remember to prepare grand gift.
Shao Shongzi slapped his forehead, finally understanding where His Majesty was going. Ming Yu was sitting on a stool, almost burying his little face in the bowl, clumsily using a spoon to shovel food toward his mouth. Ming Li watched him with affection, but the way the official ate was so messy that she almost lost her appetite. If the courtiers or people from the harem saw this, it would be unthinkable. So she coughed twice. Noticing that Ming Yu didn't respond, she coughed twice more. Sister, are you sick?
No. I just wanted to tell you to please try to eat a little bit more gracefully and carefully. Your foot is a bit...
like a little piglet. But then, to describe his own beloved daughter that way seemed a bit inappropriate, especially since his beloved daughter was the Empress who held the power of life and death. But my sister-in-law just wouldn't listen. Even the food wouldn't cooperate. She turned to Qinghua, looking pitifully at His Highness. Your servant will go fetch you some black-bone chicken soup. Ming Yu realized the reason behind her father's cough and glared at him angrily.
As Empress, the very first thing you must do is carry yourself with the dignity of a true Empress and learn to eat all by yourself.
But I'm still just a child.
You're already 3.5 years old.
But I am the Empress. Ruyi said whatever the Empress says goes. Daddy, I am still very little. I am just a child.
You're just a little kitten dressed in a tiger's skin. It's only been half a day, and you've already become so much more sharp-tongued. Greetings, Your Highness. Please rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Go and bring another set of bowls and chopsticks for His Highness.
Qinghua accepted the order and left. He naturally understood what Ming Li meant. When the dishes were brought out, Ming Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, this is so pretty. The flowers on it look beautiful.
There's an even more exquisite set of 7-colored dragon-taming tourmaline bowls in the main palace. I'll show them to you next time.
Ming Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Okay, Shuangxing, please pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork. Ming Yu obediently opened her mouth, and the meat landed right inside. She chewed a few times but hadn't swallowed yet, when she said, I want to drink some soup.
You have to chew it up and swallow before you can drink.
Ming Yu had no choice but to obediently finish eating the meat. Ming Li watched, her eye twitching. He finally understood why, after 3 months in the palace, not only had Ming Yu not learned to use chopsticks, but her eating habits had become even more uninhibited, like a little piglet. It was because the people feeding her really treated her like they were feeding a pigeon when it came to soup. They would just feed her directly with the bowl. Everyone tacitly agreed not to break this atmosphere. This humble girl greets your majesty. Oh, you all arrived quite early, it seems. Without even glancing at them, the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. You may rise. Have you had lunch yet? Yes, we've eaten. Ming Yu had no choice but to remain silent. What else could she say after this silly girl had spoken? Originally, she had planned to eat a few more bites, even if she was already full, just to have a few more words with His Majesty. If Ming Yu could enter the palace as Empress, she could even have His Majesty personally feed her, bite by bite. Wasn't it just because her uncle had left back then, and Jiang Mingyu was left in His Majesty's care for 2 months? Normally, the Ming family sisters were also very proud, always putting on airs wherever they went. Ming Yu didn't really like them either. Do you want to eat more? Ming Yu shook her head. Fang Qingqian set the bowl down and used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Come here, little sister. Let big sister take you out to play. Mingyu looked at them warily and didn't say anything. Maybe His Highness is a bit shy around strangers.
That little milk dumpling is usually so bold, who would have thought there'd be something he's afraid of?
I didn't consider it thoroughly. My sister is still young, and we haven't seen each other often. It's normal for him to be shy around strangers. Although Mingyu doesn't really want to play with them, Qinghua can't be too obvious about it. I heard that the two princesses from the palace have also come, and they're about the same age as the two young ladies, so their personalities will probably match better. Since the princesses are here, it's good for her to go and socialize a bit more. Knowing that Mingyu wouldn't go, Qinghua still asks symbolically, "Your Highness, His Majesty has something to discuss with the general. Would you like to go with these two young ladies to find the princesses, or would you prefer to rest for a while?" Mingyu thought for a moment about resting and said, "I want to take a nap." Xinhua accompanied Song Mingye and the others over, while she herself escorted Mingyu back to her quarters. "Good thing you didn't make me go play, otherwise I would have been so bored. With your temperament, it's almost written all over your face. How could I not know? But I can't be blamed, they weren't really here to play with me anyway. In the past, whenever they saw me, they barely spoke. This Leaner is pretty nice though, but as long as you know, don't say it out loud. There will be plenty more people like this in the future." Mingyu fussed for a bit and then quickly fell asleep. Feng Chengchen wandered around the back hall of the Ming residence for quite a while. Changfeng crouched silently in the shadows. But after watching for a long time, he realized that Feng Qingqian was wandering aimlessly, like a fly darting around. He found it odd, but when he saw Qinghua appear, Feng Qingqian headed straight for Mingyu's quarters. Changfeng finally understood and silently rolled his eyes. His Majesty may be young, but he's certainly proud and Sundra clearly wanting to see the little Empress, yet not wanting anyone to notice.
General Ming is truly blessed. His daughter became Empress with ease at just 3 years old. Isn't that the truth? Every child has their own destiny. Some are just luckier than others. It's not something just any random person could achieve.
He knows just how many underhanded tricks he secretly plotted to sabotage this marriage before the imperial wedding.
General Ming looks especially well today. He's already met with the prince, and the prince teased him a bit. Please, come inside. Our Highness has arrived. He should be here any moment. Please, Your Highness, have some tea while you wait.
Ming? He didn't stand well, but didn't want to make it obvious he was targeting him, so he turned and went inside with Feng Zhuxin.
Pay extra attention to Minghe's every move, and make sure to look after you.
As dusk gradually fell, Feng Qingqian also came out holding Mingyu's hand.
Today is just a family dinner, and since we're all close, there's no need to stand on ceremony.
Mingyu watched as Mingyu clumsily drank soup with a spoon. She felt more contempt. She can't even hold a soup spoon properly, has no manners, and doesn't look like a queen. Eldest sister, this brat can't compare to you. Unlike you, eldest sister, taught by your master and uncle in etiquette, following rules for a queen since childhood.
Ah, what a coincidence today both sisters from the Ming family are wearing bright red. Is it a sign of tacit understanding? Or does the eldest Miss Ming think herself more noble than the Empress, daring to wear the same color as her?
Ming? His expression turned unpleasant. She glared at Mingyu. This girl not take her words to heart. Your subject dares not. Your subject simply likes this vibrant, lively color. Perhaps it is because your subject and your Highness are of one mind that we chose the same. Mingyu calculated everything, but never expected someone so tactless would expose the truth. Yet she thought, one is the Empress, the other is the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister's household. No one would dare make things awkward. Feng Qingqian understood her intention.
Since Miss Ming likes it, then let her wear it. I'm sure a Yao won't mind either, right?
What does it have to do with me if she wears it? But, Royal Uncle, do you also like red? If you like it, you can wear it too. I don't mind. As the Empress, I'm not petty.
The Empress has made progressive and knows how to use the word petty now. but I'm afraid some people like more than just the color red. For example, things behind other people's backs.
Ming Yuexin felt guilty, head not daring to speak.
Since the Ming family likes Zhenghang so much, I'll allow the Ming family to use red for funerals from now on.
Little dumpling, come here! Ming Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes and walked ahead on her own. Hey, don't go, come play with us, and don't call me little dumpling. Ming Yu pouted seriously, looking so earnest that Zhao Yue was almost fooled by him. She rushed over and pinched his cheek, saying, "Our little empress is so young, Such a temper for someone so little. His face hurt from being pinched, and he struggled to escape her clutches. Hey, how about I sneak you out to play? Delicious candied hawthorns outside, they're different. Why? This little brat actually isn't tempted by food, and isn't even curious about the outside world. I'm already sick of candied hawthorns, jujube cakes, roasted chestnuts, hawthorn drinks, sugar figurines. I've had them at least 800 times. Do you think I'm like you, never been out of the palace, never seen the world? She, a dignified 12-year-old princess, was actually looked down upon by a 3-year-old toddler. Humph, what would a little kid like you know? Do you even know what seeing the world means? Oh, Li Taifeng felt like her own saliva was about to be pulled out by her. Do you realize your mistake? Hurry up and apologize to your sister. The little demon chose to rather die than submit. While she was struggling, a pair of large hands suddenly descended from above and rescued her. Feng Qi.
Why do you look so moved that you can't even speak when you see me?
Your Majesty, why did you come here in person? Oh no, I shouldn't have taken such malicious revenge on him just now. This Feng Qing, I've watched him since he was young, seems cold. But everyone who's dealt with him knows he's super petty, holds grudges, and is extremely protective of his own.
If I hadn't come in person, how would I have known that fourth princess has such leisure and elegance? You seem to enjoy teasing my wife.
Oh, I was just joking around with the little empress. I really like him. His chubby little face looks so soft, it seems like you could squeeze water out of it.
So you like pinching his face?
Feng Zhaoyu wore an innocent smile on her face. How did this little rascal know? Hey, Your Majesty, how could you think that of me? I'm just very fond of the little empress, that's all. Does she really think I can't see through her little schemes?
Huangji, it's getting late. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone. I'll have someone escort you back.
Hey, that's not it, Your Majesty. Listen to me, Your Majesty. Ming Yu stared blankly at Feng Qingqian. Feng Qingqian couldn't help but gently touch her face.
Does it hurt?
Ming Yu shook her head. Then, in the next second, Feng Qingqian mischievously pinched her cheek as well. It really does feel nice to touch. All the Fengs are such bullies, always liking to pinch kids' cheeks. After a few pinches, Feng Qingqian felt much better. Looking at Ming Yu, who was angry but didn't dare to say anything, she looked like a little kitten with its fur all puffed up, both furious and aggrieved. Feng Qingqian thought there was nothing wrong with marrying a little kid for company. Ming Yu glanced at him, then suddenly turned around and ran off with a pitter-patter. Feng Qingqian was a bit baffled, had just pinched her cheek. Was she really that upset? She usually wasn't like this. I don't want to go back. I want to stay with Daddy. Qinghua, help. Your precious little one is about to be gone. Your Majesty, the way you're acting now is no different from a butcher slaughtering a pig the pig knows it's about to be killed. Just tell him to stop crying. Everyone knows he's fake, crying to get sympathy. Qinghua, you've changed. Blinking suddenly, she said, Are you saying Feng Qi is the butcher? Qinghua seemed to sense the murderous aura coming from Feng Qingqing. I didn't mean it like that, Your Highness. You can't just pin this on me for no reason. Father. Don't you want your good little darling anymore?
All right, go on then. Head back early and stop wearing out your old father's bones. Respectfully seeing Your Highness off.
Ming Yu didn't get her way and could only protest, Don't carry me, put me down.
Your legs are short. You walk too slowly.
Who are you talking about? I'm a kid. It's normal to be short. Feng Qingqian, put him down. She reached out and compared their heights.
It seems like you don't really know the normal height for a 3-year-old. Besides, you're almost 4. Tomorrow, I'll have the young sons of the court officials brought into the palace for you to see. Even those just over 2 years old are as tall as you.
Mingyu clenched her tiny fist and suddenly punched Feng Qingqian's leg. I give up on you, you big meanie. Song Chi-Chi, you big jerk.
Are you just trying to tickle me?
Without a second thought, Feng Qingqian picked her up and carried her onto the carriage.
If you dare to be naughty again, I'll spank you.
You just said that if I behave and don't talk bad about you today, you won't spank me anymore.
Oh, did I? What I meant by from now on was just for today.
He burst into loud sobs, crying out that Feng Chi-Chi was a big meanie and a huge liar, lamenting how miserable he was so young, yet already having to suffer at the hands of such a villain. While taking a bath, Ming Yao couldn't help but secretly smile, her eyes brimming with unconcealed pride. Ru Yi felt that this smile was just like that of a little fox who had just stolen a chicken adorable, yet somehow sly. Ru Yi consoled herself, thinking that the young prince was simply a bit more mischievous than ordinary children. Perhaps she was just overthinking it. Feng Qingqian was a light sleeper to begin with, and in her shallow sleep, she felt a bit itchy. When she opened her eyes to look, she saw some red rashes appearing on her arm, and her face immediately became tense.
Changfeng summoned the imperial physician. Ah, Your Highness, please rest assured. These red rashes are just caused by contact with something unusual. It looks like an allergy, but it isn't. Enough with the nonsense, just prepare the antidote for Qiyang powder.
The imperial physician bowed and went to prepare the medicine.
Your Highness, should I apply the medicine for you, or should I get Xiao Shinzi to do it? Sai, go and bring that little dumpling here. Your Highness is probably already resting. He still has the nerve to sleep. He should clean up his own mess.
Don't touch me. I want to sleep.
You sure are carefree, daring to sleep at a time like this.
The cold, chilling voice reached Mingyu's ears. Mingyu found it somewhat familiar, yet also a bit frightening. Half awake, he opened his eyes and saw Feng Qingqian's enlarged, handsome face. Letting out a startled cry, he immediately sat up in a panic, ready to make a run for it. But Feng Qingqian was quick and sharp-eyed, grabbing the fleeing Mingyu in one swift motion. Mingyu put on an innocent look and said, I must have been sleepwalking, Your Majesty. I really need to get back. After several months together, both Feng Qingqiang and Mingyu had come to understand each other's personalities to some extent. For example, whenever Mingyu seriously addresses her as Your Majesty, it definitely means he's feeling guilty about something he's done wrong. Otherwise, he usually just calls her Feng Zhi directly.
If you dare move an inch, I'll break your little dog legs.
The actress bit her lip, looking innocent, as if to say, I'm a good girl, why are you still picking on me? She looked aggrieved.
Mingyu, you're really getting bolder. How dare you try to scheme against me now?
Two don't know anything at all. He'd rather die than say anything if he did. Wouldn't his butt get beaten raw?
What is this?
Uh-huh. Red spots there, these mosquito bites? Mingyu is lying with her eyes wide open. Feng Qingqian was nearly driven mad with anger by her. Her body itched terribly, but she kept holding back and didn't scratch.
Where did you get this irritant powder from?
I don't know. Feng Qingqian picked it up and placed it on her own lap. You panicked again, trying to get up, but were held down and couldn't move. Please don't hit me. I know I was wrong. Feng Qingqian was helpless. She hadn't even done anything yet. Why are you crying before anything's even happened?
Think carefully before you answer. Where did this irritant powder come from?
I took it from home.
So you've gotten bold, huh? You dare use irritant powder against me now?
In the end, Feng Qingqian still gave her a couple of light smacks on the bottom to show she meant it. Hey, you started it by bullying me first. I only fought back. Even kittens have tempers and can get angry, you know. When I was at home, you insisted on dragging me back here.
Who gave you this medicine? You're so young, and already messing around with this kind of nonsense. If you keep hanging around with the wrong crowd, you'll end up going astray. What a shame. Really suffering for nothing.
I've used this before. I know what I'm doing. It's not poisonous. Qingguan said it'll just make you itch and feel uncomfortable, that's all. Feng Qingqian really doesn't have the patience to argue with her, one sentence at a time.
You made this mistake, so you have to make up for it yourself. Apply the medicine properly for me. or else you'd better watch out for your little legs.
Ming Yu saw the red spots on his body and didn't want to apply medicine.
Don't you want your little legs anymore?
Ming Yu pouted, but didn't dare say anything, silently applying the medicine to his back bit by bit.
Blow on it for me while you apply it.
Didn't you say only little kids need someone to blow on it? Ming Yu immediately became obedient, carefully blowing on him while applying the medicine. Her soft, cool fingers seemed even more effective than the ointment. From time to time, the breath he blew made goosebumps rise on Feng Qingqian's arm. It clearly wasn't that cold, yet the sensation of his breath and the touch of his fingertips seeped through his skin into his blood, sinking all the way into his heart. Ming Yu couldn't resist her drowsiness and started nodding off like a little chick pecking at rice. Feng Qingqian didn't feel her fingers applying the ointment anymore, so she turned to look. Ming Yu's fingers were still resting on her back, but her eyes were already closed, her little head bobbing up and down. Feng Qingqian felt a pang of guilt and simply gave up, letting her continue applying the ointment as she drifted off to sleep. She gently laid her down, carefully pulled up the covers for her, and handled her precious little one with the utmost care. She herself didn't even notice.
Seeing how young she was, even if I wanted to teach her a lesson, I had to hold back. Otherwise it would be hard to explain to that old man from Mingli's family and his daughter. It was really just for Mingli's sake.
Looking at her sleepy eyes, that tender little face was full of childlike innocence and cuteness.
She really did look a lot like a little pig.
For the next 2 or 3 days, it was always Ming Yu who carefully applied medicine to Feng Qingqian little by little.
Be careful. If you don't do it well, I'll make you do it for another 7 days.
Ming Yu's little hands trembled, but she didn't say a word. However, her movements became much more careful, and from time to time, she would even lean over and gently blow on her. Ruyi watched all this, secretly amused. This little troublemaker really can only be handled by His Majesty. Truly, there's always someone who can deal with someone else. Are you done yet? My hand is sore.
Even if your hand breaks, you still have to endure it for me. Why didn't you think this much when you were causing trouble?
Ming Yao, short of breath and guilty, didn't dare make a sound. She worked diligently, like a calf, quietly and earnestly doing her chores. For 3 days, when Feng Qing attended court, she sat behind a gauze curtain. To the outside, it was said she had caught a cold and couldn't be exposed to wind. Mingli vaguely sensed something was off, but didn't ask directly. When court was dismissed, he waited until the end to ask Xiao Shunzi.
Eunuch Shun. Your Majesty, what happened? General, you'll have to ask His Highness about this. It was all caused by His Highness being mischievous. He used the 7 yang powder on Tiansheng for no reason, and now His Highness is covered head to toe in red rashes. How could he possibly appear before the court officials like this?
The moment 7 yang powder was mentioned, everyone was certain it was Ming Yu, that little troublemaker, who did it. When she was just over 2 years old, she had already used this stuff to mess with quite a few people. Although Ming Li usually spoils her, when she does something wrong, the punishment is severe. Ming Yu was still swinging in the garden of the Wei Yang shop when she suddenly heard an angry voice.
Ouch!
Frightened, she fell off the swing. Sister, why are you being so fierce?
Looks like no one has disciplined you for a few months, and now you're getting bolder. If you don't tell the truth, be careful, Father might just pull your ears off.
Father, I just accidentally brushed my sleeve against it. I truly don't even know how it actually got smeared on there. All right. Sis, you're about to twist my ear right off.
Looks like you won't listen unless you get a beating.
She sounded fierce, but in reality, she wasn't using much force at all. A pair of steady hands rescued him from Mingli's grasp. He looked up and saw it was Feng Qingqing.
General Ming, if you really twist off my Empress's ear, won't I become a laughingstock to the whole world?
Ming Yu is afraid of suffering at father's hands. He clung tightly to Feng Qingqian's robe, only poking out his little head to glance at his father. In Feng Qingqian's eyes, all of this clearly showed that Ming Yu relied on him far more than on his own father, which instantly gave his possessiveness a great sense of satisfaction. In reality, what Ming Yu was thinking was that Feng Qiqi was the emperor and his father, so he wouldn't dare hit him and would have to listen to him. That way, hiding behind him meant he wouldn't get punished.
Ah, Your Majesty, His Highness may be young, but he's certainly not timid. If he weren't wise, Wouldn't his courage be even greater than the world itself, General Ning? You're overthinking it. He and I were just playing around. I was deliberately trying to scare him. The matter with the Foster powder has nothing to do with him at all. I just happened to touch something and got a rash, that's all.
Sister, are you angry?
You're the Empress. And even His Majesty has spoken. How would Father dare to be angry?
Mingyu is like a little piglet, nuzzling around in his arms. Always acting cute, AU is Daddy's treasure. And Daddy is AU's treasure too. AU also feels sorry for Daddy. Mingyu's sweet words coaxed Mingli so well that there was no trace of anger left. But in Feng Qingqian's eyes, it wasn't so smooth. She looked down on her several times in her heart. This little milk dumpling is just a fence-sitter, always swaying whichever way the wind blows. On the way back, when Shao Shunzi saw the gloomy look in Feng Qingchang's eyes, he immediately knelt down. This servant knows his mistake. It was this servant who spoke out of turn. At least you have some self-awareness. It was this servant's foolishness that ended up causing trouble for your Majesty. Originally, this servant thought that His Highness was noble and clever, and since your Majesty is fond of the newcomer and reluctant to punish her, I plan to ask the general to have a word with her.
You must remember, she is my Empress, my legitimate wife, and your mistress. Even if I am not around, you must still be sincere and wholehearted toward her, always thinking of her best interests and ensuring her well-being. Since you belong to me, this is how you should act.
In the blink of an eye, it was already late autumn. With 2 days left until the Mid-Autumn Festival, gifts from outside the palace had already started arriving one after another. Looking at all these things filling the room, Rui, do you think on my birthday the gifts will pile up and fill the whole place? Your Highness, you may be young, but you sure have a keen eye for wealth. Still, no matter how precious these things are, they can't compare to what we have here in Weiyang Hall. Mingyu lifted the lid of the box and hugged a luminous pearl the size of an adult's fist. Of course, the more treasures, the better. This luminous pearl is a bit big. She's struggling to hold it. Your Highness, be careful not to drop it on your foot. If I put it in my room, it'll look beautiful glowing at night. On the morning of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Mingyu was woken up early by Feng Qingqian, and Ru Yi had to help pull her up as if hoisting a flag.
Later, Imperial Consort Dowager Dong, I'll take you back to the underworld.
Mingyu was now wide awake and happily cooperated with Ru Yi. Mingyu tilted her head, looking at the antlers in the mirror, occasionally reaching up to touch them, clearly delighted.
Hurry up. So young. And already so vain.
In Fuye Palace, the Empress Dowager had left early. Aside from the Empress Dowager, the person of highest rank was Imperial Consort Dowager Dun. When Feng Qingqian arrived, the main hall was already filled with people.
It was lively in the Dowager Consort's palace today.
His Majesty has arrived. Everyone stood up to greet him. Mingyu followed in, quietly glancing around at everyone.
Little one, adorable. Pinched cheeks.
Seeing her mischievous hand, Mingyu instinctively hid her face behind Feng Qingqian's sleeve.
Am I really that scary?
Mingyu peeked out and made a funny face at her. The Empress is still young, but you mustn't joke with Her Majesty like that. Feng Jiaoyu wasn't actually angry and made a funny face back. Today, our Empress is especially beautiful. Just look at her when she grows up. She'll surely be a true beauty who could topple a kingdom.
Thank you, Imperial Consort.
Is the Empress still not accustomed to life within the palace, or are the servants here not attending to your needs properly?
No, Feng Qiqi treats me very well.
If the Empress is ever truly bullied by His Majesty or by anyone else, or if you ever feel deeply wronged, please just come to me. I will most definitely stand up for you and ensure your well-being.
Thank you, Your Highness. So, how was it? Wasn't what I said good?
It was quite good.
Then, you promised to give me a box of candies.
Don't be in such a hurry. If you behave as well when we go to the underworld, I'll give them to you when we get back tonight.
Oh, I'll definitely behave very well.
Your Highness, can't you be a bit more mindful? Just the other day, you were crying and saying His Majesty hit you, and you wanted to complain about it. How come today you changed your mind just for a box of candies?
Sister.
Little girl, I haven't seen you in a few months, and you've put on quite a bit of weight.
Sister, you can't call a girl fat, and you can't say she's heavy either.
Hey, you've really become more talkative. You, Are you doing well in the palace? Has anyone been bullying you?
I'm doing great. I'm the one bullying others.
Except for Feng Chi, that big meanie. Ming Yu added a line in her mind, hesitating whether or not to complain about Feng Chi. Hearing Feng Qingqian's cough and thinking of all those candies, she ended up burying Feng Chi's misdeeds deep in her heart. Oh well, she decided to wait until she got the candies before going back to tattle.
The little cutie is pretty sensible after all. Kids really are the easiest to coax and trick.
On the 15th of August, it's customary for every household to have dinner early, then go out together to set lotus lanterns both inside and outside the city.
Let's eat quickly. And once we're done, we'll go out and have some fun.
Finish all the rice in your bowl and drink your soup. Then we can go out.
This action took Ming Li a bit by surprise. Feng Qingqian is still young. Although she acts particularly mature and decisive, she's still just a child. Yet she coaxes Ming Yu as if she were her own daughter.
The moon in the sky is round, but mine is skinny.
Then do you know why the one in the sky is round?
Of course I do.
This little cutie can't even recognize two big characters. And she knows this?
When it's full, it's round. When it's hungry, it's crescent shape.
Feng Qingqian was left speechless. She knew this little one wouldn't be able to say anything useful.
Am I really wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. She had to remember this. When this little cutie grows up and understands things, she'll bring it up to tease her. The streets and alleys were starting to fill with people. Ming Yu was already short, and being jostled around by the crowd, she looked a bit lost and helpless.
Little kid.
I'm not a little kid. Feng Chi, you're bullying me.
Chang Feng followed behind them, feeling a bit disdainful toward Feng Qingqian.
Your Majesty, where has your wise and imposing, unapproachable aura gone? How did you end up teasing a little kid?
I'm just telling the truth. Ming Yu looked at him, seeing his calm and composed face, and grew even more frustrated. Her sharp little baby teeth bit into Feng Qingqian's skin, causing a slight pain mixed with a tingling, itchy sensation. Feng Qingqian's body froze for a moment, the sensation spreading through all his limbs.
Let go, or I'll pull your teeth out.
Ming Yu quickly let go as soon as she heard his words. You wouldn't really pull out my teeth, would you? Feng Qingqian glanced at Ming Yu but didn't say another word. Chang Feng thought he saw Feng Qingqian's ears turn red for a moment.
Could I have been seeing things?
Feng Qingqian's shoulder was bumped.
Ah, young master. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? I'm truly worried something might be wrong. Please, young master, would you move aside? I'll have a doctor look at you. I'll feel at ease if you're unharmed. Or, if you could tell me where your home is, I can have the doctor visit you there.
The woman's eyes were fixed intently on Feng Qingqian, like a hungry wolf eyeing a little white rabbit. Ming Yu was squeezed between the two of them. Seeing the woman almost pressing up against him, he used all his strength to push her away.
You're about to crush me.
Even though he's a bit small, it's not like he should be ignored, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, young master. I didn't see your younger sister. I'm not her sister. Do we even look alike to you?
He tugged at Feng Qingqian's sleeve. Carry me.
Haha, young master. Your little sister is so adorable. You really are so caring, looking after your sister so attentively.
It seemed that the woman hadn't listened to Ming Yu at all, and kept looking for chances to strike up a conversation with Feng Qingqian. When Ming Yu met her wolfish gaze, he suddenly felt as if something of his was about to be snatched away.
I'm not her sister. I'm the wife she spent a lot of money to marry.
With that indignant look, it seemed as if the woman so much as touched Feng Qingqian, Ming Yu would rush over and bite her.
Oh, then it must be really tough for you, young master, having to take care of such a young wife. Have you ever considered marrying another wife or concubine?
In Ming Yu's eyes, marrying meant making Feng Qingqian spend a lot of money to buy delicious food and fun things for someone else home. Could that be allowed?
She has no money, and besides, you're ugly. She doesn't like you.
You said I'm ugly? The woman seemed deeply hurt, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ming Yu nodded. The key point was that Feng Qingqian also nodded seriously. That action from Feng Qingqian was undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back. The woman ran off crying. Did I cause trouble? Actually, she's quite good looking. I just said that on purpose to upset her a bit. What if she really took away her golden rice bowl?
Ming Yu, You did very well.
Ming Yu's actions put him in a good mood. He also disliked those clueless nobodies. Changfeng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Tiangxia, are you a devil? Changfeng realized a problem. Following Feng Chengchen's teachings, there might be 2 devils in the palace in the future, and both would be of the big boss level. Just thinking about being tormented by this demonic duo in the future made him dizzy. Oh, what a dark and hopeless future awaits me.
Let me take you somewhere high to admire the moon.
There then, huh?
Feng Qingqian grabbed him and leapt straight onto the rooftop. Mingyu let out a frightened cry, clinging tightly to Feng Qingqian, and glanced at Mingyu, who had his eyes shut and looked absolutely terrified.
Are you planning to admire the moon with your eyes closed?
Mingyu cracked his eyes open just a sliver and peeked out cautiously.
Wow, that's so high up.
Even though Mingyu was small, stepping on the roof still made it creak. Feng Qingqian held onto his hand.
You're so heavy, if you fall through, I won't come looking for you.
You're even bigger than me, and you don't fall through. So, what am I afraid of?
Feng Qingcheng sat half reclining, enjoying the cool autumn breeze brushing past. Mingyu, on the other hand, stared at the moon and gulped quietly.
What do you truly think the moon actually tastes like? Oh, if only I could have just a little lick of its surface. A tiny taste.
Feng Qingqian was speechless. Did he really have to ruin the mood with that comment?
I really don't know what the moon tastes like, but I can let you try the taste of the vast earth, the taste of the earth itself.
Dirt doesn't taste good.
Ha! You've actually eaten dirt before?
Feng Qingqian was stunned. Did he really marry a queen who eats dirt? That would definitely save a lot of money in the future.
No, I haven't. I just took a bite when I fell onto the grass while playing on the swing. It tasted terrible. Uncle Hessian, I wish my mother would come back soon. Oh, and this year I want to find out what the moon tastes like.
On a nearby tree, the branches kept trembling. Changfeng was running along the tree.
Haha, Empress, your daughter's wish is just too adorable. She made such a genuine wish wanting to taste what the moon is like.
What's that rustling sound around us? Are there monsters in there?
Ahem, Hessian has heard your wish.
Feng Qingqian said, trying to fool her. But Ming, you actually believed it.
Thank you, Uncle Hessian.
Feng Qingqian was speechless. When Feng Qingqian returned to the palace, she quietly gave a few instructions to Ruyi. What are you all talking about?
Didn't you want to taste the moon? There's actually a way.
Not long after, Ruyi's voice could be heard.
Your Highness, taste the moon.
Mingyu ran over with quick steps and saw a golden basin placed in the center of the courtyard, filled with water with the reflection of the moon inside.
Oh, is this the shadow of the moon?
Who exactly told you that? This is the moon itself. If you don't believe me, try for yourself.
Feng Qingqian somehow found a white porcelain spoon, scooped up a bit of the moon in the water, and brought it to Ming Yue's lips.
Here, smell it.
Oh, it does have a bit of a sweet scent.
After taking a couple of sips with a gurgling sound, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's cool, and there's even a hint of pear flavor." Looking at the moon in the basin, Ming Yu exclaimed happily, "Wow, it really does taste like the moon."
I am grateful for the kindness that gave me life. What? Feng Qiqi agreed? Didn't you say I didn't have to study?
A familiar voice came from behind.
Who promised you that? If you don't study and no one keeps you in check, I'm afraid you'll become even more unruly.
But I want to.
This has already been decided for you. The morning after tomorrow, Ruyi will take you there.
Ming Yu stood frozen in fear.
What's wrong? You're not having lunch? And to think I even ordered a special sweet and sour fish for you.
Ming Yu originally wanted to refuse and harshly was going to protest by going on a hunger strike. But in the next second, his legs moved over on their own.
Eat.
You must listen to the grand tutor and study well. Whatever you want to eat, I'll agree to it.
Braised perch, honey-glazed chicken drumsticks. I want them all.
Shao Shunzi followed behind, muttering to himself. At this rate, with His Highness eating like this, these already rare delicacies will soon go extinct. By the time Ming Yu arrived, the students of the Imperial Academy had already gathered in small groups. He was late, so his seat was arranged at the very end.
Your Highness, this Grand Tutor Murong is famous for his stubborn temper. You'd better not provoke him.
Oh, okay. Ru Yi looked at him, unsure if he had really listened. Feng Zhuyu came over and patted Ru Yi on the shoulder.
Don't worry, isn't he under my protection too?
Sai, I really don't understand why Feng Qiqi insists on making me study. Seeing Mingyu lost in thought, he gave a gentle cough. Mingyu snapped back to attention and immediately put on an innocent little face.
Oh, I'm still little. I don't understand.
Yes, those particular things are indeed far too advanced for you. So I'll teach your Royal Highness some truly simple characters for you to practice and master.
What? Mingyu almost thought she'd misheard.
Hey, Your Highness doesn't need to worry. I'm confident I can help you make up for any knowledge you're missing.
Ah, meow meow. Why is this not what I expected at all?
Grand Tutor Murong patiently wrote a few simple characters.
Your Highness, just practice with these. By the end of class, hand in 20 sheets in total.
2 don't know how to write.
It's all right. I have the patience to teach you.
Mingyu quickly shook her head and forced a smile.
There's no need to trouble you, Grand Tutor.
Mingyu looked at the clean white sheets of paper and suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. 10 sheets if she just wrote the characters bigger. 1 character per sheet. Wouldn't that mean?
Your Highness, don't try to slack off or cut corners. Each sheet must have at least 20 characters, and they must be written properly and neatly.
Mingyu wanted to sneer at him.
Are you a worm in my stomach or something?
How did you do at the academy today?
Grand Tutor Murong said my handwriting is excellent.
Oh, really?
When Mingyu mentioned that Grand Tutor Murong especially praised his beautiful handwriting, Feng Qingqian immediately understood what Murong meant. Seeing Feng Qingqian's strange smile, Mingyu felt something was off, but couldn't quite put a finger on it. Praised him? Feng Qingqian didn't seem all that excited or happy about it. After practicing calligraphy for 5 or 6 days in a row, Grand Tutor Murong finally let him start reading, just reciting some simple passages from the 3-character classic. But after half a morning, Mingyu still hadn't memorized much, and Grand Tutor Murong's ruler was swaying back and forth. Mingyu's little heart couldn't help but tremble a bit.
Grand Tutor Murong, you're about to hit the Empress's palm, you know?
Your Highness, I am not so ignorant that I would not know something that the whole wide world already knows.
This little girl, she's so young, yet already so clever, knowing how to use her status to pressure others. Grand Tutor, but I'm still very young, and if my palm gets hurt from being hit, how will I be able to face anyone outside?
Rest assured, Your Highness. I have perfect control over my strength. After all, I've punished so many people before it'll hurt, but it won't swell.
Mingyu had no choice. This Grand Tutor Murong wouldn't respond to either soft or hard tactics, so she could only grit her teeth and steel herself. Smack, the sound of the ruler came down, and Mingyu's palm turned red. Murong looked at him, seeing that mix of timidity and stubborn pride, clearly terrified, yet enduring it all in silence. Why couldn't Murong bring himself to let the ruler fall again? When he opened his eyes, Grand Tutor Murong was already walking over with the ruler in hand.
If you can't recite it by the end of class, you'll stay until you can.
Mingyu had just breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard those words, his little face fell. He would have preferred to just get all the hand slaps over with at once and be sent home.
Feng Qiqi, you finally came to pick me up. My poor palms, they were beaten by the Grand Tutor until I cried.
When Feng Qingqian looked, all she saw was a soft, fair little palm.
Grand Tutor Murong, it's almost time for the palace evening meal. If the Empress doesn't return in time, the meal will be delayed and the Imperial kitchen will have to prepare it all over again. That's a waste of manpower and resource over the course of a year. It adds up to quite a sum. Respectfully seeing Your Majesty off.
Feng Qingqian grabbed his hand and let him out.
Feng Qiqi, you're amazing. Pick me up after class from now on?
Feng Qingqian smiled, but said nothing. Shao Shongji silently recited to himself,
What we're raising isn't a child bride but a turtle doctor and a masochist.
At dinner, the dishes were especially lavish. Mingyu excitedly held his spoon, waiting for Feng Qingqian to serve him food. Feng Qingqian didn't pick up her chopsticks. She just glanced at the dishes.
I heard from the Grand Tutor that you didn't study your lessons properly today?
Ming Yu thought to himself, this isn't good. Is Feng Qiqi planning to settle scores later?
Feng Qiqi, I'm hungry. Let's eat first.
Xiao Shengzi, take away this lotus leaf shredded chicken.
Shao Shengzi didn't understand, complied.
And also take away this phoenix tail shark fin and the agate jelly.
No, those are all my favorites.
If you don't study well in the future, I won't give you any. Every time you fail to recite your lessons, one meat dish will be taken away. When you finally recite them properly, then you can have meat again.
Your Highness, you seem to have been a bit listless these past 2 days. What does listless mean?
Oh! With a helpless sigh, Ru Yi finally understood why His Majesty could indulge him in not following the rules, but insisted he must study and learn to read.
Oh, I haven't had meat in so long. I feel weak. I just want meat.
Ming Yu, craving food, stared absent-mindedly at the blue sky and white clouds, looking listless and drained. This Feng Qiqi is just too much. Not only is she not allowed to eat meat, she can only eat vegetarian food. She even notified the Imperial Kitchen and the Weiyang Palace that under no circumstances is she to be given any meat. Now, the only meat she can see is herself and Higher. Higher seemed to sense her wolf-like gaze and, with a sudden kick of its legs, scurried away in a flash. Sigh, I was just looking at you, I wouldn't really eat you. To think, as an empress, she's actually reduced to eyeing a rabbit to satisfy her cravings. Lost in thought, she suddenly caught the aroma of roasted chicken wings. It smells so good. The smell of chicken wings. You really do have a nose, like a dog. Behind her, Xiao Shengzi stood respectfully, holding a small food box. Ming Yu wasn't annoyed, pretended not to hear, and turned away, ignoring him. No more chicken wings? Then did I have someone throw them out to feed your rabbit? Rabbits don't eat meat. From now on, I'll teach you lessons for 1 hour every day. If you learn well, you'll get to eat meat every day. If you don't, you'll have to become a vegetarian. Fang Qingqian's words were like a bucket of icy water, dousing Ming Yu's wishful thinking. Recite for me what Grand Tutor Mirang taught you before. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. She didn't recognize most of the following characters. Feng Qingshan picked out all the characters she didn't know and taught her over and over again. Oh, dog. I remember that's not how you write dog. Aya, the ones you're talking about are Wang Kai and Lai Fu, not this dog. This dog refers to the idea that if a person is not properly taught from a young age, their innate goodness can turn into evil. Haha, Your Highness's temper has been completely softened by this little girl. This really isn't raising a wife, it's raising a daughter. His Highness is just taking the very first step on the long road of raising a wife. In order to eat meat, Ming Yu had no choice but to study diligently. Under the patient yet strict guidance of Grand Tutor Miu Rong, Feng Qingqian gave her extra lessons every day. At last, Ming Yu managed to learn to recite the 3-character classic, albeit haltingly. Ming Yu had Feng Qingqian quiz her on a passage, then looked at Feng Qingqian expectantly. Not bad. Ming Yu's bright little eyes stared at her. Didn't you say that if I learned well, I could have lots of meat at meals again, just like before? I never said that. Occasionally adding a chicken wing or a drumstick is still acceptable. You're as fierce as a wolf or tiger. Be good. You're still growing. Eating more greens and cabbage is good for your health. Oh, you big meanie. Ming Yu stomped her feet and spun around in anger. After fuming for a while, Ming Yu realized she really couldn't do anything about this big meanie Feng Qiqi. She finally understood what Ru Yi meant by an official 1 rank higher can crush you. He could bully anyone, but except for Feng Qiqi, it really was best to be the emperor. Unable to find a way to bully Feng Qiqi, the only thing Ming Yu could think of was to protest. To protest against the evil deeds of this tyrant. So she secretly plotted a plan. Ming Yu wandered around the hall twice, then used the excuse of taking a walk to go out and scout the area. She had heard from Changfeng before that there were often holes dug by stray dogs and cats in these secluded and abandoned palace courtyards, and she could easily crawl out through them. She wandered around for a long time, but couldn't find the dog hole she remembered. Looking up at the tall palace walls, she realized she couldn't leap over them like Changfeng or Feng Qiqi could. Your Highness, why are you alone? Where is Aunt Ru Yi? She's not here. Ruyi and I are playing hide and seek. Have you seen where she's hiding? The captain of the guards shook his head. None of us have seen Aunt Ruyi. Then keep your voices down and hurry along. If Ruyi finds me because of you, I'll have to punish you. Seeing Mingyu's expression, the captain of the guards wasn't surprised. Everyone, keep it down. Don't bump into anything. Mingyu couldn't help but laugh at how sneaky and timid they looked. What a bunch of idiots. Feng Chi. You can't tell anyone that I got stuck crawling through a dog hole, or else. Mingyu was still thinking about how best to threaten him. Your Majesty, shall we go? Is that all right? Mingyu was momentarily confused. There are others? Yes. A lot of people. The people from Weiyang Hall are there too. Mingyu's face flushed red, a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she kicked her legs hard, bursting into tears with a loud wail. Oh, now she really had no face left to show anyone. Feng Qiqi is a big meanie. All of you are bullying me. Feng Qingchen sighed helplessly. You were the one who crawled in there yourself. The implication being, what does this have to do with her? How did she become the bad guy again? You even brought them over to watch. You're really throwing a big rock into the well. That's called kicking someone when they're down. She poked her forehead mischievously. Are you coming out or not? I'm not coming out then. Ming, you had already lost all her dignity. What was the point of going out now? Feng Qingqian pretended to get up. Then let's go back. Shao Shungji was quick to catch on. Prepare the carriage. We're returning to the palace. And then the whole group really did leave. Mingyu looked up and saw that there really wasn't a single person left. Feng Qiqi, Ruyi, once again, you're the most pitiful little girl. You want to go home but can't, and now you're forced to live with the big bad guy. In a few days, when you starve to death, your body will be crawling with bugs. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but shed tears. Her own fate was just too pitiful. Feng Qingqian just sat on top of the wall, watching her put on a show. When he heard her say she was the most pitiful little girl, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How is she pitiful at all? She eats the finest food, wears and uses only the best things, and most importantly, who in the entire palace would dare to shorten her life? Feng Qingqian lightly leapt down from the top of the wall with graceful ease. You really don't want to come out? I'm about to go back for dinner. Tonight, the Imperial Kitchen specially made cordyceps chicken soup for me. Why are you back again? Did you get lost too? I'm not as dumb as you. Feng Qingqian gently tested by holding her waist, and noticed that Mingyu's face had turned a bit pale. It was stuck so tightly, he was really afraid that if he used any force, he would tear her small body in two. Annoyed for a moment, he could already imagine Ming Li chasing him all over the world with his longsword. She took out a delicate dagger from her waist and started picking at the dirt on the palace wall bit by bit. So slow, when will I be able to get out? This little troublemaker, when there are too many people, she thinks it's embarrassing. When there are too few, she complains it's too slow.
If you dare say one more word, I'll leave you here to fend for yourself.
Mingyu wisely shut her mouth. When you're under someone else's roof, well, you just have to bow your head. Feng Qingqian had to widen the dog hole quite a bit before she could pull him out. When Mingyu got up, his whole body was numb. Let alone walking, even standing was difficult. Feng Qingqian squatted down. I told you, I'll go back with you. Only then did Mingyu feel a little more balanced inside after all. He had plenty of ways to get back at her. Mingyu lay on his back, looking at the dog hole that was now a whole size bigger than it was in the morning, and his mind started to turn.
Stop daydreaming. In a bit, Changfeng will block up this dog hole, so you can forget about those ideas.
Well, that's something.
Looks like you haven't learned your lesson in these 3 years, but your tricks have certainly improved. Didn't I tell you to behave and not cause trouble?
Don't do it, just don't. Mingyu's emotions suddenly flared up, and he glared angrily at Feng Qingcheng. Feng Qingqian was angry too. He picked Mingyu up and put him on his lap, then spanked him repeatedly, more than a dozen times in a row. Mingyu was already wailing. Feng Qingqian, when I grow up, I'll let you starve. I won't give you any food.
I see you're getting spoiled. If I don't discipline you for 3 days, you'll tear the roof off the house.
Feng Qingqian looked at her crying pitifully, but the anger wouldn't subside.
This ungrateful little thing, even though she entered the palace as just a baby, Over the years, she's been the one worrying about her, protecting her both openly and in secret. But look at him. All he remembers is my chest. And he even dares to call me a big bad egg, and tries to run away on his own. Today's incident was just a misunderstanding, but if someone with ill intentions found out, who knows how they'd use her as an excuse to stir up trouble.
Hey, Fang Qingqian, you truly big bad egg. I really want to go home now. You're all such liars. Fang Qingqian is the same as always, and so is Daddy. Woo woo woo, you promised that after a few years, once I learned the rules, you'd come take me home. I've been waiting all this time, but no one ever came for me. Daddy doesn't want me anymore, and Fang Qingqian is always bullying me. I want to go find my mom. Why did you stop hitting me? Even if you beat me to death, I'm still going home. Fang Qingqian was speechless. Maybe the only thing Mingyu inherited from her family's pursuit of fame and fortune is this stubborn temper.
I'm tired from hitting you. Let's take a short break.
Feng Qingqian tactfully gave her a way out. But who is Mingyu? If she could just back down so easily, she wouldn't be herself. If you've got the guts, just beat me to death. Otherwise, I'm still going home in a bit. Feng Qingqian was so angry her liver hurt.
No, let Xiao Shengji bring the paddle and do the beating.
Mingyu's small body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Oh, if I'd known, I wouldn't have talked back. Getting spanked with a hand already hurts this moochie if it's with a paddle. Won't my butt really get split open? Fang Qingqian's hand accidentally brushed against her skirt, and Mingyu couldn't help but let out a low whimper. The sound was soft, but Fang Qingqian heard it clearly.
Oh no, with so many hits, the force of his hands must have been so strong that her butt must have been broken into pieces.
Thinking of this, I pulled down her pants and took a look. Mingyu defended her skirt to the death. Wow, Fang Qingqian, how can you take off a girl's skirt? You old pervert. Fang Qingqian lifted her skirt, and sure enough, saw that her two fair buttocks were covered in bruises, which made her feel a pang of regret.
She really had been driven mad by this little girl, but this little girl is just too delicate-ish. Only got a dozen or so smacks with a bare hand, and I haven't even used a paddle yet. If I really use a paddle, wouldn't I have beaten her to death?
Mingyu realized that not only had Feng Qingqian taken off her skirt, but had also looked at her butt, so she was both embarrassed and angry. You bastard, you old pervert, my innocence is gone. When Feng Qingqian heard her say, my innocence is gone, she was both exasperated and amused, and gave her a gentle pat on the butt.
Where did you hear all this nonsense? You're just a little girl, what innocence do you even have? Besides, I'm your husband, so looking.
Feng Qingqian suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She had meant to say, so what if I look? But then realized that might not be appropriate for children. Oh well, forget it. Why bother arguing with this clueless little girl? Feng Qingqian didn't say anything else. She just gently applied the ointment for her. Ming, you couldn't help but move a little, letting out a soft whimper.
Don't move. You haven't had enough of the paddle yet.
Ming, you could only lie there with tears in her eyes. I've lost my innocence. How pitiful. Feng Qingqian almost coughed up blood from exasperation.
Sigh. What on earth is this little girl thinking about? I really want to open up this girl's skull and see what kind of innocence a little girl like her could possibly have.
You old pervert. I don't want to see you. Oh, if everyone around here knew that not only did Feng Qingqian spank him, but also pull down his pants, how would the whole palace laugh at him?
Since you want to be a little turtle, I'll grant your wish.
Feng Qingqian gave it 2 hard tugs. He simply gave up and covered his head with another quilt. Sure enough, after a while, Mingyu started to feel short of breath. Driven by a strong will to survive, Mingyu quietly shifted his head to create a gap. He took 2 deep breaths.
If Her Majesty the Empress likes it, then go ahead and add 2 more quilts.
Mingying immediately said, Oh no, it's so hot, I'm tired, I want to sleep, and then turned away, refusing to look at her.
The Empress recalled she was sleepy, so tonight's dinner, late snack, and food were skipped.
Mingyu was so angry that she felt dizzy and saw Feng Qingqian striding out with her head held high. When she reached the door, she didn't forget to give instructions.
Prepare dinner for me.
Upon hearing this, Miyao's stomach started growling uncontrollably, and she deeply regretted it. If only she had known, she would have eaten before throwing a tantrum. Lying on the bed, tossing and turning, she found it hard to fall asleep. Your Highness, I'm hungry. Did you forget? His Majesty had said that tonight, all dinner and late-night snacks were to be cancelled, and even the pastries and fruits from the shop had been deliberately taken away by Shao Shunzi. Feng Qiqi, grinding her teeth in frustration, was furious. So what if he's the emperor? One day, she'll make this tyrant Feng Qiqi kneel and call her queen.
It smells so good.
Feng Qingqian heard her footsteps, but for some reason, even though it was just a few short steps, she dawdled for ages and still didn't come over.
Could it be that the aroma isn't strong enough to lure her over?
Then she moved the brazier with the roast chicken a bit closer, letting the aroma of the chicken waft out fully. Can I have a small bite? Ming, you secretly decided that if Feng Qiqi really wouldn't let her eat, he would just take a few more deep breaths before going back, because this roast chicken really smelled so good that he couldn't even walk away. Feng Qingqian deliberately acted a bit haughty for a moment.
Pathetic. This little glutton has finally taken the bait. My arms are getting sore from holding this up.
Ming Yu watched, quietly swallowing her saliva, wishing she could press her nose right up against the roast chicken.
Are you really just going to have one bite?
Ming Yu blinked, looking quite mischievous. If you truly cannot finish it all, I can certainly help you eat a little bit. My father said it's not good to waste food, but you just had dinner, so you definitely can't eat that much.
You've really improved now. You actually know how to use words to shut people down.
She tore off a chicken leg and handed it to him.
Come on, let's eat.
Ming Yu quickly took it, stuffed it into his mouth right away, took a big bite, and then suddenly burst into tears.
Feng Qiqi, you big jerk. The steamed chicken leg broke my tooth. I couldn't hold it in anymore.
Only then did Feng Qingqian realize what had happened. She leaned in to take a closer look and saw a white baby tooth stuck on the chicken leg.
There are still your teeth marks on the chicken leg.
Noticing that Feng Qingqian was actually laughing at him, he cried even harder. Feng Qingqian was helpless.
It's just that you're at the age to lose your baby teeth. This tooth was already loose and just happened to get stuck on the chicken leg. I wasn't trying to play a trick on you. Every child goes through losing their baby teeth.
But can you really stand up there? If I can't even keep my own things, people will laugh at me. Ming Yu became even more worried. From now on, she wouldn't be able to open her mouth or smile in public. If she went to the academy, wouldn't people laugh her to death? Feng Qingqian was both exasperated and amused. What annoyed her was that every time something bad happened, this girl always thought she was being bullied on purpose. What amused her was that Ming Yu actually believed her teeth would never grow back.
Alright, that's enough. After a while, they'll grow back. You'll get new teeth.
Will they really grow back?
Yes, they will. When I was little, I lost my baby teeth too. But if you don't watch what you eat now and keep eating sweets, you might end up with front teeth like Hai-Er's.
Ming, you let out an ah and imagined for a moment what his teeth would look like if they grew in like Hai-Er's front teeth. No, I don't want that. I won't eat sweets anymore. These past couple of days, Ming Yu has been feeling down because of losing his baby teeth. He hasn't gone to school or played outside.
How about I take you out of the palace for a look around?
Oh, I don't want to go out. If I go out, I'll be laughed at. Fang Chanchan frowned, as if she had encountered a difficult problem. Usually, no matter how upset she was, as soon as she was given something to eat or taken out for a walk, she'd be as happy as a little fool.
No one would dare laugh at you. You are the Empress.
They'll laugh at me in their hearts. Feng Qingqian was left speechless. She could control what people said, but not what they thought. After instructing Ru Yi to take good care of Ming Yu Ho, Feng Qingqian turned and left.
Shao Shunji, tell all families in court to send children around 5 or 6, losing baby teeth, to the palace to keep the Emperor's company for a few days.
Shao Shunzi hesitated for a moment, then he immediately went out.
In the palace, Ming Yu was the youngest, and he was the only one at the age of losing his baby teeth. That's why he found it strange. If he had seen many others like himself going through the same stage, he would have gotten used to it over time.
As soon as the various families in the court heard that there were children of the right age in the tooth-changing period, they immediately sent people to prepare carriages and send them in. By mid-morning, Shaoshongzi had already made all the arrangements. What was happening outside? You couldn't see what was going on out there, and just as you wanted to go out, you remembered your missing front teeth, so you simply sat on the soft couch. Your Highness. This servant doesn't know either. Why don't you get up and sneak a peek at the door? You don't have your front teeth either. Li Hangsu was so absorbed that when she saw your Highness, all of Wan and Mingyu's attention was on her own front teeth. That's right, I'm losing my baby teeth. It's just that I started a bit late, boo-hoo. I'm already 7, and only now starting to lose my second front tooth. The various families gathered in the corridor heard Mingyu's voice and immediately called their own children over to pay their respects. Mingyu looked at the 7 or 8 children about his age, all missing teeth, and they didn't seem the least bit self-conscious about it. They greeted him properly and formally, then immediately started chattering noisily again. Li Hangsu timidly approached His Highness Mingyu. Was it also because she was upset about losing her baby teeth? She nodded, then shook her head. She had been unhappy before, but seeing so many others just like her, she realized that losing teeth wasn't such an ugly thing after all. I used to think the same way. My older brother would always tease me, but after a while, the new teeth grew in. You have to lose all your baby teeth before you can grow up. I've already lost my second front tooth. Mingyu took a closer look and saw that the new teeth had indeed grown in nicely. They were just like the old teeth. Feeling better, she nodded and gradually started chatting with Li Hangsu. When it was about time, Shaoshongzi escorted everyone out of the palace. As Li Hangsu was leaving, she glanced at Mingyu and said, "Your Highness, cheer up. I'll come visit you again in the future." When will my teeth grow back? Fang Shanqian thought carefully for a moment. How long does it usually take for a child's new teeth to come in after losing the old ones? Forget it. Anyway, even if these grow in, the others will fall out eventually too.
That's basically seeing through the patterns of the mundane world.
Susu said that every tooth has to fall out before a new one can grow in. Anyway, I'll have to go through this ordeal for another 2 or 3 years.
It'll be over quickly, a blink, and you'll have all your new teeth.
I'm not a 2 or 3-year-old kid anymore. Don't try to fool me. I'm already 6 years old.
Whether you're 6 or 3, your brain is just as silly.
Oh, Fang Qingqian was still quite happy to chat. It seemed that this group of little gap-toothed kids was actually pretty useful. Mingyu lay next to Fang Qingqian, staring at her without blinking. Fang Qingqian's instincts told her that this little girl was definitely up to no good. "Song Chi, I can't fall asleep. Why don't you sing me a song to help me sleep?"
Keep dreaming. Go to sleep.
He wanted Fang Qingqian to sing him a song. Was that possible? Then tell me a story, he said. That should be okay, right? Fang Qingqian wanted to refuse, but the famous actor Mingyu's big, doe-like eyes just stared at him intently. Fang Qingqian had no choice. "Fine," he said, and ended up patting his back, telling a very boring story in a halting manner. Zhang Mingyu was coaxed to sleep. Your Highness likes to listen to His Majesty's stories very much. The stories told by Abandoned 7 are very boring. Even the speed of speaking is the same. I feel very sleepy when I listen to them and can fall asleep quickly. Ru Yi almost knelt down in admiration. They were truly a match made in heaven. Such a perfect match. Heaven 77. You claimed it wasn't intentional, but you deliberately and quite purposefully knocked out my 2 front teeth, didn't you? I mean, it was clearly on purpose. This coincidence within a coincidence made Fang Qingqian also stunned for a moment. She just gently stroked the little girl's front teeth and they fell out.
Your tooth was loose and about to fall out. This was just a coincidence.
Although this is just too much of a coincidence, Fang Qingqian couldn't help but feel that she and Mingyu, this little girl, are just not compatible at all. My tooth. Let me look at it one last time before you throw it away.
Alright. Are you planning to hold a funeral for it and mourn its spirit in heaven?
Wasn't it you, this bad person, who made my tooth fall out in the first place? And you still have the nerve to say that? Fang Changchen felt like she was being blamed for no reason. How could this be her fault? Wasn't it just a coincidence? Who dare say it wasn't? he'd be dragged out and beheaded immediately. I don't care. I don't care. Last time, it was you who deliberately made me gnaw on a chicken leg. That's why my tooth broke. And this time, if you hadn't twisted my hand, would my tooth have fallen out? Whether it was or not, it was all his fault anyway. Feng Changchang met his gaze directly.
State your demands.
I want Qinghua to keep me company.
Why don't you just have that Li Hongsu keep you company instead?
Feng Qingqian felt that Qinghua entering the palace was definitely not a good thing. Who knows what might happen to that little girl? No. But it was you who knocked out the tooth. When did it become her doing? Just to get her to quiet down for a while.
Qinghua can accompany you in the palace briefly. She must leave for a distant place for fame and fortune, and still needs to look after the Ming general's residence.
All right. She looked completely cooperative. Feng Qingqian saw how readily she agreed.
But you still have to go up the snowy slope.
If I don't go and you marry someone else, what will I do if people laugh at me for being toothless?
I'll have Li Hongsu go with you as well. With someone accompanying you, you shouldn't be able to make a fuss, right? If you don't agree, then don't even think about Qinghua entering the palace.
Feng Qi knew her weakness well. Mingyu struggled and, after shedding tears several times, finally agreed. In her heart, her negative opinion of this cunning old fox increased by another notch. In the Li residence, someone said, Hongsu, this is because His Majesty and the Empress value you. You must not let down the Li family's expectations. The next day, when Mingyu went to the Imperial Academy, she saw that Li Hongsu seemed to be in a good mood. It looked like Feng Qiqi was indeed true to her word. Susu, you're here really early, she greeted. He still had a pretty good impression of Li Hongsu. After all, during those 2 days when he was feeling down, Li Hongsu had taken the initiative to come and keep him company. Chatting with him, Mingyu said, My mother told me to arrive early for school. If you're late, the teacher will punish you. Just as they exchanged a few words, Grand Tutor Zhang entered, strolling over to stand in front of Mingyu.
Your Highness, you must have fallen behind in your studies recently. You need to study with even more humility so as not to disappoint His Majesty's expectations.
Yes, Grand Tutor, you are right. Your Highness, let's go out and play together. I don't want to go. You guys go ahead. He doesn't really like talking to these people. The legitimate daughter of Lord An Yan, was the first to get upset. Don't mind him. Some people just pretend to be aloof. He really thinks he's a phoenix, huh? Who knows? Maybe one day he'll fall and become a pheasant. You don't quite understand what it means to pretend to be aloof, but the rest of her words are easy enough to grasp. Anyway, she was just deliberately mocking him. She didn't even bother to ask around in the palace. He's a famous performer, and everyone in the palace treats him with respect. But remembering Rui's instructions to behave in class and not anger His Majesty otherwise, he'd lose his chance to enter the palace. Mingyu shot him a glare. I'm not listening to your chanting. Sister, please don't say that. Your Highness just doesn't like crowds. Although Li Hongsu was also afraid of Yan, she remembered what her mother had told her. I sent you to befriend the Empress, not to curry favor with anyone else. Even His Majesty, what you should be concerned about is whether the Empress is happy or not. Seeing that the famous performer didn't dare make a sound, she assumed he was just a paper tiger. She really doesn't know her own limits. You're only arrogant because of your father. In a couple of years, when your father is no longer in power, let's see what you'll have to be proud of then. There was already a hint of anger in Mingyu's eyes. Hey, sister, that's enough, she said, her tone growing impatient. If the Empress gets upset and starts to dislike her, will Auntie still treat her well when she gets back? Why are you unhappy just because I said a couple of things to you? If you say one more bad thing about my father, I'll beat you to death. A palm-sized inkstone flew straight at Yan's head. Bright red blood started streaming from the tips of her hair. Let's see if you dare say anything else. Ming, you said, standing there with a fierce, childish bravado as she glared at the group of girls. Do you all want to get hit too? Meng Qingqian was reading memorials when she heard Shao Shengji's report. In a flash, she was already out the door. By the time Shao Shengji came back to his senses, Meng Qingqian was nowhere to be seen.
Alright, did that first inkstone hurt? That inkstone isn't light, you know. Is your hand sore?
Grand Tutor Zhang was left speechless.
Your Majesty means that His Highness was the one who threw the inkstone at Princess N.
Mingyu took the opportunity to act cute. hoping to get a bit more out of it. The inkstone was really heavy, 风戚戚. You have no idea how An mocked you. She said you only became emperor because you relied on my father, and that once my father is no longer around, you won't be able to stay emperor. Your Highness, Sister Anne didn't mean any disrespect to you. She was just joking around with you, that's all, it's not true. As I, Song Chi-Chi, said, the emperor and empress are essentially one. If I say that, wouldn't I be talking about Feng Qi too?
Your Highness, you really are lying with your eyes wide open. I'm asking, you aren't the emperor and empress supposed to be one? Ah, yes.
A faint sheen of cold sweat had already appeared on Entai's forehead. No matter whether he answered yes or no, he was doomed either way.
Very well. Since that's the case, then An, daughter of Marquis Antai, has shown contempt for imperial grace and slandered and cursed the sovereign. She shall be executed by beating as a warning to others. The Marquis Antai's household, for failing to discipline her, will be stripped of one noble title.
When Antai heard the words executed by beating, his face turned pale and his lips trembled.
Your Majesty, please forgive me. Show mercy.
It is I who failed to properly discipline my children. I beg your Majesty for leniency.
Ming Yu was also startled. He had already given An a harsh lesson. Wouldn't it be a bit too cruel if she were beaten to death with a rod? He desperately tugged at Feng Qingqian's sleeve. Seeing the anxiety in his eyes, Feng Qingqian signaled him not to worry.
Oh, so An Taiho knows she was in the wrong. Then spare An Yan from the death penalty, and strip the An Marquis Manor and Princess An Yan of their titles.
Your Majesty, the Marquisate of the An family was a title granted by our ancestors, and it has always been passed down through the Chen family line. How will I answer to the emperors and forefathers of the past 100 years from now?
You'd better think about how you're going to answer to me first.
Will there be any meat to eat tonight?
I'll allow one dish of braised pork.
Ah, just braised pork. Is there any chicken soup? Any sweet and sour ribs? Sweet and sour carp.
I haven't even held you accountable yet for the trouble you caused today.
Didn't you say that even the smallest grudge should be repaid with courage? Besides, he called me a pheasant and spoke badly about my father.
That's called a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. What I said was, you're all alone and powerless. Couldn't you have called for help?
What Feng Qingqian was worried about was that they were all just kids. If An had lost his mind, or if he hadn't hit An's head so precisely, would this little one have been able to get away unscathed? When Ming Yu and Feng Qingqian were having their meal,
Your Majesty, Lord An Hao is currently outside the palace, humbly admitting his fault.
Feng Qingqian filled a bowl with soup and placed it by Ming Yu's hand.
Eat less meat. It's hard to digest. Drink the soup.
Aren't you going to eat?
I've had enough. I need to take care of some matters.
Ming Yu didn't think much of it either. Afterwards, Feng Qingqian spent over an hour in the study talking with Antai. When Antai left, his face was full of relief, yet tinged with unease. He shook his head and sighed all the way. The next day, an imperial edict was issued. Lord An's daughter, Princess An, was stripped of her title and expelled from the imperial city, sent back to her hometown by Lord An for further discipline. After dinner, Feng Qingqian took Ming Yu for a walk. So you were just trying to scare Lord An. I really thought you were going to beat his daughter to death. You made him worry for so long.
Weren't you the one who asked me to spare his miserable life?
Yet Ming Yu was at a loss for words. But looking at Feng Qingqian, Ming Yu felt he wasn't that simply. Always seemed to have some ulterior motive. But for the moment, she couldn't figure it out. Well, forget it. It's good that he didn't die. Ming Yu was just angry, that's all. She spoke sarcastically, saying she didn't count, and even mentioned her own father. But at that time, she had already given An a good lesson, so this matter was considered settled. When Ming Yu finished school, Li Hongsu was walking beside her. Is His Highness waiting for His Majesty to pick you up? Before Ming Yu could nod, Feng Zhaoyue rushed over. Hey, finally caught you, huh? Oh, looks like Feng Qi won't be coming to pick me up after all. You really are like a worm in His Majesty's stomach, knowing everything so clearly. You also know His Majesty had something to do and went out today. No, I just saw your fierce look, and knew right away. You really are quite sly. I'm just smart and adorable way better than some people who are scared to death. Feng Jiaoyui, getting angrier, wanted to get physical again. Mingyu immediately called out cleverly, "Not seeing Chi-Chi off? Why are you here?" Feng Zhaoyan immediately ran off. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zhaoyue had disappeared without a trace. Although she was Feng Qingqian's eldest sister, every time she saw Feng Qingqian, she would run away as fast as a rabbit fleeing from a big bad wolf. Sigh, didn't you say you weren't coming to pick me up?
I was afraid someone with no sense would bully you.
Who's to say who would bully whom? I am the Empress. After all, I do have a rather regal and imposing presence. But there was an unmistakable joy in her eyes. On the way back, as soon as I stepped into the shop, I caught a faint whiff of that familiar egg aroma. I instantly perked up, let go of Feng Qingzhang's hand, and dashed over. "Qinghua, hey little Qinghua, slow down." I took a good look at him. He's grown quite a bit taller. Seeing the figure in elegant dark robes, Qinghua knelt down and said, "Your servant Qinghua greets your majesty, wishing your majesty peace and good health." Feng Qingqian nodded slightly and replied as she walked.
Rise.
Feng Qingqian's presence made Qinghua much more reserved, so she didn't share any intimate words with Mingyu. Mingyu, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind at all, chattering away about Palace Matter Show. Her little rabbit had grown a lot, how the peach trees she planted had blossomed again this year, and how so-and-so in the palace had given her another little trinket. Even though it wasn't anything valuable, Mingyu was still overjoyed. Watching her, Qinghua couldn't help but feel much more grateful to Feng Qingqing. To Mingyu, Feng Qingqian was still very responsible and kept her promises. In the Chengou Palace, after Feng Qingquan finished bathing in the hot spring, she noticed that the soft couch was empty.
Where is the Empress? Your Majesty, the Empress said that since Miss Qinghua is here, you don't need to accompany her tonight.
Xiao Shunzi kept his head down, not daring to make a sound. Feng Qingqian frowned in annoyance and waved her hand, and Xiao Shunzi quickly withdrew. The look on His Majesty's face, it's just like a concubine who has lost favor, left alone in an empty chamber.
Ungrateful little brat. This is just like having a new love and forgetting the old one. He forgot who used to pat his back and tell him stories late at night. Who was it that fed him bite by bite?
Feng Qingqian could only keep comforting herself.
It's fine. It's fine. Now that he's gone, I can sleep even more soundly.
In Weiyang Palace, Mingyu sat on the soft couch and said, "So it turns out His Highness really likes His Majesty. It's not because he's good at telling stories, but mainly because his stories are so hypnotic. As soon as he starts, I get so sleepy I can't keep my eyes open, and I fall asleep right away." Just then, there was a sudden crack from the tiles on the roof. What was that sound? Oh, it was probably just a night owl. They come by sometimes. Besides, with all the heavy guards in this palace, if someone were actually on the roof, they would have been discovered long ago. Changfeng poked his head out from the tree, saw Feng Qingqian, and clutched several broken pieces of tile in his hand. His face was even darker than the moonlit night, and he simply pulled his head back in. What is His Majesty doing, sneaking around on the roof of Weiyang Palace so late at night? After watching for a long time and still unable to figure it out, just as he was about to ask, he heard His Majesty crush the tile in his hand. If he went over now, it would probably be more than just the tile getting crushed might be next. But at least now he understood why His Majesty was sneakily hiding on the roof. He was eavesdropping on the young Empress's every move. Who would have thought that the young and valiant Emperor would have such a peculiar hobby? With that thought, Changfeng's imagination started to run even wilder. Could His Majesty be eavesdropping on him like this too? With vivid images flashing through his mind, Changfeng immediately slipped away. He even deliberately knocked out 2 of my teeth. Don't think I'm just a kid, I don't buy it. There's no way there are that many coincidences. It was obviously on purpose. Then, with a sudden snap, the 2 people talking were startled. This time, Qinghua heard it loud and clear. There was no way that was a cat or any other animal. So she went outside the shop to take a look. What's going on? Miss, it's probably just some loose tiles on the roof that fell down. I've already reported it, and a roofer will come to fix it tomorrow. Qinghua glanced around uneasily, but didn't see anything unusual. Only then did she return to the shop. Ming Yao sat in a chair and glanced at a certain emperor, Song Chi-chi, who was having breakfast. Why didn't you go to court this morning? Someone doesn't look too happy.
I'm not like a pig who can sleep until the sun's high in the sky. Morning court has already been postponed for quite a while.
Ming Yao was still young and rather naive, unable to keep up with her train of thought. But she did realize that she was deliberately calling herself a pig, so she retorted, "Well, aren't you also having breakfast? Here you are eating again." "Then aren't you a pig too? A big wild boar from Black Mountain?" Ming Yu's words nearly made Feng Qingchen explode with anger, but she couldn't very well admit that she had already eaten. It was true, but she had come over specifically to keep her company. Did she look like the kind of person who would do something like that? Ming knew. This little girl is just heartless and careless. Ever since Qinghua entered the palace, she's clung to Qinghua for everything, eating, drinking, even going to the bathroom without sparing a single thought for her emperor husband.
Has Changfeng's swordsmanship improved? Your Majesty's skills with the sword are becoming more refined by the day. I believe that in a few years, you will be invincible.
Feng Qingchen nodded very seriously.
Very good.
Did the Imperial Kitchen make sweet and sour pork for me today? Well, you'll have to ask His Majesty yourself. His Majesty is waiting. How would I dare to peek? What dishes are there? Your Highness is the Empress. You shouldn't be indulging in food all day. Hey, Qinghua, is it really okay to say that about a child? Only if a child eats well can they grow up healthy. Qinghua sighed helplessly in her heart. Ah, kids can be so clever. With so many people around, it's not really appropriate to say much. Whatever your Highness says is right. Feng Qingchen sat at the table. Before she saw anyone, she first heard Ming Yu's cheerful, sweet laughter. 477. You got here so fast? Ming Yu explained that he ran over with a pitter-patter.
I was playing so wildly that Yangshan even forgot the time.
The moment I saw my favorite sweet and sour pork, my eyes lit up. The chicken spirit is really great. There really is sweet and sour pork today. I'm going to eat a big bowl.
Don't eat too much.
Feng Changqian knew his temperament being a meat lover who doesn't care much for vegetables. She naturally had to restrain him. Ming Yu was clumsy with chopsticks and could barely pick anything up. Feng Qingqian came over, took a spoon, and started feeding him with it. From time to time, Ming Yu would even give instructions. Give me more meat? Less vegetables. Yung Qinghua's hand is so sore. Ayu is so pitiful. I feel like my hand is swollen. If Daddy finds out, he'll be heartbroken. Who is Qinghua? He's watched him grow up since he was little and knows his temperament inside out. So of course he can see right through these little tricks of playing the victim. You only held the incense for a short while. Stop pretending to be pitiful. I don't believe you. Ming Yu slumped over the table, feeling dejected. Qinghua is such a big child. And you're the Empress. You're already 6 years old and still can't use chopsticks. If word gets out, who knows how people will laugh at you. If anyone dares to make fun of me, I'll have them punished. Have you ever actually punished anyone with a paddle? Me? Ming Yu was stumped. She really hadn't ever paddled anyone, unlike Feng Chi-chi, that little tyrant. Oh right, I really haven't. But you, Feng Chi-chi, are always spanking me. Qinghua was speechless. In the Changla Palace?
How about it, Your Majesty? Such brilliant strategy, Miss Qinghua really did send the palace maids away, and then quietly let His Highness practice using chopsticks.
A fleeting smile appeared at the corner of Feng Qingqian's mouth. She knew Qinghua's temperament, and she knew even better the nature of this little girl, Ming Yu. If Qinghua found out that this little girl didn't even know how to use chopsticks, who knows how she'd secretly train and discipline her in private. After a few days of this, Ming Yu would be clinging to Qinghua even more. Feng Qingqian had plenty of ways to deal with this special kind of rival in love. Not much. But how else could Qinghua's strictness make the little girl realize her own worth? Qinghua, how can you treat a child so harshly? Do you have any compassion at all? No. Your Highness, you've been slacking off for half an hour already. Qinghua, sometimes you're just as annoying as Song 77. Your Highness, you can't just talk without doing anything. Ming Yu rested her face on one hand, troubled, thinking it was better when Qinghua hadn't come to the palace. As long as Song 77 is let go, if Qinghua is busy, then no one will be watching over her. The next morning, when it was time to go to the Imperial Academy, Ming Yu was even more eager than usual, standing at the shop entrance and urging Ruyi, hurry up, or we'll be late. How strange your highness is actually so enthusiastic about going to school today. That's a first. Ruyi, the maid, was puzzled. Yesterday, I saw Miss Qinghua making his highness practice using chopsticks for half the afternoon. Ruyi also laughed. Ah, no wonder. In this world, the only ones who can keep him in check, apart from His Majesty, are General Ming and Miss Qinghua. Qinghua stayed in the palace for 4 or 5 days and said there were a ton of big and small matters at the mansion waiting for him to decide. Qinghua had no choice but to pack up and return first. Minghua was happily gnawing on a chicken leg, and Qinghua thought to herself how quickly time had passed, had grown up so much in the blink of an eye. Sigh, your highness needs to learn more manners and eat less candy. When I have some free time, I'll ask for permission to come see you. Unlike before, Ming Yu didn't whine or cry. Instead, he nodded very obediently. Go ahead. I'll eat and drink well here. Why are you afraid of me? Although Ming Yu isn't very familiar with him, they have met several times.
Why are you here all by yourself?
I'm disciplining these disobedient flowers. Ming Yu looked extremely disdainful. Uncle, are you an idiot? Do you really need to ask what I'm doing? Fang Zhu was so choked up he almost exploded with anger. He'd just been looked down on by a little girl who only knew how to eat, drink, and make a mess, and didn't have a brain at all.
What's with this little girl looking at me as if I'm some kind of an absolute idiot?
Ming Yu saw him staring at her, so she simply opened her palm and said, "Is this what you want?" Feng Zhu saw a perfectly clean, smooth chicken leg bone. Wait, is this guy a dog? The bone she licked is even cleaner than what a dog could do.
Wait, what am I even thinking right now? All these messy thoughts of this little girl is totally leading me astray. No, stop it.
Ming Yu pulled her little hand back. Song Juju, do you not like this? Don't underestimate this bone. There's a secret hidden inside. Feng Qiqi treasures it a lot, you know. Feng Juju is such a girly name. But seeing the little girl's serious expression, as if the bone really did hold some incredible secret, I couldn't help but wonder, what was Feng Qingqian doing biting that bone? Could there be some secret message hidden inside? 499, actually. You're quite good looking, just a tiny bit less attractive than Feng Qiqi. As she spoke, she even deliberately gestured with her fingers. Feng Zhu wished she could snap those fair, delicate fingers of hers. Does this brat even know how to talk? Ming, you didn't care whether she was happy or not. But you were grinning so lewdly just now, that was really ugly. Feng Zhu fought the urge to strangle him. This little girl is really insufferable. Ming, you couldn't care less about his livid expression, and lazily waved her little paw. All right, Feng Juju. I'm off to deliver my gift now. Goodbye. Song Jushin saw that she was about to leave, and immediately came up with an idea.
Hey, what's the rush? It looks like there are little bugs growing on the bone in your hand. How about I take a look for you?
Ming Yu looked at her with disdain. Do you think you can fool kids like that? Do you take children for idiots? If you want me to give you the thing, fine. But you have to trade it for your treasure.
What kind of treasure could a chicken bone possibly be? I just wanted to take a look. If you won't let me, then forget it. Go ahead and leave.
Ming Yu actually left, which made Feng Zhuzing even more suspicious.
Could there really be a secret inside?
Thinking it was much better to be safe than truly sorry, Feng Zhuzing promptly stopped Ming Yu.
Wait, tell me, what kind of treasure do you truly want?
If Feng Qiqi found out she was being so underhanded, scaring people specially, that annoying Feng Juju should really be in trouble. Would she get punished for it? Her body shivered reflexively. Forget it. I won't do anything bad. I'm going to find Feng Qiqi now. Feng Zhuxing became more convinced there was a secret about the chicken bone in her hand and was less willing to let her leave.
I've got plenty of good stuff here. How about I have someone bring you a candied hawthorn tree next time? What do you think?
Ming Yu's eyes lit up for a moment, but then she shook her head. No, if Feng Qiqi found out she ate a whole candied hawthorn tree, wouldn't she beat her to death? Feng Zhuxing was still arguing with her. Hey, I just don't believe it. She can't handle a little girl. Can't you say something useful? Feng Zhushin was so angry she almost hurt herself, barely restraining the urge to hit someone as she spoke.
How about this? I have a complete set of 7 beautifully colored glazed cups I can give to you.
Ming Yu's eyes lit up, clearly interested. How about you throw in a box of pearls for me as well? Yes, pearls. This big. This big.
What does a little kid like you need so many pearls for?
None of your business.
How about I trade you for something else? Pearls that big are really hard to find. Who told you about them? Where would you even find pearls that big?
I guess I'll be leaving. Feng Zhu grew anxious.
Wait, deal.
And can you roast the candied hawthorn for me too? Make sure to deliver it to me in secret. Don't let Feng Zhiqi find out. If you dare trick me, when my father comes back, I'll complain in court and let everyone know you bullied a kid. Feng Zhu really didn't have the mind to care about all that, so she nodded perfunctorily, took the chicken bone, and almost impatiently looked it over. She found there were no hidden mechanisms, broke the chicken bone into pieces, and still didn't see anything inside.
What? There's nothing at all.
There is. Doesn't it have the flavor of roast chicken? She really couldn't understand this fool Feng Zhu what could possibly be inside a chicken bone. Feng Zhu felt a surge of anger welling up inside her.
Ming Yu, are you daring to mess with me?
Ming Yu wasn't afraid of him at all. Although it was true he was Feng Qiqi's older brother, she was the Empress. Feng Qiqi had said that even when meeting the Emperor and Empress, one must bow and pay respects. How am I messing with you? This is just a chicken leg bone. What else did you think it was? Feng Zhu's face stiffened. Thinking back, Ming Yu had indeed said it was a chicken bone. You could say, this is a treasure with a secret.
But I don't see anything secret about this chicken bone.
Ming Yu's little eyes darted around, and she immediately grinned. To a child, it's a secret. You're an old person. Of course you wouldn't understand. I'm not going to argue with you. Even if you regret getting my secret, if you dare to act like a cheater, just wait for me to report you. Ming Yu was trying to scare him. Although his chicken bone really wasn't worth much, he'd already given it away, so that was a fair trade. Feng Zhu clenched his teeth in frustration.
Fine. I'll definitely bring it to you tomorrow.
Ming Yu was overjoyed. If everyone were such big fools, wouldn't I be able to trade for all kinds of treasures? Feng Zhu was still fuming not far away, but the worst part was, he had nowhere to vent his anger. If someone with ulterior motives found out, they'd definitely think he was up to no good, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. And he even had to swallow it with a smile. The next day, Feng Zhushin really did keep his word and brought over a bunch of candied hawthorns. Ming Yu was so happy he could hardly contain himself, but just as he took the candied hawthorns, he heard Feng Qingqian's threatening voice.
If you dare eat that, I'll break the rest of your teeth.
Ming Yu looked pitifully at the candied hawthorns, then cautiously glanced at Feng Qingqian. Feng Qingqian sighed helplessly. How did she end up marrying such a foodie? Afraid that Feng Qingqian would punish her, Ming Yu muttered softly. It was Feng Zhuju who insisted on giving it to me. There was nothing I could do.
Your mouth is on your own facito. You really think someone could force you at knife point?
Feng Qingqian had come over after receiving word, wanting to ask why Feng Zhushin, of all people, would suddenly bring candied hawthorns to Ming Yu. Given his temperament, he'd probably rather give Ming Yu poison than let her eat candied hawthorns. Ming Yu fidgeted, guilty and silent.
Take the candied hawthorns to Weiyang Hall and share them out. Tell them to come eat them in front of the Empress.
Feng Qingqian, you truly annoying thing. How can you be so incredibly heartless and uncaring?
Truly. Only a real man can be so ruthless. What a fine gentleman you are, little flying lord. Your Majesty, this move is both wicked and brilliant. I'm in awe.
Ming Yu was still busy wiping away her tears. Feng Qingqian pulled him over. He still stubbornly refused to come. Feng Qingqian simply picked him up like an eagle grabbing a chick and used her fingertips to wipe his tears away.
Still crying? Cry as much as you want this time. I'll wipe your tears all at once so you don't get your clothes dirty.
Humph! Feng Qingjing, you're bullying me. When you're old, I won't beat you to death, and I'll even feed you cabbage every day.
Your Highness, are you a demon? How dare you hurt His Majesty's feelings like that? Why would the Feng Zhuxin ever think of sending you something?
Ming Yu was about to speak, her voice still choked with tears.
If you dare lie, I'll rip out your tongue.
It was something I traded with him for yesterday.
What thing? Could it be that Feng Zhuxin has set his sights on him? Ming Yu lowered her head and said very cautiously, a chicken drumstick bone. What? Did the prince get his head stuck in a door, or was he kicked by a donkey?
Really? I really traded that chicken bone with him. If you don't believe me, ask Ru Yi. When I went out, I was holding a chicken bone. Ming Yu recounted exactly how she traded the chicken bone. I actually didn't want to trade at first, but he gave me so many treasures. It's just that when he got the chicken bone, he seemed a bit unhappy. Feng Qingqian's expression was unusually stern. She was well aware of Feng Zhuxin's intentions. At the time, she must have thought that there was some secret letter hidden in the chicken bone Ming Yu was carrying, which is why she was willing to pay such a high price to trade for it. Feng Zhuxin's biggest flaw is that she's both overly suspicious and quick to recover from setbacks. Ming Yu was afraid that Feng Jinqinhua was already thinking up some new way to deal with her. I know I was wrong, so can't I just not want it anymore? Who would have thought Feng Zhuju was so gullible? I just said a few things to coax her, and she believed me.
What else hasn't she brought over yet?
A big box of pearls, and also a set of rainbow-colored glass cups. Ming Yu poked her little finger, carefully watching her expression.
Familiar? Why wouldn't it be familiar? Everything in the world is real. What's so strange about taking back what's yours?
That's not what you said just now. Changes attitude faster than flipping a page, Ming Yu muttered.
What did you say?
Ming, you shook her head, looking all obedient. No, nothing.
I heard you. You said I changed my attitude quickly.
Ming Yu complained inwardly, thinking she heard it but still asked on purpose.
From now on, stay away from her. Don't eat anything she gives you. Don't take anything from her yourself. Who knows what kind of dirty things might be on them.
Ming Yu only half understood and nodded blankly.
Oh my gosh, Your Majesty truly is the most cunning and craftiest fox. So, the primary reason he generously gave all of the candied hawthorns to the palace staff earlier was to meticulously confirm whether there was any hidden poison in any of them, was it not?
Later in the afternoon, Feng Zhuxin really did send over the remaining items.
This Feng Zhushu really is loaded.
Your Highness, don't get any bad ideas. If His Majesty finds out, who knows how he'll punish you.
I won't share any of my treasures with her.
Ming Yu still remembers the grudge from this morning. Feng Qiqi is always bullying her. When she gets a bit older in a couple of years, she's definitely going to stand up and fight back.
Your Highness, take a good look. Once you're done, count them and send them back to His Majesty.
So, feelings are just something she gets to glance at. This is mine. Feng Zhushu gave it to me.
Your Highness, everything belongs to His Majesty.
Chang Feng put the things away and strolled back, tossing out a remark.
All right, Your Highness, the 7-colored glazed lamp is already being used by His Majesty.
Ming Yu rolled her eyes. If she weren't young and healthy, she would have been angered to death by that scoundrel Feng Qiqi. Ming Yu thought Feng Qingqingchuang was awful. She decided she would never speak to Feng Qi again, ever. But the next moment, she wondered, isn't forever a bit too long? What if she wanted to eat phoenix tail fish? Maybe she should change it, silently erasing forever in her heart and replacing it with 10 years. Wait, isn't 10 whole years still a little bit too long, perhaps? Forget it. Let's make it 3 days. Little ancestor, you really have a backbone. Those 10 years turned into 3 days in the blink of an eye. Honestly, with her temperament, even 3 hours would be a stretch. Sure enough, when Xiao Shungzi came to call her for fish, Ming Yu ran off even faster than a rabbit. Your Highness, you just swore that you wouldn't talk to His Majesty for at least 3 days. Ming Yu blinked. Did I? Who cares? Anyway, it was the me from earlier who said that, not the me now. We already tried 3 times yesterday. Why do we have to try again today? Your Highness, this is not something to be careless about. The Emperor and Empress's attire represents the dignity of the Nanyu Kingdom. If they are not dignified, it affects the reputation of the entire Nanyu kingdom. You can't eat face, though. Then who is it that, whenever His Majesty spanks them in public, gets so upset they sulk for days? Thursday. That's because it hurts. Your Highness, please walk slower. Don't fall. If you fall, the whole world will probably be laughing until next year. Who told you to make the clothes so incredibly heavy and excessively long?
Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress speaks.
Fang Qingqian walked over, holding her hand, and led her out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony.
Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Long live the Empress. May you live for thousands of years.
Rise.
Mingyu looked at the scattered envoys and the piles of gifts behind them and grew curious. What kind of treasures do you think they have inside those boxes?
Look at you, so impressed.
Well, I'm just standing here with nothing to do.
You'd better stand properly. Once the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows are done, you can go back.
Mingyu replied lazily. Oh, all right. After standing for quite a while, Mingyu started to get sleepy.
No dozing off.
Mingyu muttered. Who knew they'd do the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows and come in batches too, at this slow pace? How long are they going to keep bowing? After nearly half an hour of this grand procession, it was finally over.
Your Highness, you must mind your manners.
My legs are about to give out. Who cares about etiquette at this point? Mingyu's legs were so weak she could barely walk, and just thinking about having to receive more tributes in the afternoon made her feel even worse. Your Highness, please rest a bit longer. There are still the envoys' families coming to pay their respects this afternoon. What gave Mingyu a bit of comfort was that she could sit in the afternoon, though sitting for several hours straight wasn't easy either. Don't worry, Your Highness. We'll make sure the cushions are extra soft, so you'll be perfectly comfortable. Inside the Weiyang Palace.
Greetings to the Empress. Long live Your Majesty. May you live for thousands and thousands of years.
Rise. You may be seated. So it turns out Nanyu likes to make little children empresses. I heard that when Nanyu chooses an empress, she must be of the most noble and auspicious background. Your Majesty, your father must be very powerful, right? I heard that when Your Majesty was born, the fiery clouds turned into a phoenix. My father is a general in the current dynasty. Oh, just a general? The disdain in her tone couldn't be more obvious. Base is just a small vassal state. But my father is known as the greatest war god general in the world. Many years ago, he defeated Base 3 times, leaving them utterly routed. I remember at home, we still have the spoils from your king of Base kneeling and begging for peace. You, whatever your name is, if you're not convinced, my father will defeat you again until you are.
Ah, Your Majesty, please forgive us. The Saintess didn't mean it that way.
If someone else said this, it might be a joke. But coming from the Empress, who holds the power of life and death over the world, it's no joke. Princess, even though you are the Saintess, have you forgotten the Queen's earlier instructions? They are here to seek peace, not to start a war.
Ariel was being thoughtless. Please forgive her, Your Majesty.
Mingyu snorted and ignored him. That Aurilo, he would remember this grudge. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Our small country has always been like a frog at the bottom of a well. Because of Aurilo, everyone in the Weiyang Palace was in a bad mood. After just a few words, Mingyu dismissed them all. His Highness appreciates that everyone here has traveled a long way and endured hardships. So please, all distinguished guests, return to your rooms and rest for now. The envoy from the matriarchal dynasty was the last to remain. It seems Madam has something to say. I have come at my aunt's request to see the heir of Baiming. However, as a woman from a matriarchal country, if I were to visit him directly, it might arouse unnecessary suspicion. Therefore, I ask Your Majesty, the Empress, to help and invite the heir of Baiming into the palace for a meeting. Mingyu nodded. Oh, there will be a banquet in 2 days. His Majesty will surely appreciate the deep affection and loyalty of the Lady Sovereign. In that case, I thank Your Majesty and the Empress for making this possible.
He certainly knows how to come up with ideas. He always tries to avoid suspicion. But even if he goes, he won't be able to see Bai Mingran. The Prince of Qing's residence has always been the most wary of the matriarchal dynasty. He didn't dare speak to me directly, so he came to you instead.
But isn't that Pan Qing the birth mother of the Bai Ming heir? A lifesaver? Ming Yu tilted her head, not quite understanding.
The Bai Ming heir's biological father died early. There are rumors that this Pan Qing is not his stepmother, but his real mother.
Ming Yu listened with great interest. So, is Pan Qing actually the mother of the Bai Ming heir or not?
Sigh, I don't know either. I'm afraid only the Empress of the matriarchal dynasty, or the now deceased Pan Qing would know.
So there really is a female emperor. Ah, that's wonderful. I want to be a female ruler too, so I can spank certain people every day.
I think you're just asking for trouble. I don't know if you can become a female ruler, but your butt is definitely going to get spanked.
Ming Yu was startled, afraid he might actually go through with it, and quickly ran off. The palace banquet 2 days later was set to be held at Changzhi Terrace. Ming Yu arrived earlier than Feng Qingqian. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Ming Yu nodded. You all may continue. Ming Yu was young and also the Empress, so no one present dared to speak with her. It was actually Ming, his legitimate wife, Ming Lishi, who spoke up first. Now that Your Highness has become the Empress, you truly are extraordinary. This phoenix hairpin is indeed unparalleled in its magnificence, Ming. You didn't particularly like this eldest aunt from her family. There was always a calculating look in her eyes, and her words were often quite sharp. Does Madame Minghe like the phoenix hairpin? Ah, ha ha. Your Highness must be joking. How could I dare to harbor such presumptuous thoughts? I just think this phoenix hairpin is truly exquisite and perfectly suits Your Highness's status. Indeed, Madam. As the Prime Minister's legitimate wife, and with him being his trusted minister, you naturally stand as one with him loyal to the sovereign, serving the Emperor and Empress. How could you harbor any presumptuous intentions? The clear, crisp voice was neither servile nor overbearing, yet it was laced with unmistakable sarcasm. Jinghua, this servant greets Her Majesty the Empress. His Majesty said that, in order to prevent certain petty people from secretly harboring ulterior motives, he has sent me to attend to Her Majesty the Empress. Ming Lishi's expression was unpleasant, but she could only endure it in silence. Your Highness, that person is clumsy with words and lacks proper understanding. She must have spoken out of turn because of her ties to the Ming family. I beg Your Highness for forgiveness. In other words, it's implying that now that Yu Qing has become empress, she no longer respects her elders. Jinghua forgot that the Ming general's manor and the Ming prime minister's manor are not the same family. This is something everyone in the world knows. Ming, his face turned pale. Those words made it sound as if he was forcing himself to be a gracious host. Jinghua, stay here and watch things for me. I'm leaving the palace. Jinghua looked at her with suspicion. She didn't seem at all like someone urgently needing the restroom. Fortunately, Ming Yu was quick-witted and called over a nearby young palace maid to go with her. Ming Yu strolled along with a cheerful smile, taking her time for a few steps before finding a pavilion to sit down in. Oh no, where did my bracelet go? Hurry and help me look for it. The young palace maid grew anxious when she heard this as well. Your Highness, what kind of bracelet did you lose? It's a thin golden bracelet with a pearl about this big on it. Ming Yu gestured seriously to show the size. I think I dropped it on the way here. Go and have a look quickly. But Your Highness, you'll be here all alone. Losing a bracelet is nothing, but losing face would be a disaster. Ming Yu pointed at the guards patrolling all around. Look, there are people everywhere. Where could I possibly get lost? Besides, with all these lights, do you really think there could be monsters here that eat people? The young palace maid bowed and hurried off at last. Ming Yu watched her walk a few steps away, then chuckled and took a deep breath of the fresh air. Ah, it's so much freer outside. It was suffocating in there.
Hurry up, someone's having an argument. Let's go take a look. Who would be so brainless, daring to make a scene in the palace?
There's something this interesting going on. Who is Princess Zushin arguing with? Will it turn into a fight? As soon as Ming Yu heard this, she immediately perked up and quickly followed in the direction the guards had gone. Is it interesting to watch?
Hey, is it interesting? Why are they just arguing and not actually fighting?
gods hid in bushes, gloating.
Hey, that young lady in the pink dress, whose family is she from? She's got quite a look in her eyes.
Ali Luo from the Base tribe.
Big brother really knows his stuff.
No, it wasn't me who said that.
Guard A looked at Guard B. Guard B looked at the others, and they shook their heads. Guard A panicked. Then who said it?
Oh no, there's a really scary ghost right there.
The guards ran off faster than rabbits. Are they picking on her because she's short? Couldn't they at least turn around and look at him before running off? Is he really so short that no one even notices him anymore? You, from that savage tribe, how dare you call yourself a beauty with just that little bit of looks? Ali Luo wasn't one to be messed with. Furious, she slapped Su Qing hard across the face. Yeah, hit her even harder.
Who do you think will ultimately win the game?
Ming Yu was startled by the sound, looked around, and found nothing unusual. Just as she was wondering, she saw a young man leap down from a tree. Who are you, Ming? You didn't recall ever seeing him before.
I am Bai Mingren, the heir apparent. You must be that little empress, right?
A hint of surprise flashed in Ming Yu's eyes. So this was Bai Mingren. She turned away to watch Zuishan and Ali Luo fighting.
How about we make a bet? I actually think that Princess Zuishan has a good chance of winning.
Boring. She was actually looked down on by a shorty, and even called childish?
I bet you just don't dare to gamble.
Don't try to goad me, I'm not falling for that. An even more disdainful look. Bai Mingren was furious, wishing she could knock some sense into her little head.
Why is this little empress so annoying? She's not cute at all.
But when he thought of her rosy little face, her delicate, flawless skin, and those big watery eyes, she actually looked pretty cute if. Only her personality wasn't so infuriating. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Bai Mingren changed the subject.
Do you know exactly why they started fighting?
Ming Yu stared at him without even blinking. Why?
Because of me, of course. That silly princess kept following me around, and I got so annoyed that I deliberately praised that so-called saintess. Then Zuishan just exploded.
Ming Yu felt even more contempt for her twisted sense of humor, even though she disliked both of them as well. Looking at Bai Mingren, Ming Yu suddenly felt like playing a trick on her. The fight is getting pretty intense. Why don't we sneak up ahead and take a look? Why do I feel like Ali Luo is going to win?
No way. Don't be fooled by how small Zuishan Isher skills were personally taught by the king of Nangshuan.
Ming Yu's eyes curved into a smile. Suddenly, she turned around and kicked Bai Mingren out. Bai Mingren's head felt light, and she fell flat on her face. Then, quickly darted behind the bushes to escape. When Ming Yu returned, Qinghua was pacing back and forth at the palace gate of Change Terrace. Seeing Ming Yu's figure, she rushed over. Where have you been, little ancestor? Ruyi sent a lot of people to look for you. Did I get my bracelet back? Afraid of being scolded, Ming Yu first asked about her bracelet. The bracelet was found a long time ago. His Majesty has already gone inside. 2. Have a stomachache. After leaving the palace, I saw some people fighting on the way, so I stopped to watch for a bit. Xinhua didn't bother arguing with her and just brought her into the banquet. Ming Yu sat next to Fang Qingqing. Ming Yu clumsily tried to pick up food with her chopsticks, but after a long while, she still couldn't get hold of the golden crab meat. Ming Yu pouted, stubbornly refusing to give up. Feng Qingqian glanced over, picked up her own chopsticks, and gently tapped Ming Yu's hand.
Eat properly, no mischief.
Shao Shunzi was worrying himself sick on the side.
Your Majesty, you're practically becoming Her Highness's nanny. You are indeed a son of heaven, so many people are watching you intensely.
What? It smells so good.
I was just checking to see how long your ears have gotten.
Feng Qingqian glanced at her.
Your Highness, this is the fine nectar wine presented by the envoys.
Ming Yu froze just as she was about to eat the crab roe and stopped eating after hearing Shao Shunzi's words. Did they really put poison in Feng Qiqi's food? Seeing that Feng Qiqi was about to drink the wine, Ming Yu didn't dare to say outright that it was poisoned. What if there wasn't any poison, and Feng Juju found out she had been eavesdropping? Wouldn't she be killed for it? Ming Yu bit her lip and secretly picked up her chopsticks, about to take something from the plate in front of Feng Qingqian. I want to eat this. But as luck would have it, she accidentally knocked over the imperial wine pot beside the table. The crisp, loud sound made everyone involuntarily look toward the two people at the head of the table. Mingyu looked on, anxious to death. What should I do? What should I do? Why is everyone staring at her so intently? Tiu didn't do it on purpose. Feng Qingqian thought she had cut her hand, so she held Mingyu's hand and examined it carefully, only then quietly letting out a sigh of relief.
Just let Xiao Shungji clean it up.
This girl has been mischievous so many times. Breaking a wine pot is nothing. Even if she broke the imperial seal or jade stamp, it wouldn't scare her. Feng Qingqian saw that she was still crying, so she simply got up, picked her up, gave Xiao Shungji a look, and then left.
Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. The Empress is feeling unwell, so His Majesty will escort her back to the palace.
Qi, I'm telling you, don't go to the banquet.
What's actually wrong with this?
Feng Qingqian noticed her unusual behavior. This wasn't her first time attending a banquet. She was never like this before. She seemed to have a trace of fear.
Did you see something? Or did someone scare you? Don't be afraid.
I don't know. What if it's poisoned? I only overheard it by accident. Then, Mingyu told Feng Qingqian what had happened before Feng Zhuxing was lured away that day. It was a bit far, so I'm not sure if it was Feng Zhuzhu who said it, but then I saw her. I don't know if I misheard. Mingyu was a bit conflicted and uncertain. He had only vaguely heard something about the wine presented by the envoys being poisoned, and coincidentally, tonight he really did bring wine.
It's quite all right. Please don't be afraid. They don't know anything.
She turned around and called out. Changfeng! Changfeng entered from the outer hall.
After the banquet is over, go and keep an eye on things nearby. Quietly go and fetch the broken wine cup and wine pot, and bring the remaining wine as well. Remember, don't let anyone find out. Find a way to get Feng Zhuxing out of here. You're pretty bold. Why were you crying just now?
Mingyu stopped and stuck his head out. That was because I pinched my own thigh to make myself cry. Feng Qingqian was helpless as she watched her quickly stretch her leg out from under the blanket. On her delicate, flawless, jade-like leg, there was a faint mark. Well, I was afraid that if Feng Zhuzhu really found out, and if it really was her, wouldn't she find a chance to kill me to silence me? You're quite clever. Feng Qingqian was both exasperated and amused, and got up to fetch the medicine. A small bottle of premium mutton fat bath oil contained a clear ointment, which was only applied to her leg after being warmed in the palm. Wow! It even smells like flowers. Feng Qingqian was just about to speak when, unexpectedly, there was a knock at the door.
Your Royal Majesty.
Feng Qingqian tucked her leg back in and pulled the blanket over.
Come in. Take it and have someone examine it carefully. They said it was non-toxic and everything was normal.
Understood. As Changfeng withdrew, he heard Mingyu sigh. Ah, if I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered. I knew it. How could I be so unlucky to run into all this? Then she turned her head to glance at Feng Qingqian. I did this for your own good, Feng Qiqi, so you're not allowed to punish me.
Am I really that kind of a person?
Mingyu shook her head, and before Feng Qingqian could feel joy, she said, No, you are that kind of person. Huh? It smells so good. Why isn't Feng Qi coming back to eat? His Majesty is talking with Prince Qi. I heard that the heir of Baiming seems to have had an allergic reaction. He broke out in little bumps all over his body. Mingyu felt even more guilty today. If Feng Qiqi found out that she had deliberately put yang-absorbing powder on the tree and played a trick on the heir of Baiming, would Feng Qiqi spank her? Feeling guilty, Mingyu had been carefully avoiding Feng Qingqian these past 2 days. Wherever Feng Qingqian appeared, she made sure not to wander around there.
The little Empress herself.
Hearing that familiar voice, she immediately turned around cautiously and saw Baiming Ran behind her. Baiming Ran's fair, clean skin was now covered with dense red spots, making him look a bit ugly and somewhat sleazy. What's wrong with you?
You know exactly what's going on.
Baiming Ran stared at her, a hint of anger in his eyes. You may be young, but you're full of tricks. You actually used yang-absorbing powder to mess with me.
Don't think that just because His Majesty pretends not to know. I don't know it was you.
Didn't you also play tricks on Zushin and that Ali Luo? My father said that anyone who bullies girls is not a real man. Bai Mingran was annoyed, but there was nothing he could really do to her. It wasn't because of her status as Empress, but rather she was just a little girl. He couldn't actually lay a hand on her, could he? The main thing was, she was actually kind of cute.
If I tell Grandpa that these red rashes on me were caused on purpose by someone, and as it happens, I know exactly who it was.
Go ahead, tell him. Worst case, I'll just get a beating. Ming Yu was clearly scared, but she stubbornly refused to admit it, even instinctively covering her butt.
But I'm not that petty of a person. Not at all. In fact, I truly am not. As long as you call me Brother Bai Ming, I'll pretend none of this ever happened.
Ming Yu rolled her eyes, a bit disdainful. Feng Chi, what are you doing here?
Bai Mingran didn't suspect anything and turned around to look.
Ming Yu took the opportunity to run away, but the little girl was, after all, still young, had short legs, and no martial arts skills, so Bai Mingran caught her in just a few steps. Ming Yu struggled and said, I am the Empress. Just wait, I'll have someone come and give you a beating. Bai Mingran glanced around, picked her up, and suddenly leapt up, stuffing her into a dense tree.
If you honestly admit your mistake, I'll let you down. How about it?
Humph. Kill me, but don't humiliate me.
Well then, just stay up there and enjoy the cool air. If any snakes or bugs come by later, they'll bite.
Don't you start crying now. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old kid? They spray sulfur and insecticide in the palace every day. Where would you even find a snake? Bei Mingran was so annoyed that he decided to ignore him and pretended to walk away. Ming Yu clung to the tree trunk, too scared to move, and shouted several times at the top of his lungs. Is anyone there? Help! Help! Stop shouting. This is the back area. Hardly anyone comes by. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, it won't help. Why would I shout myself hoarse? Who is Shout Horse? Bei Mingran stumbled, deciding to let it go. It's not the scheming empress he fears, but an illiterate one. He finally understood there was no point in talking more with this little girl. Today, he was determined to teach her a lesson. When Feng Qingqian heard that Ming Yu wasn't around, Ming Li had just entered the palace. Ruyi kept her head down, nervously twisting the hem of her skirt, not daring to make a sound. Why are you still standing here? If you can't find the Empress, all of you will be executed by the staff. Ming Yu grew anxious when she heard this as well.
Did you check the dog hole from last time?
Your Majesty, it was sealed up long ago. It was filled with blue bricks, and mewed even 10 6-year-old children couldn't dig through it.
What are you standing around for? Ming Li was more anxious than anyone, and as he spoke, he rushed out. He only had one daughter in his whole life. If anything happened to her, he wouldn't have the will to go on living. Everyone in the palace was anxiously coming and going, but it was Ming Yu who woke up, and upon hearing a few palace maids searching for someone nearby, finally called out, "Help!" You've been out of line for too long because no one's been disciplining you. You really need to talk less. Why don't you just fly up to the sky? Dad, my ear is about to fall off. It's about to fall off. I just fell asleep up there. Feng Qingqian saw her little wife, whom she had raised herself, being pitifully tugged like that, and immediately felt displeased. Without showing any emotion, she pulled her over to her side. Ming Yu, in perfect sync, hid behind her thigh. Oh, you really are so carefree. If you ask me, even if human traffickers sold you off, you'd still be able to fall asleep. I couldn't get down. I was really desperate too, Dad. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered something important. With Ming Yu's tiny arms and legs, and not knowing any lightness skills, how did she get up there? Tears immediately welled up in Ming Yu's eyes. Daddy, you truly have no idea just how incredibly bad that Prince Baiming actually is. He cruelly hung your beloved daughter up in a tall tree, and then, to make matters worse, he wanted to starve me completely to death. Your precious daughter was all alone, completely isolated, up in that tall tree, feeling scared and incredibly hungry. I'm only 6 years old. How truly pitiful and utterly helpless is that situation? Cheng Fen couldn't quite follow Mingyu's logic.
Isn't this just lying with your eyes wide open? She was supposedly worried and scared up in the tree, so she fell asleep.
Who are you trying to fool? But Mingli doted on his daughter, and as soon as he heard this, his anger flared up.
That brat Baiming ran.
With a whoosh, he disappeared in the blink of an eye.
General Ming, please listen to me. What's the point in listening to you? Wasn't it you who put my daughter up in that tree?
Mingli, full of resentment, said, "It's lucky she has good fortune. Such a wonderful daughter. If she'd fallen, she could have broken an arm or a leg, or even ended up brain damaged."
Hey, General Ming, I was just playing a joke on her. Then when I came back, Grandpa pulled me aside for a couple of cups of tea, and I completely forgot. I really didn't do it on purpose.
Over an hour later, Mingli sent Bei Minggran back, covered in bruises and sporting a black eye.
Ow, 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 ha ha, ouch, old Master Shu. Forget it. Forget it. Just find yourself an apprentice or something. If that doesn't work, even a young eunuch or palace maid will do. Hey, Prince, you have to believe in me. I have been practicing medicine for more than 50 years. I dare to say that I am experienced. If I rank first, no one dares to rank second. Oh.
Prince Baiming was truly in tears.
Oh, what sin have I committed? It was just a minor injury with some internal damage, but old Master Shu, with his failing eyesight, diagnosed it as a serious wound. My handsome flower-like face.
Why did they have to find him the most experienced one? The most skilled individual available?
Imperial Physician Shu, over 70, is about to retire and return home. He's practiced medicine for over 50 years, very experienced, but his legs and eyes don't work as they used to.
Hee! You really are cunning and sly. Feng Qingqian wasn't too pleased with the way he complimented her, half squinting at him. Shrewd and calculating, you mean? Sigh. Feng Qingqian was helpless. The scariest thing wasn't that the Empress was young, but that she was completely illiterate.
If you say one more thing about my so-called old age, I'll have your teeth pulled out.
Mingyu covered her mouth and fell silent. Feng Qingqian just couldn't let it go.
I'm only 14 or 15. Right in my youth, how am I old?
You're more than 7 years older than me, you know.
Looks to me like your teeth are useless too.
Feng Qingqian threatened slowly. Mingyu immediately cowered, shaking her head. No, I was wrong. Feng Qingqian was about to get up. Just then, Xiao Shunzi, who had gone to fetch tea, still hadn't returned. Feng Qingqian was about to get up to ask why the tea hadn't arrived yet, but Mingyu thought she was really coming to pull out her teeth, panicked, and, like a ball, flung herself forward. Feng Qingqian wasn't prepared at all, so when she was suddenly bumped into like that, she leaned back and fell onto the soft couch. Xiao Shunzi came in carrying the water.
Oh dear, this servant is guilty. This servant didn't see anything.
But in his heart, he was both amazed and surprised. My goodness, Her Majesty the Empress is so young, yet she dares to throw herself at His Majesty.
What? Are you planning to wait for me to pick you up?
Ming, you grabbed onto her bright yellow nightgown and simply acted shamelessly. If you're not angry and don't pull out my teeth, I'll get up. Then, as if on cue, Feng Qingqian's nightgown loosened unexpectedly, revealing a swath of fair, bare skin. Ming, you noticed there was even a faint bite mark on her chest. Wow, your birthmark is really strange. It looks like a bite mark from a puppy. Feng Qingqian's face darkened. That was you who bit me. Nonsense. Don't blame it on me. I remember it very clearly. Feng Qingqian pulled her aside, got up, and pointed at the bite mark on her own chest. This really wasn't from a dog, and it's definitely not a birthmark. You bit me when you were just over a year old. Mingyu covered her eyes and said, You silly pervert, taking your clothes off.
Thursday. You were the one who tore my clothes open.
Feng Qingqian gritted her teeth, her expression extremely unpleasant. Mingyu lowered her head and let out an "oh," then simply put her hand down, asking uncertainly again and again, You really bit me? You even remember me when I was little?
More than that, I've known you since you were born.
When Mingyu was young and saw the newborn Mingyu, she already knew this little girl was bound to be a troublemaker who loved getting into mischief. Feng Chi, you're really lucky. I had just been born and you already got such a big advantage. Feng Qingqian curled her finger and knocked her on the head. This is a fateful misfortune. Mingyu rubbed her head and argued, who knows, maybe you were secretly delighted about it. Someone like you'd looking, fierce, with a bad temper, your only redeeming qualities are that you look decent and have a bit of money. If your father hadn't hurried to arrange a marriage for you, you'd be a lifelong bachelor. But I'm different. Look at me, I'm cute and good-looking, have a great temper, a good appetite, and everyone likes me. In Mingyu's opinion, Feng Qingqian was always smacking her wife on the butt. At the drop of a hat, though, could any girl genuinely like her? Feng Qingqian was furious. Being younger, all she could do was pinch Mingyu's cheek hard to vent her anger. Just based on her looks alone, she could charm everyone from elderly women in their 70s or 80s to children as young as 3. Not to mention, with her imperial status, there were countless people in the world. But she was the only one who didn't care about being the empress. Nor did she care about her at all. I had really strong teeth when I was little. Feng Qingqian didn't know what got into her, but her ears suddenly turned bright red. Are you cold? Let's just sleep. Oh, come on, seriously. It was just a wet nurse who's barely weaned herself that touched me. What's the big deal? Is that really a reason for my ears to turn red for no reason? Feng Chiqi? Mingyu kept pestering her. Feng Qingqian opened her eyes in annoyance. Since you've known me since I was born, then you must know my mother. Tell me about my mother. Feng Qingqian hadn't expected her to suddenly say that. She thought for a long time, but didn't know where to begin. Mingyu clutched her blanket, her voice full of grievance and pity. Daddy said Mom went far away, but I'm already 6 years old and she still hasn't come back. Do you think she's forgotten about me?
Of course not. No mother would ever forget the child that came from her own flesh and blood.
She could truly empathize with Mingyu's feelings. Her own mother had passed away right after giving birth to her.
Your mother was very beautiful, gentle as water. Whenever I saw her, she was always dressed in blue, like a lake under the moonlight. She spoke softly, always in a gentle, quiet voice. But your father was surprisingly afraid of her. As soon as she showed even the slightest hint of displeasure, no matter how firm his principles were, they would immediately vanish. When you were just a month old, the emperor liked to bring you over from Weiyang Palace every few days. Every time your father came to pick you up, he would get really angry, but your mother would just give him a light glance, and then your father would quiet down right away.
Mingyu was still young and couldn't quite grasp these complicated emotions, so she turned to look at Feng Qingqian. Is my mother really good at martial arts?
Your mother doesn't know martial arts.
Then why is my father afraid of my mother? He's a general who fights on the battlefield and kills without batting an eye. When Feng Qingqian heard the phrase, kills without batting an eye, her eyelid twitched. Where did she learn that from? She used it in a negative way. After thinking for a long time, she finally came up with a reasonable explanation that Mingyu could understand.
Maybe your mother is so delicate and frail that your father is afraid of hurting her.
Mingyu nodded. Maybe it was because they had talked for so long, but Mingyu had never stayed up this late before. As they chatted, her eyelids began to droop, and before long, she had fallen asleep.
You really are a pig.
But his eyes were full of affection, without a trace of disdain.
You useless brat. Even if she were the empress, you put a little girl so high up in a tree. What if she fell and broke her arms or legs? How would you explain that?
Grandpa, please put me down quickly. I really can't take it anymore.
If you ever truly dare to act so recklessly and lawlessly again, I will personally break your legs myself before anyone else can even think of doing so.
After scolding him, his anger subsided. Qingqing felt sorry for his grandson.
Why didn't you call an imperial physician to take a look?
Oh no, please don't. Mingyu rubbed his hands together. These are just minor injuries that look bloody but aren't fatal. If you go and find one of those experienced imperial physicians, I figure my life would really be over. Thinking of the elderly, half-blind imperial physician Shu, Bei Mingren felt that as long as he could tough it out in this life, he would. He never wanted to see a doctor again, let alone an experienced one.
Hold it steady, or you won't have any dinner at all tonight.
Ming Yu was so angry, her little face scrunched up, and in her heart she drew countless circles cursing Feng Qiqi. Changfeng watched and couldn't help but grin.
Ming Yu may be young, but she's got quite the mind on her. At such a young age, she's already a force to be reckoned with in the harem. It's rare to see this little troublemaker get put in her place today. What? Do you want to try it too?
No, I wouldn't dare. It's just that my face is twitching a bit.
Chang Feng, are you perhaps having a seizure or something like that?
Nothing good ever comes out of a dog's mouth.
If His Majesty weren't here, she would definitely find a way to properly deal with this little demon. She secretly shot Ming Yu a threatening look. Ming Yu wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she rolled her eyes right back at her. Changfeng was angry but helpless. Feng Qingqian watched the two of them bicker, her face growing colder and colder. They even dare to flirt with each other right in front of her. Sparks are flying everywhere. If she can't bring herself to deal with this girl, can't she at least deal with the thick-skinned Chang Feng?
Oh, since it's epilepsy, then we must take it seriously. I hereby grant you a 7-day leave.
Happiness came so suddenly that Changfeng felt as if his very soul was soaring with joy upon hearing this. Changfeng was just about to kneel down in gratitude and thank her for the favor.
Let Imperial Physician Shu give you a good round of acupuncture.
The smile that had just bloomed on Changfeng's face instantly froze.
Thursday. This, Shu, Imperial Physician Shu, acupuncture.
He panicked right after.
Shu, don't force me. Didn't Imperial Physician Shu retire and return to his hometown? Oh, Imperial Physician Shu is passionate about saving lives, so he requested to stay a bit longer to teach his apprentices. He won't be leaving until next spring. Oh no, don't force me. I feel that I'm in good health and can still serve His Majesty loyally to the death, so I don't need any leave.
Thinking of Imperial Physician Shu's trembling hands, Changfeng felt that even if he were sick, he'd be instantly cured, let alone being healthy.
Ha. Hey, your turtle drawing is really ugly.
Who said that?
Song Qiqi did.
Oh, why is he so foul-mouthed? Why did I even bother asking in the first place? She felt as if she could already sense the chilling breath of death.
You just keep standing in here and sweating. Go stand outside, it's cooler out there.
Lies with your eyes wide open, there's blazing sun outside. This scheming big bad wolf? This villain, how can he lie so easily?
I actually think the paper in your hand is a bit too light. How about I find you a 1,000-year-old turtle to hold it for you?
There are no turtles to be found in the palace. Ming Yu protested fearlessly.
But there is one in Taihu Lake. Even if it's not 1,000 years old, it's at least 100 or so. Your Highness, His Majesty is concerned about the heat and is afraid you'll get sunstroke, so you should go under the beast and hold it instead.
Ming Yu's happiness lasted less than a minute before her 4 pairs of eggplant shoes became sticky and limp. The turtle had barely held it up for 2 minutes before Ming Yu started complaining that her hands were sore and she couldn't hold on any longer. Maybe the turtle felt dizzy from being shaken around, so it kept sticking its head out to protest. Oh dear, my little ancestor. If you keep doing it like this, the turtle will be tormented to death by you. Why don't you stop holding it and take a rest instead? As soon as Ming Yu heard that, she immediately put it down. Then you can't tattle on me. Just say that I was obediently holding it the whole time. Shao Shunzi was both amused and exasperated. If it weren't for the orders from the real master, how would a little eunuch like me dare to make decisions on my own? So in the future, we can say we've shared hardships together. And from now on, we'll be friends. Since we're friends, you should have a name. How about Chi? Before she could finish saying Chi, Ming Yu immediately stopped herself. Thinking of Feng Qingqian's darkened expression, she decided it was better to play it safe. If she really called it Chi, her backside would probably be in trouble by tomorrow morning. I've got it. They say turtles can live for 1,000 years, so let's call it Changshu longevity. Shao Shunzi was completely baffled. Even if you go back 3,000 years, she had never heard of any empress being friends with a turtle.
Why don't I see the most esteemed empress of our great Yan nation, What's this? Now that no one's restraining you, you're getting even more out of hand? Oh, come on. It's not easy for me to get out and travel. As the saying goes, when a general is out in the field, he doesn't have to obey every imperial order. Don't think you can use my master to pressure me, your majesty.
Nanfeng put extra emphasis on the words, Your Majesty. Just thinking about how Feng Qingqian not only married a child bride, but that bride was also his wet nurse who's 7 or 8 years younger than him, made him find it all the more amusing. Did Feng Qingqian used to have to feed her milk and change her diapers?
You might as well just become this little girl's wet nurse. As he burst out laughing, Feng Qingqian flicked his hand, and a small silver wine cup was stuffed into Nanfeng's mouth. I don't see what use that mouth of yours is anyway. It was just a couple of jokes, why? Get so worked up. I heard that, although your child bride is young, she's already grown up to be quite beautiful.
Who told you that?
Well, that's what everyone's saying all over town. Oh my, with a temper like yours, how could you possibly raise a child bride? Little girl, which palace are you a maid from? Do you know the way to Weiyang Palace?
Aren't you from the royal palace?
Of course, how could I not be? I just forgot to bring my maid in attendance with me today. Usually I'm surrounded front and back, so I didn't keep track.
You look just like a poor eunuch. What kind of servants could you possibly have? Ch! Mingyu rolled her eyes.
Ugh, fine. Where did someone so annoying come from? Young girls should speak a little more sweetly. That's how you win people over. He had never met such a sharp-tongued little girl before. Every word was like a stab to the heart. What does she mean, saying, I look like a eunuch? And she even had to emphasize that I'm poor.
You old pervert. If you want to talk, just keep your hands to yourself, or I'll scream for help. Nantian felt quite upset at being called an old pervert by a little girl of 5 or 6, and what made it worse was that she even accused him of harassment. It's not like she's Feng Qingqian, who has that peculiar fondness for raising child brides.
Child bride? Isn't Feng Qingqian's child bride exactly around 5 or 6 years old?
Are you the little Empress, Nantian? Exclaimed in surprise, his face full of disbelief.
How is she even remotely a great beauty? Calling her plain is already being polite.
With Mingyu's temperament, she can take any except being told she's not good-looking. I'm ugly. Nantian hadn't even exchanged 3 sentences before he started criticizing her looks. This is really something even an uncle could tolerate, but an aunt absolutely couldn't. Mingyu glanced at Changshou lying on the ground, wishing she could pick her up and throw her at Nantian's head. Then, her eyes flickered as an idea came to her. Aren't you going to the Weiyang Palace? I can take you there. As she spoke, she enthusiastically took Nantian's hand and said, Just keep walking that way. Follow the path and don't take any turns. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, that sweet and crisp voice, full of innocence and naivety, made Nantian believe her without even realizing it.
She's just a little girl, simple-minded, and not too bright. What kind of mischief could she possibly come up with? But when Nantian ended up hanging from a tree like an owl, on the verge of tears, she regretted ever thinking that way. Ha! So much for being simple-minded and not too bright. This little girl is nothing but trouble. Truly cunning. What happened to trust between people now? When I get back and find that little brat, I'll make sure to use the deadliest, most vicious poison, so she'll wish for death, but be unable to die, and wish for life but be unable to live.
Mingyu was hiding under the covers, eating iced grapes, and listening to Ruyi tell her the story of Chang'e flying to the moon, feeling completely at ease until a cold voice startled her so much that she broke out in goosebumps. Mingyu kicked off the blanket and sat up inside, pretending to be asleep. Feng Qingqian came in and saw the small, frail figure curled up on the couch. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Highness has already gone to bed. Feng Qingqian didn't expose her, simply let out a meaningful "oh," and stared at her back for a long time. The little one hiding under the blanket, pretending to sleep, could only hear her own pounding heartbeat. She felt even more guilty inside, then shivered and muttered, "Didn't hear, didn't hear, didn't hear." Mingyu was so angry she wanted to punch the bed. Why was she so unlucky? Even drinking cold water gets stuck in my teeth. There's no way I can keep pretending. She weakly sat up. Ah, Feng Qi, when did you get here? I had no idea. If I said I warmed this up for you on purpose, would you be touched?
Huh, what is it?
Your Highness, I don't even dare to admire the walls, but I have to admire you.
You can actually say something so outrageous?
Feng Qingqian picked up the grapes, and Mingyu immediately stuffed 2 into her mouth, quickly chewing and swallowing them.
Just take them if you want. I've had enough anyway.
I don't care for them. She turned her head away, pretending to be angry, but couldn't help sneaking glances at the grapes.
You don't really like eating them?
They're not tasty.
You say you don't like them, but you stare at them like a greedy cat, and you don't even blush when you say it.
I'm just looking, that's all.
Then, who ate the grape skins on the ground?
Looking at the plate on the ground, more than half full of grape skins. It was clear that Mingyu's appetite was not to be underestimated. If this were an ordinary household, one person could probably eat enough to feed 18 generations of hungry ancestors.
No wonder they say she was born for a life of weal at this rate. How could she survive without being rich?
Are you long-lived?
Higher?
It wasn't me anyway. As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently glanced at Rui. Rui immediately distanced herself. This is top-quality imperial tribute. I wouldn't dare eat it. Feng Qingqian pinched her cheek.
I still have something to ask you. Was it you who lured Nantian to hang from the tree?
Mingyu shook her head. Feng Qingqian kept staring at her. It wasn't me. Look at how short I am. I can't even reach the tree trunk. It's obvious this was done by Cheng Feng. Or maybe Cheng Sheng.
Cheng Feng stated that the rope was indeed crafted by the clothmaker, but that particular event occurred several days ago.
It's true the rope was made by Cheng Feng, but the trap was something that person walked into themselves. Out of so many paths, he just had to take that little trail, and then he just happened to step on the rope. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for being stupid.
If it weren't already late, and his servant hadn't noticed he was missing and come to find me, wouldn't he have been left hanging there all night?
No, that wouldn't happen. The guards come by to patrol at night, remember? We even ran into them last time. You were the one who told me that. What she said actually made it hard for Feng Qingqian to scold her. Who told her to call me ugly in the first place? If I could beat her, I'd definitely knock her teeth out.
This little girl, her heart is even smaller than her body. Ever since she was born, even before she was fully aware of things, for some reason, she just couldn't stand anyone calling her ugly or a freak. Even when she was still in swaddling clothes, if you patted her and called her a little freak, she would burst into loud wails and couldn't be soothed no matter what. She learned to care about beauty before she even learned to speak properly. Her parents didn't teach her to be blunt, but she picked up vanity first. This wicked little girl really proves that saying, the most poisonous heart is a woman's heart. The younger a woman is, the more vicious she can be. Not only did she deliberately point me in the wrong direction, she even slipped me some suffocating powder and then lured me right into her trap.
Who knows what medicine Feng Qingqian took there? Probably aren't many palace maids her age in the palace. And yet, as a poison expert, she actually fell for a little trick with suffocating powder from a mere child. Ha! It's like swallowing bitter medicine in silence. There's no way to complain about the suffering.
The more Nantian thought about it, the angrier he got. If he couldn't deal with Feng Qingqian, could he not handle this bratty kid? Go earlier next time.
Your Highness, please sit tight. This servant will push.
When Nantian heard the voice, he was even more certain this was the person who had offended him yesterday. So what if she's the Empress? Just a brave was determined to teach this kid a lesson, to let them know that his nest was not to be messed with. Mingyu glanced over and immediately saw Nantian's face, her heart tightening. Is this guy here for revenge, to cause trouble? Nantian was the Poison King's disciple, best at using poison, but unfortunately, he didn't know any martial arts. Isn't there a saying that no matter how good your kung fu is, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife? Then there's nothing to be afraid of. After all, blades and swords don't have eyes.
Step back a little higher. The palace maid saw someone approaching, but Mingyu pretended not to notice. Nantian was still thinking about which poison to use to deal with her. A mute drug? First poison her so she can't speak for 10 days or half a month. Let's see if that clever mouth of hers can still fool people. Are you here to settle a score with me?
No. Am I really the kind of person who holds grudges over every little thing? Of course I wouldn't fuss over something with a child.
Exactly. Going after a child would be worse than being an animal.
Are you insulting me?
Not at all. You haven't laid a finger on this poor, weak child, even though I know you're thinking of countless ways to torment me.
You're no child at all. You're a total troublemaker, a little demon. You even made me hang upside down for over an hour yesterday.
I was just being genuinely kind and showing you the proper way. I certainly didn't set up this elaborate trap, and if you unfortunately stumbled into it by complete accident, you absolutely cannot blame me for it.
Everyone in the harem says she lacks ambition, but when it comes to insults, she's a natural. Truly talented.
Nang Tian walked over, grabbed her by the ear, and lifted her off the swing.
Today I'm really going to teach you a lesson.
What are you doing? I'm the Empress, above all others, above millions.
These are 100 poison pills. You look so adorable, I just can't help but let you have a couple more.
Help! Help me! Changfeng, save me! Changfeng knew that Nantian was just trying to scare her a little. As long as it wasn't too much and didn't make it impossible for her to do her job, she was actually quite happy to have someone put this little girl in her place every now and then.
These 100 poison pills won't kill you, so there's no need to shout for help. It's just that after taking them, your fair and tender little face will break out in some not-so-cute blue and red spots.
You pervert. You're just jealous of how good-looking I am. The little palace maids around didn't know whether to stand still or do something, but calling for help didn't really fit the situation either. Is this even considered an assassin? Hey, what are you all just standing there for? In a moment, my ear's going to get bitten off. I'm going to find Feng Qi.
Even if you go looking for his ancestors, it won't help.
As he spoke, he stuffed the pill into Ming Yu's mouth. Ming Yu's face was full of refusal, but as soon as the pill touched her lips, she tasted the sweetness first. It's sweet! Then she realized what she had just swallowed, and her face turned as pale as frost. Did she really swallow the poison? Nantian was stunned too. He only meant to scare the little girl, but unexpectedly, she actually swallowed it by mistake. If Feng Qingqian finds out about this, there will be hell to pay. Nantian's hand loosened, and he immediately ran away in a panic. When Feng Qingqian arrived at Weiyang Hall, Ming Yu was sitting in a tree, crying in utter despair. That bad guy made me eat poison. I'm going to become incredibly ugly.
Let's see if you dare to be naughty again.
Feng Qingqian felt sorry for her again.
No, what she gave you was candy, not poison.
What? Some candy?
Wasn't it sweet when you ate it?
So, I cried for absolutely nothing? If I had only known, I would have definitely eaten a couple more, at least then my crying wouldn't have been for absolutely nothing at all. That bastard Nangong. This isn't candy at all. Her fair, tender feet now stood in stark contrast to the large patches of red and green bruises on her face. What's going on? Are you all just gonna stand there and watch His Highness's show? When Rui went to help, all she saw was a blue-faced monster without fangs. Your Highness!
Rui. Is my face really that scary? Truly indeed?
Rui gritted her teeth and forced herself to get used to it. No. I can still vaguely make out your lovely features.
That smile of yours looks even worse than crying.
Why are you still standing there? Call the imperial physician, inform His Majesty, change the hot water. Only then did the palace maids hurriedly leave. Rui wrung out a cloth with hot water and wiped Mingyu's face. You'd better not touch me. There's poison on my face, they say it's contagious. Your Highness, it's all right. I'm not afraid. Mingyu was so touched that her eyes filled with tears. Rui, you really are the best to me. When Feng Qingqian came in, she happened to hear Mingyu's words and snorted inwardly. This little ingrate just a while ago, she said Qingqian was the best person in the world, and now, only a couple of days later, she's changed her tune. As she stepped forward, she happened to catch sight of Ming, Yu's little face turning toward her. Oh, Feng Qi, do you also truly think I look as ugly as a hideous monster now?
Who said you look like one? Monsters aren't necessarily this ugly.
Ming Yu felt so hopeless. She almost wanted to die. Feng Qi, you're too much. She was so angry that tears welled up again. Right after that, as Ming Yu took a breath, a snot bubble quickly popped out, and Feng Qingqian's clear laughter burst from her chest. Even Rui couldn't help but break into laughter. Am I going to be like this for the rest of my life? A deep sense of despair enveloped her.
It's fine. Honestly, if you look at it long enough, you just get used to it.
She flopped down onto the soft couch, looking utterly lifeless. Feng Qingqian had no choice but to use food as bait to motivate her.
This morning, the Imperial Kitchen has spicy toast, Wangfu charcoal grilled tenderloin, and they even specially prepared for you a pot of overnight pickled radish and old duck soup.
I have no appetite. She looked completely disheartened.
明软色腹的。
I don't want to eat. Mingyu turned his head to the side, not wanting him to see his ugly face right now.
Let me look at you. Even if it can't be cured, at least I'll get used to it.
Without getting angry, he simply lifted his foot and kicked him. It's all that wretch Nanjian's fault. When I catch him, I have to scratch him bloody with a feather and then let Changshou bite his flesh off piece by piece. In the past, paired with his little face, it was both fierce and cute, but now he just looks ugly and fierce. Wu Shan brought the food in, and my fragrance began to spread all around.
The new imperial chef is quite good. The chicken here is tender without any gaminess, and the doneness is just right truly exquisite.
Upon hearing this, Ming Yao couldn't stay lying down any longer. She quickly got up, thinking, how could this be newly made? Isn't it just the same as always? But since she was already up, it seemed a waste not to have a few bites. Mingyu clumsily picked up a spoon, bit off a small piece, stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed thoughtfully.
This is one of your tricks.
How could this be newly made? Isn't it just the same as always? But since I'm already up, it would be a waste not to have a couple of bites. Mingyu clumsily picked up a spoon, bit off a small piece, stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed thoughtfully.
This is one of your tricks.
I scared Changshou to death. Both of them were startled. Your Highness, what are you saying? How could anything happen to Changshou? I went to get some tiny shrimp for Changshou to eat. He crouched down, and Changshou poked his head out to eat, glanced at me, and then he was so scared he hid in his shell. Am I really that scary?
Ugly, sure, but you'll get used to it over time. It's not enough to scare someone to death.
Feng Qiqi, hurry and find the imperial physician to see if there's any way to save Changshu.
The imperial physicians in the palace can only treat people. We don't have a veterinarian for now.
Mingyu held onto Feng Qingqian with one hand, and from time to time she would let out a sob as she chased after her turtle. Didn't Changfang say that if you take good care of a turtle, it can help send someone off at the end of their life? Feng Qingqian bent down to take a look at Changshou. The whole turtle had withdrawn into its shell. She placed Changshou in a little pond specially built for him, sprinkled some water, and called his name on his shell, but Changshou still didn't move. Did I really scare the turtle to death with my ugliness? Feng Qingqian looked at her pitiful appearance so ugly, it was cute and, for some reason, actually found her a bit adorable.
It's just that Changshou is in a bad mood and is hiding inside, not coming out.
Then why is he in a bad mood? He was just happily getting ready to eat. It must be because of me. Changshu, please don't die. Quick, let me take a look at Changshu. Zhang Yuan took it and examined it carefully for a long time, while Mingyu looked on nervously.
This turtle.
What? I'm afraid you're going to say it can't be saved, so we might as well roast it and eat it.
Ah, this turtle. This turtle spirit must be at least 100 years old.
Feng Qingqian shot him a cold glance.
This turtle isn't dead. It probably just hasn't gotten enough sunlight these past couple of days. A bit disappointed, but as long as you let it bask in the sun a little longer each day, it'll be fine. Remember to sprinkle some water on its shell while it's sunbathing.
Only then did Mingyu believe her and put Changshu back into the pond. Changshu, I'll make sure to give you more sun from now on. The worry she'd been carrying finally eased. Feng Qingqian ordered someone to give a reward and had Shao Shunji escort her out. After sending Dr. Zhang over, Shao Shunji still relayed Zhang Yuan's words to Feng Qingqian. I want to go, I want to go, I want to see the Phoenix Mountain. The classic of mountains and seas says there are phoenixes, and also Changyu.
Dangxu Mountain has phoenixes, Changyu Mountain has Changyu. The myths in the classic of mountains and seas can't really be trusted.
There's even Tianyu Mountain, so why isn't there a Dangxu Mountain or a Changyu Mountain? Maybe it's just because you're not well informed. Feng Qingqian pinched its pitiful little face.
All the land under heaven belongs to the king. All those who dwell on the land are his subjects. As for the lands of the 4 continents and 4 seas, Nanyu Quan is mine, of course. I know that.
I'm already like this. And you still have the heart to do that?
Actually, I think you look pretty good like this. Your Majesty, your tastes are getting heavier and heavier, and you're becoming more and more perverted. Even with a little prince like this, you still have the heart to do it. At this rate, it won't be long before you'll even be able to take a bite.
不是 go to Tianyu Mountain.
Changsheng should go.
Then I'll just go with Changsheng. After all, Changsheng is skilled in martial arts and reliable. Feng Qinghuan couldn't help but feel a bit displeased in his heart. His martial arts aren't that good, and he's not that reliable either.
If Changsheng saw you like this, he'd be so shocked he'd get an internal injury. How could he possibly protect you?
Didn't you just say I looked pretty good like this?
Oh, my sense of aesthetics must be off.
Mingyao stomped her feet anxiously. Feng Qiqi, you're being way too mean.
Look at your little short arms and legs.
Mingyu was almost fuming with anger. Is there no justice left in this world? Is there no one to rid us of evil and protect the good, to take care of this annoying Feng Qi? Without Feng Qingchen, there is no justice. Xiao Shungzi couldn't bear to watch the childishness between the two. Your Majesty must have given all your childishness to the young prince. If he didn't serve him every day, he would have thought the prince had been replaced with someone else. Mingyu wasn't about to give up. He shamelessly planned to follow Changsheng. Before Changsheng could even mount his horse, Mingyu was already clinging to his clothes, refusing to let go. I don't care. I just want to go. I'm not letting go.
Xiao Shungji, take the prince back.
I'm not leaving. I'd rather die than leave. Changfang couldn't do anything about Mingyang and felt himself being lifted up, a hint of nervousness rising in his heart. When he opened his eyes, he had already been thrown onto the horse's back. Go ahead, I'm ready, he said, putting on a bold and imposing air. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was about to accomplish some great feat. Changsheng, you smell kind of strange. It's like Feng Qiqi's scent. Mingyu kept muttering nonsense the whole way, but Changsheng didn't say a word. If I hadn't sent Ruyi to secretly check on Feng Qiti in the palace this morning, I would have thought she was right here watching me. But she's not that easy to deal with. Now that she knows I secretly followed you out, she's probably already thinking of ways to beat my butt black and blue. I want paper and a brush. The waiter standing at the door took one look at Mingyu's face and was so terrified he nearly collapsed.
Don't come any closer.
He stood there with his mouth open, frozen for a moment, then fainted on the spot. Is he talking about me?
No, it's because he's possessed by a ghost. That's why he's like this.
Afraid of scaring anyone else, Mingyao simply buried his head in Changsheng's lap and stayed silent. But tears kept streaming down his face.
It's nothing. He probably just has epilepsy. It has nothing to do with you.
Although Changshan and Mingyu usually don't get along, deep down he still looks out for him.
Prepare 2 of the best sweets and have some exquisite hot dishes sent up.
Mingyu always feels much more at ease when there are no strangers in the room. He even deliberately circles in front of Changsheng a few times. If I hadn't followed you out the whole way, I would have thought you were a fake Changsheng.
Little madam, just what exactly is inside that head of yours? Your imagination really is something else.
Mingyu tilted her head and looked at Changsheng for a long time. You know, I don't even know why, but I always feel like Feng Qiqi is watching me from the shadows. It gives me a bit of a chill. Mingyu suddenly grabbed his chin quickly. Feng Qiqi snorted. Feng Qing hadn't expected him to recognize her either. Mingyu tugged at his chin for quite a while, but nothing happened. Are you really not one of them? In all those strange stories, this is how it goes. The pulling made Feng Xingchen's face ache.
Do you want to keep that hand of yours or not?
Mingyu sensibly let go of his hand. Qingqian got up by herself after a moment, deftly tore off the mask, and revealed a familiar, handsome face. Wow, there really are human skin masks and disguise techniques. Is this human skin mask really made from human skin?
Twisted thoughts for someone so young. This is pig skin, combined with disguise cream. Materials are easy to get, but the technique is sophisticated.
I thought it was peeled off from Changsheng's face. Turns out it's all nonsense. Ruyi once told her many stories, and among them was the art of disguise. It was said that a person's skin could be peeled off, preserved, and then placed onto another person's face, looking so lifelike it seemed like their own. Ruyi said you could pry it off starting from the chin, which is why those monsters skilled in disguise always kept their distance from others, afraid someone might notice.
That's the skin swapping from stories, not the art of disguise. These human skin masks fit extremely well. Only when you wet them with clean water will a seam appear.
Why don't you make one for me, 2-year-old Fasizo? I won't have to worry about scaring people anymore.
Children can't use them.
Didn't you say you weren't coming? Are you sure you don't actually miss me?
With your unpredictable nature, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause for Changsheng? If I'm not around, won't you just do whatever you want, without any restraint?
What's there to miss about him? Without that little girl following him around, things are actually much quieter. The next day, when they set out, Changfeng was startled to see that Feng Qingqian wasn't wearing her human skin mask.
Young madam, how did you find out?
As soon as he finished speaking, when Feng Qingqian walked over leading her horse, Changfeng had already turned into a gust of wind, swiftly mounting his horse. He rode forward as if fleeing for his life, lifting Mingyu onto the horse as well.
Stay tight.
After traveling for more than 10 days, they finally arrived near Tianyu Mountain. The air here is filled with a sweet scent. After walking for more than an hour, they finally entered Tianyu village. For over 1,000 years, generations of people have lived and thrived here. They temporarily found an empty house to rent, and all the idle women and children in the village came to watch the commotion. When they saw Feng Qingqian's appearance, the women's eyes widened in amazement. How could this be an ordinary mortal? He was clearly an immortal lord from the heavens. Mingyu looked at the crowd gathered outside the courtyard and said, are they treating us like pieces of meat? Some of them are even drooling.
Hey, little madam, don't you understand? Food and lust are basic human desires.
What do you mean by that?
Kill.
Are people really that scary? Feng Qi, I scared someone so badly at the door that they fainted.
Just close the door and come back inside.
Oh, obediently closed the door. By the time the matchmaker woke up, it was already noon. She was so shaken, it was as if one of her 3 souls had left her body. She hurried home in a panic. In less than half a day, new gossip had already spread throughout the village. This new immortal lord isn't ordinary. He even keeps a little ghost, or perhaps a demon, with a blue face, fangs, and an extremely ugly, sinister appearance. After this, those considering marriage no longer dared to go. Mingyu was playing in the courtyard when she overheard a group of children passing by, talking about fish in the river. Mingyu was tempted as well. She saw 4 or 5 village children playing and frolicking downstream, and she felt envious, but didn't dare to join them. Quietly, she went upstream and, imitating the other children, rolled up her skirt. She took off her shoes and waded into the creek. It was so cool and refreshing. The fish and shrimp in the water were tiny and darted around quickly. Mingyu was young and inexperienced, and after fussing about for quite a while, she still caught nothing. Look, whose little girl is that? Isn't she the ugly one from the new family? Look at her clothes, as if she's afraid people won't notice she has new ones, always showing off. Hearing this, the surrounding children all stared enviously. How could such an ugly little girl be wearing such fine fabric? They all felt a bit uncomfortable inside.
A newcomer dares to go upstream and snatch our fish? Just wait, I'll have to teach her a lesson. Ugly freak. Who said you could touch our fish? Don't you know the rules? If you know what's good for you, apologize to me right now.
A filthy country bumpkin like him actually wants to lord it over him? Who does he think he is? The only one who can bully him is Feng Qi. He's getting up again. When Erya saw the look in his eyes, she felt a little scared. That gaze was like a wolf in the forest, and with his face poisoned, he looked even more frightening. Let's go, he's bleeding.
Don't you dare leave. Watch me beat him to death today.
He turned around angrily and shoved Mingyu, who had just gotten up, back into the water. Mingyu was weak and couldn't break free, so Taidan kept pushing him down into the water. Mingyu struggled for a long time.
If you don't beg for mercy today, I'll drown you.
Mingyu's body ached from being held down. He was too weak to fight back and wasn't a match for him. Big brother Tai, I was wrong. Let me up and I'll get down on my knees and beg for mercy right now.
Really?
Young master, the young lady of your family has died. Hurry and take a look. Right after that, Feng Qingqian rushed out of the house.
Where is she?
I heard it from third aunt. That young lady of your family was probably beaten to death by someone by the creek. Before the words were even finished, the figure in white had already disappeared from sight. Changfeng pushed the door open and rushed out right after, extremely anxious. This must not turn into a big mess. In the palace, everyone gave way to her, but once she stepped outside, no one knew who she was.
Help.
Do you all want to die too? This scene even frightened Third Aunt, who had just rushed over. You little girl. What are you doing? Kill him. Mingyu glared at Tidan, whose face was stained red with blood. If you don't teach people like this a lesson, won't he just keep doing evil in the future? You're so young, but your heart is ruthless. Killing someone will land you in jail, you know. Come here, come to Third Aunt's side. Third Aunt knows you've been wronged, and I'll talk to the village chief to stand up for you. If she tried to drown me in the water, does that mean she doesn't have to go to jail? Tidan, those 2 hits just now were harsh. I get it now. Although Mingyu is young, she is very clear-headed. She kicked Tidan's leg with her fair little foot. Do you know you were wrong? She asked. It was unclear whether Tidan was stung with fear or, being one of many children, simply didn't want to lose face. So he just cried without saying a word. Mingyu picked up a pebble and struck Tidan's leg with it again. I asked you if you knew you were wrong. If you don't, try crying again. Tidan didn't dare make a sound anymore. He just nodded vigorously, afraid that Mingyu would hit him again without mercy. Very good. Her demeanor was like that of a queen, looking down on everyone. If any of you dare act so recklessly again, this will be your fate. All right, you little monster. How dare an outsider from another village bully my son? As she stepped forward, wanting to hit Mingyu, Chang Feng reached out and twisted her hand.
If you try to lay a hand on anyone again, I'll break your hand.
Oh dear, village chief. Just look at how ruthless the adults in their family are. No wonder my son was beaten to death by them.
The child is being treated by the doctor. He lost too much blood. Then don't bother treating him. I'll give your family 500 taels of silver to buy your son's worthless life. You, the 7 of you, say this. But I want to ask. Your son tried to drown our young lady first. How do you plan to settle that account? Our young lady was merely defending herself, and if she accidentally killed your son, Tidan, then he deserved it. Who told her to be so vicious at such a young age? If you're not satisfied, we can go to the county and report this to the authorities. Let's see what the law says. I'd like to see if your family's arrogance can really override the law.
But isn't your family's young lady perfectly fine?
Heaven has blessed our young lady to come out of this unharmed. If anything had happened, your lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Let me warn you. If you dare cause trouble for our young lady again, don't blame me for showing no mercy with my sword.
Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare make a sound.
Young master, it's true that the fault lies with Qiwa's family this time. But after all, Tidan is just a child, and he suffered a head injury. Qiwa's family isn't well off either. As for the medical expenses, if he survives and you want to ask for a large sum, this young master can afford it. But the scratches and fright my Ayu suffered, those will have to be repaid with interest. Isn't it just a minor scrape? Our family really doesn't have much money. And we certainly don't have any ginseng or deer antler. Those things mean nothing to me. I'm not short of a bit of silver as long as your Tidan is alive to take it. But the loss my Ayu suffered will have to be repaid. Once Tidan recovers, every 5 days, Ayu will beat him up once. I'll cover all the medical expense. She'll keep beating him until he dies. Weren't you acting all heroic just now? Why are you chickening out now?
Fang Qingqian took some ointment and applied it to his arm.
How do I usually teach you? When you make a move, be ruthless. If anything happens, I'll take the blame for you. But look at you, ending up covered in wounds.
I just don't have any strength in my hand.
But when you kick me, you charge like a bull.
After Mingyu's fight, the kids in Tianyu village were all scared out of their wits. Whenever Mingyu goes out, the other kids make sure to avoid him.
Looks like you're not just the tyrant of the harem anymore. You've become the village bully, too.
You, Changfen, don't push me, or I'll smash your stupid head in. Then Feng Chi-Chi, there are snakes in here. What if one bites me? If it bites me, will I die right away?
No, Changfang is up ahead, keeping watch.
But Mingyu, what if a wolf suddenly jumps out and carries me off? I feel like I'm small, which makes me an easy target. It's not safe like this. Feng Qingqian saw Mingyu smiling and clinging to her sleeve and said, "Why don't you carry me on your back? That way, snakes can't bite me and wolves can't catch me."
Your Highness, that's quite the clever trick. You just can't walk anymore and want Her Highness to carry you, don't you?
Feng Qingqian bent down, and Mingyu cheered as she climbed onto her back, wrapping her arms around Feng Qingqian's neck and saying, "Feng Qiqi, you really are the best person in the whole world." Feng Qiqi, you really are the best person in the whole world.
Let's not talk about warriors, tyrants, bad guys, or old rascals anymore.
Hey, I never said that. If you make Feng Qiqi angry, who's going to carry you?
Maybe it was the pig who said it then.
Even before his parents, he wouldn't dare say anything reckless, so he mocked him by calling him a pig. They wandered around, but even by evening, they hadn't found any herbs that looked similar. The three of them had no choice but to find an old, run-down cave to rest in. Feng Qingqian took Mingyu to gather some firewood nearby so they could manage better at night. Having never left the imperial city before, Mingyu was like a little animal let loose in the wild. "Fan Qi, come here quickly." "Wow, Feng Qiqi, there's actually a puppy inside."
That's a wolf.
"It would be great if you could take it back as a pet. Why don't we rescue it?"
If it grows for another 2 years, you'll become its food.
Feng Qingqian really does not want to rescue a wolf, but if we do not take it back, it must have its parents. If we save it, it can then go home.
The trap is too deep. Qinggong can't get back up once she goes down.
Feng Qingqian glanced at the trap. It was over 3 meters deep. Mingyu, unwilling to give up, came up with an idea. "Then tie the rope around me and lower me down. Once I grab the wolf cub, you can pull me back up."
Hey, that's not going to work.
Feng Qingqian refused decisively. Who knows if that little beast will bite? "Feng Qiqi, I know you're the best. Look, she's so young, just like me. If I fall into the trap and no one saves me, what then? What should we do?"
I won't let you be in any danger.
But Mingyu was extremely anxious and couldn't think of anything to persuade him. "If you won't let me save it, then I'll just wait here and not leave. If a hunter comes and sees it, he'll definitely catch it, skin it, and tear it apart. It might even starve to death." She didn't manage to move Feng Qingqian, but ended up making herself so sad that she started crying. If its mother finds out, she'll definitely be very worried. Feng Qingqian fell silent for a moment.
Throw something down there. If it attacks, then you're not allowed to go down.
All right then. She picked up a small clod of dirt from the ground and tossed it next to the wolf pup. The little wolf moved its tail and curled up even tighter. "See, it's not aggressive. Don't worry. Go ahead and hand him the dagger."
If you go down there and it suddenly goes berserk and bites, do you dare use the dagger to cut its throat?
Ming wanted to bite his lip and shake his head, but if he did, Feng Qingqian wouldn't let him go down to save the wolf pup, so he mustered up his courage and nodded. "You do dare!" Feng Changqian saw this but didn't call her out on it. She tied the rope securely around her waist, checked it several times, and only then slowly lowered her down. Feng Qingqian set her down at the bottom of the pit, and Mingyu stood inside the trap. Instead of rushing over to touch the wolf pup, she took out a piece of dried meat and tossed it next to the little wolf. "Little wolf, don't be afraid. I'll carry you up." Feng Qingqian kept her eyes fixed on her every move. Even though he knew very well that this little wolf pup was still nursing, he was still worried that Bingyu might have an accident. "Feng Qiqi, look how well behaved it is. When Changfeng came back, he was carrying a bundle of firewood and some wild fruits."
Oh no, you guys even managed to get some meat.
Mingyu blocked the little wolf pup, saying, "It's not food. I rescued it from a trap."
Your Majesty, are you really going to let the young prince keep a wolf? What if it attracts adult wolves later? It's already been in the trap for 4 or 5 days. If any wolves were coming for it, they would have come by now. Besides, it's just a little wolf pup that hasn't even been weaned yet. It really does look like a puppy. You're not actually going to take it back with you, are you?
If his mother comes looking for him, I'll let him go back. Changfeng didn't dare tell him that usually, if a wolf pup like this gets lost, it's because something has happened to the mother wolf. The little wolf cub is still young and doesn't really know how to eat. Ming, you could only give it some clean water and some softened steamed buns. This beef jerky is too tough. The little wolf cub can't chew it. If I'd known, I would have brought some softer meat. Are those sharp wolf teeth just for show? Feng Qing tore the beef jerky into pieces, pulled open the little wolf cub's mouth, and stuffed it in.
If you dare spit it out, I'll cut off your tongue.
It's hard to tell whether the little wolf cub was just hungry or if it was frightened by the faintly murderous look in Feng Xingqian's eyes. The little wolf sensibly swallowed it down. Mingyu patted the little wolf cub's head and said, "Who knows if your mother, when she went to find your sister, might be just like my mother maybe. She won't come looking for me for many years. As if she's forgotten me. Why don't you just stay with me? Hey, I can carry it. Don't throw it away."
Truly, Tuffet's horns are one roar, and it doesn't make a sound.
Mingyu held the little wolf tightly with both hands, saying nothing. Changfeng finally understood why Mingyu was so adamant about not letting him carry the wolf cub. Changfeng took the little wolf cub and gently placed it into the basket on his back.
Hey, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of him. In your heart, am I really such a bad person that I can't even tolerate a dog?
He's a wolf cub, not a dog. That's what you said yourself. The little wolf cub's life is still in Changfeng's hands. She muttered silently in her heart. "You're not bad. You bully people every day, and every few days you spank me until my butt is sore. And you make him eat vegetarian food, which he doesn't even like." Feng Qingqian turned around and gave her a hard slap on the butt.
This little girl remembers every bit of kindness others show her, but she also remembers every wrong done to her.
After staying in the mountains for 3 days, the three of them gathered all the herbs they could find that looked similar and brought them back, planning to have someone identify them first, since very few people had ever seen Xian grass. Hearing that Mingyu was back, Shaotian hurried over carrying some sour jujube cake. "Shaotian, let me show you something."
What is this? Is it a dog? Who gave it to you? It doesn't look very cute.
"It's a wolf. I found it in a trap in the mountains." Mingyu proudly recounted the story of how she rescued the wolf cub, though she exaggerated quite a bit.
Wow, you are truly amazing. You are absolutely the bravest person I have ever met. This is something even most adults would not dare to do.
The little wolf, tired, lowered its head and came over to rub against Mingyu's skirt. Shaotian timidly took 2 steps back.
Oh, will it bite people?
"Anyway, it doesn't bite me." Shaotian took a few more steps back, but he still wanted to play with a Yu a little longer. A Yu was different from the other kids and adults. He knew he was brave and kind. Unlike other girls who were always chattering and crying, watching the two of them play with a little wolf cub in the yard. Could it be that Shaotian likes the little girl? They actually look quite well matched together. Although the 5th young master's family is well off, this little girl is so ugly, almost like a little Demonshi, should be grateful if anyone would want her at all. If this ugly girl could marry the 5th young master after I'm out of the picture, that would really be perfect. Feng Chengqian glanced over and saw her squatting on the ground playing with ants. The little wolf cub was running around nearby, the two of them looking just like childhood sweethearts. Feng Qingqian's face was already dark, and Peony kept fanning the flames, sighing, "Truly, childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree."
Get lost.
5th young master, don't be angry. They're just kids.
Don't make me say it again.
The anger in Feng Qingqian's eyes could no longer be contained and began to spread. Peony turned pale and fell silent.
Miss Peony, our young master is in a bad mood. Please, it would be best if you left.
Peony left dejectedly, while Feng Qingqian glanced at Liang Xiaoji, who was still talking. She turned around and went inside.
Pack up your things and head back early.
Changfeng thought the master's jealousy was completely unfounded. It's perfectly normal for children to want to play with others their own age. They say there's a huge gap every 3 years, and His Majesty is more than 7 years older than the little prince. That's 2 insurmountable gaps. When Ning Yao left, Xiaotian even ran all the way to the village entrance to see him off.
"Oh no.
You?
Will you come back again?"
You don't know, but in the future, you can come to the Imperial City to see me. He thought for a moment, then took out a small token and 2 pearls from his waist. Here, this is for you. In the future, when you go to the Imperial City, take this and come find me at General Ming's residence. And this is a gift for you, so you'll have money to go to school. Ming Yu once looked down on Shaotian for being illiterate, but later found out that Shaotian's family was poor and he had 2 younger siblings. He couldn't afford to send him to school, and Ming Yu had always felt a bit guilty about it. His father had told him that a real man shouldn't easily accept things from others, but after hesitating for a long time, he still accepted it.
Thank you. I'll definitely come visit you in the future. Oh, don't worry. You'll definitely get better. And if you don't, and no one wants you because of your necklace, I'll marry you.
Everyone in the village says that a ewe is as ugly as a ghost, but Shao Tian thinks a ewe is the best girl in the world.
Hey, you even dare to steal the Emperor's bride? You must be tired of living.
Ming Yu was still very moved and kept craning her neck to look at the little mountain village growing farther and farther away.
If you don't behave, I'll throw your dog out.
What do you think we should name him? How about calling him War God? That sounds so mighty and imposing.
When your father comes to the palace, he'll probably break your dog's legs. After all, your father is the legendary war god.
Fine, we won't call him that. Why are you being so fierce?
Your Highness, it's just naming him. Why make it so complicated? There are plenty of names like Lucky, Fortune, or Yuanbao.
But he's a wolf, not a puppy. If we give him one of those names and he meets his own kind in the future, wouldn't he be laughed at?
What a troublesome daughter you are. So you're really willing to let your father be ridiculed? Even though this little one is a wolf, wolves and dogs aren't that different. If word gets out, General Ming's lifelong reputation will be ruined. How will he ever command respect on the battlefield again?
After racking my brains and using everything I've ever learned, I finally came up with a simple yet decent name. Han Yue.
Your Majesty, you've worked hard.
Fang Qing ignored him and reached into the carriage to pull Ming Yu out. When Nantian saw Ming Yu's face, he was so startled he shivered.
Oh my goodness, dear mother. This really is quite frightening.
You despicable, shameless scoundrel. How dare you even speak? Just watch. Today I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Then Han Yue came charging over from behind the carriage. Although Han Yue was still just a little wolf cub, barely weaned, with 4 legs given time, Nantian's thigh probably wouldn't stand a chance. Every time I think back on that scene, I feel this guy really deserves a good lesson. Ming Yu had medicine applied to his face, and Nantian sat quietly for half an hour, but there was still no sign of any effect.
That can't be right. Whether it's good or bad, there should at least be some kind of effect.
Ming Yu suddenly looked up at these words. You didn't give me the wrong antidote, did you?
Wu Xie, you're already this ugly no matter how poisonous the medicine. I can't do anything.
Yeah, I really should. Thank you so angry. I could thank your ancestors for 18 generations. Forget it. Ugly is as ugly does. You should go wash your hands first.
Yeah, that's right. You have to take things lightly in life. Besides, you're already married anyway. It doesn't matter whether it's beautiful or ugly. Hey, old mousetrap.
Don't be polite. This is a special gift I prepared just for you.
Oh, wow. You really are a vicious girl, oh dear.
Don't be afraid, I'm just returning the favor, that's all. Ruyi hurriedly took down her mousetrap. Ah, my apologies. Young Master Nan, the maids had no idea when the little princess arranged this. As soon as Nantian sat down, he let out another cry. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground. Oh, are you happy now? These tables, chairs, and benches might not be in the best condition.
Women really are the most incredibly petty and truly vengeful creatures, aren't they?
He always feels that this troublesome girl is up to more than just these petty pranks.
You've already applied the medicine, so I'll be heading back now.
Nantian felt this was no place to linger, so as the saying goes, of 36 stratagems, running away is best. Ming Yu didn't stop him. Instead, she waved her hand and said, Goodbye, Brother Nan. Need me to see you off?
My apologies. Young Master Nan, my subordinate thought it was an assassin. Your assassin is fine, just wandering around aimlessly in the middle of the night, and even boldly walked right through the main gate. Young Master Nan, I'm truly sorry. How about I help you put your arm back in place? Oh dear, I...
Brother Nan, look at you. You're so moved you're crying. Old scoundrel, why are you stripping off my clothes?
What are you two up to in there, huh?
Let go of the money. I'm going to tell my father you took advantage of me and touched my butt.
Oh dear. This electric shock came at just the right time. Changfeng Guard. Why is it so perverted? His Majesty is only 14 this year, and her ladyship is just 6. Am I the one being perverted? That scene in there really makes people let their imaginations run wild, doesn't it? Who knows? Maybe His Majesty has a thing for little kids.
And then Changsheng kicked him down from the tree.
Ah, ouch. You really need to get your head checked. This isn't just perverted, it's downright filthy.
Miyu was sitting in the bath barrel, pouting with an unhappy look on her face as Feng Qingqian held her up.
If want, I'll help wash.
No, I don't want that. Men and women shouldn't touch. No way I'm letting you, this old rascal, take advantage of me.
Folksong, are you itching for trouble?
Old? How am I old? I'm only 14 years younger than you. You're just over 7 years older than me. If we go by nominal age, it's 8 years. 14 minus 8 is about right. You'll be 20 soon, and I'm only 6. Feng Qingqian was almost driven mad with anger by her. I'm done washing, turn around, I said. Feng Qingqian simply lifted her out of the bath barrel and tossed her onto the soft couch. You want to take advantage of me. Feng Qingqian shot her a glare. I'm warning you, don't even think about threatening me or taking advantage of me. I'd rather die than give in. I'm warning you, don't even think about threatening me or taking advantage of me. I'd rather die than give in. Feng Qingqian sat down and started drying his hair. Oh, so you just wanted to dry my hair, huh? Number?
So what did you think I was going to do? You're just a little shorty, even uglier than a pig, and on top of that, you barely have any meat on your chest.
Sure enough, she looked down at her own flat little chest. She pouted in silence, but Feng Qingqing couldn't help noticing the corners of her mouth turning up. After applying facial herbs for 7 or 8 days straight, Mingyu's complexion finally showed some improvement. Thinking that she hadn't gone out for a long time, Mingyu decided to take a stroll near Taihu Lake. Haha, seeing you really have turned into an ugly freak. No wonder you haven't dared to show your face lately. Shut your filthy mouth, nothing good ever comes out of it. Are you a mad dog or something? Always snapping at people the moment you open your mouth? How dare you call me a mad dog? My father is the Prince of Nangshuang, second only to the Emperor himself. That's not something your own father could ever compare to. I am the Empress, above all others, even above the millions. No matter how powerful your Prince of Nangshuang is, he can never surpass the Emperor. That's only because my adoptive father doesn't want to be this useless emperor. The whole world is in his hands. Feng Qingqian is nothing but a puppet emperor. If you're so bold, why don't you say that in front of the Prince of Nangshuan? Usually, you're as timid as a rat scurrying across the street. You're talking nonsense! What are you? Zuixin stomped her foot in anger, then suddenly went to shove Mingyu. Suddenly, a black shadow darted out and lunged at Zuixin. Zuixin didn't see it clearly and was startled by Han Yue. But luckily, she dodged to the side and managed to steady herself. Han Yue stood in front of Mingyu, let out a howl, and bared her teeth at Zuixin. As soon as Zuixin made a move, he would attack. They all thought Han Yue was a dog. After being kept in the palace for nearly a month, she had grown a bit bigger. But since she never made a sound, she still looked like a dog. But when Han Yue howled, Zuixin finally realized was a wolf. Han Yue seemed displeased that Zuixin called her a dog, and immediately bared her teeth again. Han Yue really didn't like being called a dog. He has a name. Zuixin lost his nerve. There was a wolf in front of this girl. Even though he knew some martial arts, he'd heard that wolves were very fast and was just about to back away. Han Yue started baring her teeth again. Just as he was in a dilemma, Zuixin caught sight of a figure in white. Help! Help! Mingyu stood there watching, completely baffled. Did Zuixin get possessed by a ghost or something? The person and the wolf exchanged a glance, and then Zuixin suddenly dove headfirst into the lotus pond. Ming... You wondered if Zuixin had lost his mind. Why would he shout a couple of times and then jump in himself?
What happened?
Ming Yao turned around in fright and was pushed back by Ming Ran.
Ouch!
Ming Yu's eyes twitched. Am I really that scary?
Young, I'm not disgusted by you, I'm just a little surprised.
His girlfriend nodded. All right, he quietly admitted that he really was a bit scary. After all, before living a long life, he was almost scared to death.
Were you the one calling for help just now?
The demon pointed at the lotus pond. No, lately he's been pretending to be drowning, occasionally struggling a bit. Help! Help me!
I thought it was you who fell into the water, so I rushed over. In that case, let's quickly find someone to save him.
That's what you say, but Bai Mingren hasn't moved an inch for quite a while.
Is anyone there? Is anyone there?
Are you sure this is going to get someone to save him? This guy probably just wants Zuishan to die faster.
Sigh, no one's here. Let's just go.
Prince Bai Ming, help! Help! I can't swim! He says that, but he's sinking. Are you really not going to save him?
You want to save him?
Mingyu nodded, then shook his head. Bai Mingren still didn't move.
He can swim.
Maybe he finally realized he couldn't keep pretending, so he climbed out by himself. Mingyu was so shocked his jaw dropped. Is that even possible? He was clearly faking it. It's so cold. It was the Empress who pushed me into the water. Do you have any shame at all? I can't believe there are people this shameless in the world.
I, the Crown Prince, didn't see anything. Oh well, let's go. This time I brought you lots of interesting things.
I hope you die a horrible death. You're so great. Finally you're better. From now on you can go wherever you want. Still, my beautiful face is the best, no wonder everyone likes me so much.
It is good looking, how could it not be with such a thick skin? Hey, I've never seen anyone so shameless. No one else praises you, so you just praise yourself.
Feng Chi, look, my face is all better now.
Hey, I'm not blind, you don't have to get so close.
Aren't you even going to take a good look? Don't you think I look even better than before?
A pig is still a pig even if it looks good. It's still a silly little pig. Now go wash your face.
You said you'd wash it for me. Pigs can't wash their own faces. Senior Feng Qing, his laziness has defeated me.
Blackhead, I heard your face is better now. Greetings, your majesty. And have you really changed back? And you look even better now.
Mingyu let out a couple of laughs, mixed with a bit of embarrassment and happiness. Feng Qingqian's face immediately soured.
This little girl really is so gullible, just a few sweet words from someone and she believes them. Even gets this happy about it. That Bai Ming kid isn't honest either. Oh, he's good looking, but does he really need to say it? Now that your face is better, you can finally go out and have some fun. In the Imperial Garden, an old bird has made a nest in the ancient tree, and the baby birds are almost ready to learn to fly. Hurry up and eat your breakfast. Once you've eaten, I'll take you to see them.
Upon hearing this, Feng Qingqian frowned, while Mingyu picked up the jade bowl on the table and gulped it down in one go. Let's go! Bai Mingren grabbed Mingyu's hand and ran off.
Let's move the bird's nest and see how they react. And do you like Feng Qingqian?
Do you like him? Even though he's always picking on me, spanking me, not letting me eat meat, making me recite foul words at the drop of a hat, and always wearing a stern face. Feng Qingqian was up in the tree, still wearing that pervy, excited, fatherly grin. But the next second, upon hearing Mingyu list all these things one by one, listing all his shortcomings.
If he's so bad, why do you still like him?
Well, my dad hits me too, but I still like him. And there's Qinghua, Ruyi, Changfeng, Changshu, and Haya Ruyi.
Hey, stop! Don't list any more.
Of course. And your Feng Qingqian's face is even uglier.
Is that really so cruel? Oh, not at all. His Majesty is merciful. How could he possibly be associated with cruelty?
But in your heart, you're still criticizing him.
Isn't that right? He's really cruel and even violent. So, who do you think is better? His Majesty or that Prince of Baiming? Oh, of course it's His Majesty. His Majesty is wise and mighty, governs the country well. He's definitely the most outstanding man in the world. And as for looks, of course it's His Majesty. Is there anyone in the whole world better looking than His Majesty? If there is, it must be the Empress.
Xiao Shunzi's quick tongue hit the mark with Feng Qingqian, and she nodded in satisfaction.
Go down and take charge of the arrangements. Also, take Yizi with you to the Qian residence. The young master of Qian residence is exceptionally intelligent and diligent. I am granting him special permission to study abroad in various countries. Let's send him to the matriarchal kingdom first.
When Feng Qingqian returned from her bath, Mingyu was already sitting on the soft couch, wrapped in a small blanket.
Why aren't you asleep? Minga still has to go to school early morning.
Oh, I feel a bit dizzy. Maybe I'm sick and can't go to class tomorrow. Mingyu pretended to look weak. Feng Qingqian stared at him, making him feel a chill down his spine. Mingyu knew Feng Qingqian didn't believe him, so he simply moved closer and said, "Can I not go to school tomorrow? I really don't want to go. I haven't gone in a long time, so there's a lot of homework piled up. The grand tutor will definitely punish me by hitting my palm."
I'll have Xiao Shunzi deliver a message for you and explain everything to the Grand Tutor.
Feng Chi, Brother Chi, can I just skip tomorrow, just one day, please?
Number.
Mingyu bit his lip, then simply leaned his head over. Meng Qingqian noticed his movement and turned to look. Just as Mingyu's lips came over and landed a smack right on Feng Qingqian's lips. The soft, tender lips seemed to carry a fresh sweetness, spreading from the lips to the skin and even to the soul. Feng Qingqian felt a sudden stiffness in his palm, his limbs rigid yet burning with heat, as if he were on the verge of losing control. "Is your chi good to you? Then think about it." Mingyu smacked another kiss on her cheek.
It was as if a boy who had never been suspected of anything suddenly became a catnip house for someone else. Picking bracken and mushrooms, people here wander leisurely.
Feng Qingqian suddenly felt a wave of irritation in her heart. She turned to look and saw that Mingyu had already fallen asleep, humming softly.
Wow, she fell asleep even faster than a pig.
Feng Qingqian turned to the side, propped herself up with her hand, and gazed at his soft, smooth little face. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch it again.
As smooth and tender as ever.
When her gaze inadvertently landed on his fresh, tender pink lips, Feng Qingqian's thoughts began to turn a little wicked. She recalled the sensation when he had kissed her before and couldn't help but stare at his lips for a long time.
Oh no, I suddenly forgot how it felt when he entered the formation just now. Maybe I should try it again.
He bent down, lightly touching the little girl's lips. In that instant, Feng Qingqian's heart was all over the place, pounding wildly. The little girl's lips were just as before fragrant, warm, and soft, making him feel an unexpected longing. Just then, Feng Qingqian seemed to sense the little girl's eyelashes flutter, so he immediately pulled back, turned to his side, and pretended to sleep. Mingying slowly opened her eyes, her gaze full of confusion. She sat up and looked around. That's strange. I dreamed that a big gray wolf was biting my mouth. As she spoke, she touched her own lips and realized she had fallen asleep in the bedchamber. Thinking it was just a dream, she lay back down and drifted into a deep sleep again. Then, over the next several nights, Mingyu kept dreaming of the same familiar big gray wolf biting his lips. And sometimes, the wolf would bite him several times. But when he woke up, he realized it was all just a dream. When Feng Qingqian heard him mention this while eating, she couldn't help but feel extremely guilty. It's not strange for the little prince to keep having the same dream. After all, His Majesty is watching over you at night. So, what are you afraid of? A big gray wolf? Ah, I know. I'll have Han Yue watch over me at night. That'll solve it. Anyway, Han Yue is the big gray wolf in the dream. Of course I'm afraid of him. The water is too deep. I can't swim. I'll drown.
It's all right, I'll hold you.
Looking at the steaming water, Mingyu couldn't deny that he was moved. For someone as little as him, the water really was too deep.
The water in here is much more comfortable than ordinary hot water. If you hadn't behaved so well these past 2 days, I wouldn't have let you come soak in the hot spring.
The hot spring in Tangquang Palace is for the imperial bath. From ancient times until now, only the current emperor has been able to enjoy such a privilege. Just hearing about it makes me a little tempted. Then you'd better hold me tight. Mingyu clings to Feng Qingqian as if she's grown onto her, holding on for dear life.
Relax. Aren't I standing right here, keeping a good watch over you?
No, I have to hold on to you tightly. What if you let go on purpose and try to drown me? What would I do then?
For someone so young, you sure have a lot of wild ideas. If I really wanted to take that annoying head of yours, I'd just chop it off directly. Why would I bother taking such careful care of you?
Maybe you want to fatten me up before killing me.
Your meat isn't nearly as tasty as pork.
Feeling bold, she tried to reach out and hit him, but he maliciously loosened his grip for a moment, scaring Mingyu into screaming loudly. You want to throw me into the water and drown me? I'm going back up.
It's fine. I was just trying to scare you a little. I won't actually throw you into the water. Even if you did fall in, I could just fish you out with one hand.
This little girl really lacks a sense of security. Maybe it's because she grew up without her mother around. No, I have to go back up. Hurry, take me up now.
Just give me a kiss first, and I'll take you up. Just give me a kiss right now, and I'll take you up.
I'm not going to bow to evil forces. You're the one who coaxed me over here in the first place.
Fine then, forget it. My arms are going to get tired soon.
Mingyu wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. All right then, hurry up and take me up.
That's way too perfunctory.
Feng Qingqian frowned. Mingyang gritted his teeth, furious inside, and gave him another fierce kiss. Only then did Feng Qingqian, satisfied, carry him to the shore and move a few steps up. And you say you're not an old rascal?
My butt's starting to itch.
No, I was saying you look really good.
Come here and scrub my back.
Don't you have plenty of palace maids outside to serve you? Why are you making me do it? Feng Qingqian glanced back at him, and Mingyu immediately behaved himself, casually grabbing a cloth and half-heartedly rubbing his shoulder a couple of times.
Are you scratching an itch for a kitten or something?
Rest assured, Feng Qingqian was clearly very dissatisfied with his perfunctory effort. Mingyu had no choice but to pick up the cloth again and start rubbing it back and forth on his back like a little hamster sneaking food. Seeing Feng Qingqian enjoying it with his eyes half closed, Ming, you couldn't help but start thinking about slacking off. Well, since his back was turned, he wouldn't know whether she was using her hands or her feet to wipe him. Suddenly, Feng Qingqian moved, turned around, and before she could pull her foot back, it slid forward. With a splash, Feng Qingqian quickly lifted her up.
Is there water in the gun? Not too stupid after a lat. At least she knew to hold her breath when she fell in.
Feng Qingqian noticed that his face was a bit pale, so she thought he was just feeling chilly from his wet clothes. Without much thought, she reached out to open his clothes. Are you trying to take advantage of me again?
Honestly, just look at this woman. Her clothes are wet and she's cold, but all that's going on in that little head of hers is a bunch of nonsense.
Well, couldn't you at least give me a heads up?
Oh, I took your clothes off.
Then he stripped her completely, quickly wrapped her up in his own robe, and even snuck a glance at the little girl. He couldn't help but wonder to himself if her skin felt as smooth and soft as her little face. He kept feeling like something was off. Sure, he had greeted her and taken off her clothes, but it still felt strange. Feng Qingqian felt that this little girl was just like a cherry blossom tree. Her sweet, tender lips seemed to promise a delicious taste at the slightest touch. By the time she had taken off her outer robe and lay down, the little girl was already fast asleep. With her gentle breathing, Feng Qingqian intended to get some rest herself, but when she caught sight of those lips, she couldn't help but move closer. No, she told herself, just a light touch, and then sleep. As she leaned down, a strange eerie gaze swept over. Feng Qingqian turned to look and saw that it was Han Yue.
This guy was called over by the little girl to keep an eye on her.
The person and the wolf stared at each other for a long time. Han Yue flicked her tail, then went back to sleep, acting as if she hadn't seen anything. Only then was Feng Qingqian satisfied.
After eating so much, can you still eat lunch?
You underestimate me. As it turns out, Feng Qingqian underestimated her. Feng Qingqian watched her sprawl on the bench.
I think you're just a bottomless pit when it comes to food. If you were born into a poor family, wouldn't you have starved to death with such an appetite?
I'm still growing. Of course I eat a lot.
From what I can see, you haven't grown taller at all, but you've definitely gotten chubbier. Other kids grow upwards, but you seem to be growing sideways.
Ming, you felt that Feng Zhengqian, this old rascal, must have had some deep-seated grudge against him in a past life of blood feud. I won't eat anymore. I'd rather die than eat.
I don't like women who are delicate and pretentious.
Then, does that mean you like me?
You're imagining things.
Bai Ming ran left in such a hurry that he didn't have time to come to the palace and say goodbye to him. He just had someone deliver a package of children's trinkets into the palace. Why did Bai Ming you leave so suddenly? Just a few days ago, he said he would come to the palace to play with me, and I hadn't heard anything about him going on a study tour.
Maybe the study tour was a bit urgent, and he was afraid he wouldn't make it in time. Isn't all of this caused by His Majesty?
Sigh, then from now on, there won't be anyone to catch crickets with me.
Your Highness, aren't all the servants in the palace available to catch crickets with you? The northern new crown prince going on a study tour isn't just something for you alone to regret.
Did he promise to catch crickets for someone else too? Why did you bring me back?
Your father came to request permission, saying he hasn't seen you in a long time and misses you dearly. He wants to take you home for a few days.
Oh yeah, I'm going home. Suddenly, the air went quiet. Ru Yi kept her head down, not daring to look at His Highness Feng Qingqing. Couldn't you at least pay attention to His Majesty's expression before acting? It's great that you get to go back to your family, but that leaves us here to suffer. This is great. Father finally kept his word and came to take me home. Mingyu thought that fame and fortune had fulfilled his childhood promise and was finally taking him back, not just sponsoring him. Happily, he packed up a huge bundle of things.
Do you really need to bring so much stuff just to go home?
Feng Xin stared at the room full of things. Seeing the sour look on his face, she thought he was upset because she wanted to bring all this stuff home. So she said, "All right, fine, I won't take them." She muttered to herself, "Feng Qiqi is such a cheapskate. He can't even bear to give me a few things. Fine, whatever. I'll just buy them myself when I get home." Mingyu glanced at the room full of stuff, feeling utterly dejected, and turned to leave. "What are you doing? We're going home," she thought, hoping he'd stop her and let her take all her beloved treasures with her. Feng Qingqian watched as she really was about to leave. Did this mean he would have to spend his nights alone for the foreseeable future? Then who would he sneak a kiss from at night?
Just give her a kiss before she goes back. Just give her a kiss before she leaves.
Ming Yao's lips moved slightly, her watery eyes gazing at Feng Qingqian. What Mingyu was thinking was that this old rascal just wanted to take advantage of her again. If she refused, would he not let her go back? Seeing his pitiful look, Feng Qingqian softened. She thought, oh well, forget it, but it made her feel a bit guilty, as if she were forcing a good person into prostitution. Mingyu gave him a quick peck on the cheek like a little chick pecking at rice, then dashed out, thinking that even if the old rascal changed his mind, she would already be far away. The moment Mingyu left, he already began to regret it. If he had known, he wouldn't have let her go so easily. How nice it would be if he could keep her by his side, able to hug and kiss her whenever he wanted. Before Mingyu returned, Mingli was already anxiously peering out the door.
The Qin State sent someone to check why they haven't returned yet.
General, the last group we sent out to inquire hasn't returned yet either. You've already sent out 3 groups this morning. Earlier, when you requested an audience, His Highness said he would only return after finishing his brunch.
I just feel like it's been a long time. He should be back by now.
Mingli couldn't help but regretfully recall that when Mingyu got married, she was still just a little dumpling. Is that His Highness coming? Mingli hurried over, and as soon as the carriage stopped, the little one inside poked her head out.
She's grown taller and chubbier too.
At least that boy from the Feng family treats her pretty well. Father?
Some time ago, when you were at the border, you heard that I had been poisoned. But looking at me now, I seem just fine.
That was all nonsense meant to scare people. See, I'm perfectly fine. Father, you're terrible too. You heard your daughter had turned into an ugly monster, and you didn't even come back to check on me.
Even if you turned into a pig, you'd still be my precious daughter, let alone just being ugly or not.
Have you ever seen such an adorable pig? As for Feng Qiqi, that big meanie, it's one thing for her to say I look like a pig, but how could even my own father say that too? In the Ming General's residence, Mingyu was lying on the soft couch, rubbing her round belly. The bed has sealed me in, I can't get up. When Qinghua Feng Qingqian came in, she saw a chubby little dumpling lying on the couch. Hearing footsteps, the dumpling didn't get up. It wasn't until she called out Qinghua's name that Feng Qingqing realized this little girl had mistaken her for Qinghua. She stared straight at him. Maybe she had eaten too much and was a bit sleepy. Even her speech was a little drowsy and muddled.
Are you trying to imitate a pig?
Mingxing thought the voice sounded a bit familiar. Suddenly realizing something was off, Mingyu rubbed her eyes. When I opened my eyes, I met the familiar and cold gaze.
Phoenix 7.
The famous actress jumped up from the stage and threw herself into his arms.
It's really you, the boy on a thatched house. It's really B.
The soft, sweet, and fragrant little girl curled up in his arms, and Feng Qingqian suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. How did you get here?
I came to see if you've been behaving yourself. Since you like hugging me so much, I'll reluctantly let you hold me a little longer.
With a long arm, he pulled her back into his embrace again. Your grip is too strong. I can hardly breathe. Fang Qingqian loosened his hold a little, somewhat awkwardly. Sigh, you sneaked out too, didn't you?
Why would I need to sneak around wherever I go? I came in openly and above board.
Climbing over the wall openly and above board, huh? Even if Fang Qingqian were beaten to death, she wouldn't tell him the truth. How exactly did I get in here? And why didn't father have Qinghua come call me?
I came in through the back door. The guards at the entrance told me that General Ming was busy, so I just came over by myself.
Even Ming Yu can't find fault with that. Most of the people in the general's residence are old, so it's not surprising they let him in. Fang Qingqian was worried that Qinghua might come by later and blow her cover, so she tried to distract Ming Yu.
Do you want to go out and stroll around the night market?
As you wish. Fang Qingqian gently pushed the door open and went out. Rest assured, she avoided the patrolling guards and leapt onto the rooftop.
Don't hold on so tight. You're about to strangle me.
I'm afraid of falling. Ming Yu clung even tighter around her neck. It smells like roasted sweet potatoes.
Is this girl part bloodhound or something?
Boss, I want that fat, sticky roasted sweet potato.
It's too big. You won't be able to finish it.
But I want this one. This one is the sweetest.
Oh wow, little brother. You may be young, but you sure know your stuff. These roasted sweet potatoes that split open and ooze juice are the best. Those are definitely the tastiest ones.
The old man cheerfully wrapped up the roasted sweet potato for him. Ming Yu took a deep breath, opened his mouth wide, ready to take a bite, but then bit his lip and pushed the roasted sweet potato in front of Feng Qingqian. Here, you can have a small bite. I'll hurry. I'm giving this to you with great pain, you know. Leng Qingqian immediately took a big bite of the roasted sweet potato. Ah! Fang Qiqi, are you some kind of monster? Give me back my roasted sweet potato.
You told me to take a bite.
Snatching food from my mouth, of course this little girl won't let it go. Fang Qiqi, from now on we're sworn enemies. You big-mouthed monster! I said just a small bite. If I'd known it'd turn out like this, I wouldn't have given you even a scrap of sweet potato skin. Forget it. I'd better eat it no otherwise. There won't even be half left soon. Watching him enjoy the fragrant roasted sweet potato, Feng Qingqian suddenly thought the smell of roasted sweet potato wasn't so bad after all.
How about you let me have another bite?
Don't even think about eating mine. Aren't you going back yet? Feng Qingqian was secretly annoyed. This little white-eyed wolf after all the good food and fun, now he's trying to send her away. If she goes back, won't she be left all alone in bed, sleeping by herself? Then, what was the point of coming out in the first place?
I forgot the time. It's too late now. The palace gates are all locked. I can't get back in.
Then you can just climb over the wall to get back. Your Qinggong is so impressive, nothing can stop you anywhere, right?
You're too heavy. I strained my back just now when I was carrying you back. So climbing over the wall probably isn't going to work.
It's fine. Then just sleep with me. My bed is big anyway. Isn't this exactly what Feng Qingqing was waiting to hear? Take off your outer robe and lie down.
From now on, you really should eat less.
That's because you're getting old. Because my dad twisted his arm and strained his back. He always says, I'm old, my back's gone. Clearly, it's because he's old, but he insists on blaming it on me. I'm not taking the fall for that. Feng Qingqian didn't want to pay him any mind. This is the underworld, not the palace. If it were the palace, this little girl would definitely get her butt spanked. Ming Yu has known Feng Qingqing for 4 years. He had been spanked so many times, he couldn't even remember the exact number, though he always remembered to hold a grudge. By the time Ming Yu woke up, Qinghua had already prepared the water for washing up. Sunday, Chi-Chi. Why didn't you go back? Miss, it's me, Ming Yu. Startled awake, he realized Feng Qingqian must have left a long time ago, and he felt relieved. Fortunately, Qinghua didn't notice. If his father found out that Feng Qiqi had secretly taken him out in the middle of the night, who knows how he would punish him.
That little shop, it's like a dud firecracker. Sai, no, you can't just stuff it into the stove. Oh no, Your Highness. I'm really going to be in trouble because of you.
I thought it had exploded already. Without giving her a chance to protest, he picked up Ming Yu, who had just darted out from under the pot. Dad, why are you carrying me? Put me down. Mingli, both angry and frustrated, circled the kitchen twice looking for something handy, but when she couldn't find anything, she simply broke off a branch from the bushes.
It's because I care about you that I want you to learn your lesson. Otherwise, how would you ever understand the consequences of your actions?
Mingli, I'm the Empress. If you hit me, you'll be punished with the paddle.
Even if you were the Emperor himself, I'd still have to teach you a lesson.
Seeing that her Empress status couldn't intimidate anyone, Mingyu immediately changed tactics and started acting cute, begging for mercy. Daddy, I was wrong. It hurts. Don't hit me anymore.
So you do know you were wrong. If I don't discipline you properly today, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause next time.
Mingli was so angry that she lost control and her strikes became even less restrained. Mingyu clutched his thigh, and Mingli started hitting his calf instead. Xiao Shunzi said, "If you beat the Empress to death, the whole clan will be implicated. Just beat me to death instead." Mingli's face turned green.
Does this little girl even know what implicating the whole clan means? You are filial girl.
Just beat me to death then.
Go kneel in the ancestral hall and stay there until you realize your mistake.
I'm not going. I won't kneel. If you want to beat me to death, then do it. You're such a big meanie, even worse than Feng Chi. No, I won't let it go. You still want to hit me? I'm going to find my mother and tell her you're abusing me. Mingli couldn't help but loosen his grip on the branch, feeling a bit of regret for having impulsively hit him in a fit of anger. Be good. Let me put some medicine on you. I don't want it. I don't want any medicine. It was Dad who hit me. You're really stubborn. If you don't put on the medicine, it'll swell up soon, and if it spreads all over your body, you'll turn into an ugly monster. Xinhua knew his weak spot and deliberately tried to scare him. Sure enough, Mingyu fell silent, turning his head to the side. Seeing all those red, swollen welts on his delicate skin, Xinhua felt even worse inside. Does it hurt? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mingyu was a bit confused, thinking he had scared him, so he lay on the couch and turned his head, saying, "Xinhua, it doesn't hurt. I was just trying to scare you on purpose earlier." Xinhua felt even worse inside. "I'm sorry, madam. I failed your instructions. I didn't take good care of Mingyu. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know it was a firecracker, nor did I know it was a dud. I wanted to help Fat Da start the fire, but Fat Da, the cook, said the firewood was too damp, so I thought of finding some scraps of paper to get the fire going. I know." "But you didn't know, and you got angry and hit me. You don't care about me anymore. Now you think your father doesn't love you anymore, but surely your mother still does, right?" He went to find his mother on his own initiative. His mother was from Tengyun village, so later he would have to find a few traveling merchants who often passed through and ask them where Tengyun Mountain was. "Hey, little one, you're looking for Tenjuan village. Who are you?" "Me? Oh, I heard you say you were looking for Tenjuan village. Coincidentally, I have an aunt who came from Tenjuan village. Does your aunt look like you?" Yes, she does. Of course, our whole family are honest farmers." He rolled his eyes. How could his mother possibly look like someone from his village? He's seen Oz portrait. She's beautiful as a fairy. Qinghua says all women in Tengyang village are like fairies. But how could a fairy have such a burly, broad-shouldered build? All right then. It's just that I still have some things here. How about you come with me across the street, just 2 blocks ahead, to pick them up? Auntie, come with Mesh, said as she reached for the bundle in Mingyu's hands. Auntie, what are you doing? I just saw that your things look heavy and thought, since you're so little, I'd help you carry them. No need, I can carry my things myself. The aunt didn't dare say more, and just followed behind her. Mingyu circled around the area twice and saw a big guy sitting at the doorway playing. Lin Yu immediately had an idea. Aunt Kuihua, wait here for me. I'm going to get something. New Kuihua didn't dare go in either. Aunt Kuihua, in a moment I'll tell people you're my mother's maid. Don't mind, okay? All right. Big guy, do you want some candied hawthorn? The big guy grinned and nodded. Then go call your family out. I'll buy you some candied hawthorn later. The big guy happily went to call someone.
Sister-in-law, brother, The candied hawthorn is back. The candied hawthorn is back.
When Miao heard the nickname the fool gave himself, he frowned. How does he look like a candied hawthorn? The brother and sister-in-law at home heard the foolish younger brother calling, and the sister-in-law didn't even put down the knife in her hand. She rushed out and said, "Dahan, who bullied you again?" Dahan pointed at Miao the little girl and asked, "Whose child is this? Did she get lost?" "No, sister-in-law. I'm here to bring Dahan a wife. A few days ago, Dahan helped me chase away the big goose that was bullying me. He said he didn't have a wife, so I brought him one." Dahan's sister-in-law turned to ask Dahan. Dahan only recognized Miao, who promised to give him candied hawthorn, and he nodded foolishly with a silly grin, agreeing to everything. Miao pointed to Niu Kuihua in the distance. "She's my family's maid, even though Dahan is a few years older. But since she's strong and can work, let her be Dahan's wife." Brother, sister-in-law, it's not that we don't like her or hit her. It's just that our family is moving, and my mother looks down on her and doesn't want to take her along. But since we've already bought her contract, it wouldn't be right to just abandon her. So I thought I'd send her over to you and sister-in-law. In the future, just let Kuihua do any dirty or tiring work. But isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, she's still a person. How can you treat her like a beast of burden? Sister-in-law, don't worry. As long as you keep an eye on her and don't let her run away, that's enough. If she refuses to work, you can scold or beat her as you like, just don't beat her to death. And she still dares to try and trick me. Which heartless blind fool threw a jujube at me? Oh, I figured you didn't do it on purpose, so I'll let it go. Goodbye. But what if I did do it on purpose, sister? Then I'll just pretend it wasn't on purpose either. Sigh. Mingyu made a funny face and ran off. The girl nimbly leapt a few steps, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, and caught the amusing little thing Mingyu was hiding. Sister actually wants to chat with you a bit longer. You're looking at me so intently. I'd like to talk to you too, but my father is waiting for me over there. Let's talk next time. Mingyu struggled to leave, but sister isn't like those other silly girls. I've been following you this whole way just now. For someone so young, you sure have a lot on your mind, even managing to trick a human trafficker. Impressive. Did sister misjudge you? What could someone my age possibly do to her? That auntie isn't really a human trafficker. You are just helping me fetch something. Mingyu grinned mischievously, but was actually looking for a chance to escape. The woman stroked his little face. You're not just good-looking. This kid is not only clever with his words, but also quick-witted. I'm sure the pavilion master will like him. She somehow managed to pull out a burlap sack from somewhere. Are you a human trafficker? No. How could someone as cute as sister be a human trafficker? I just want to take you home as a guest. Then why are you carrying a burlap sack? I'm just used to it. It makes carrying things easier. Sister, your grip on my hand hurts. Can you switch to the other hand? All right, then behave yourself, or I really will stuff you into the sack. Taking advantage of the moment when she loosened her grip, Mingyu quickly pulled out some chiang powder and threw it at the woman in green, then turned and ran. You little brat, you dare play tricks on me? Sister, can't we take a break? I'm so dizzy from being jostled around in the sack. Well, why don't you go hire a carriage? That way, it would be good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Out here in the middle of nowhere, what are you dreaming about? Otherwise, you'd have to keep an eye on me for 10 days or half a month. Enough with the nonsense. If we hurry for a few more hours, we'll be there. After walking for a little over an hour, Mingyu started clamoring for Miss again. Hold it in. We're almost there. But I can't hold it anymore. I'm going to pee myself, and if I do, it'll be all over you. Hey, stop. Don't do anything rash. Acting on impulse is the devil's work. I'll let you down, but this is a brand new skirt I just bought. The woman in green hurriedly set her down, grumbling. Lazy cows and lazy horses always make the most mess. Just as Mingyu took her first step, the woman in green seemed to remember something, pulled out a red cord, and tied it around Mingyu's waist. Then she warned her, don't even think about running away. This isn't an ordinary rope, and only people from our sect can untie this knot. If you try anything, I won't go easy on you. Ming, you rolled her eyes again. Did this woman really think she was stupid? The road was so difficult to walk. If she tried to escape recklessly, how far could she even get? Hey, Can't you make things a little easier? Do we really have to go this far? We're both women. Could I possibly see that I shouldn't? Who knows what you're really thinking? The woman huffed. Mingyu squatted down in the bushes. Taking the opportunity, she drew an ugly wife on the tree and stuffed the beaded hairpin into the bark. In such a hidden spot, she wondered if Feng Qiqi would be able to find it. Right now, Feng Qiqi might be her only hope. She also had no idea where these people were planning to take her. Hey, you don't seem very happy. If you were stuffed in a sack for days, would you be happy? Even when you're angry, you're still so cute. Sure enough, being good-looking really makes a difference. Ah, white-haired witch, you're just a little girl. What nonsense are you talking about? He leaned in close to her and whispered, Are you tired of living? Hurry up and apologize to the Lord, it's no big deal. But I'm actually quite interested in this bold little girl. What's your name, little one? Mingyu took 2 steps back. Thursday, then what's your name? Me? Ha ha! I've almost forgotten long ago. Everyone used to call me Shangxi. Shangxi? Shangxi, as in the red bean of longing? You're not making this up, are you? Seeing that Shangxi didn't look too well, Mingyu quickly nodded. Thank you. If you told me your name was Zhu Baji, I'd believe you. What do I care what your name is? It's none of my business anyway. Not the Shangxi from Boundless Longing. Shangxi stared at him, and Mingzhou couldn't help but take a step back. Now it's my turn to tell you my name. My name is Manyu. I was born on the night of the full moon, so they called me Manyu. Sai, Pavilion Master Sai, you must have discussed this with him, right? He's cute and pretty, doesn't know martial arts, but he's clever. I saw with my own eyes how he tricked the human traffickers and rescued Tao Yao. Do you really want to leave just like that? When Shangxi heard Tao Yao's words, she seemed a little sad. Listening to them, Mingyu finally understood. The Wu Yu Pavilion Master wanted Tao Yao as successor, but Tao Yao loved Yulong. Shangxi outlasted dozens of disciples, leaving only the youngest, Tao Yao. But Tao Yao was so obsessed with Yulong she'd risk her life for him. Shangxi had no other choice but to make a deal with him. If within 2 years someone suitable could be found, she would let Tao Yao go and allow them to be together. So, that's why you forcibly brought me here to be the land god. Mistress Shangxi, please let me go back. It was Sister Tao Yao who forcibly brought me here. I have parents and a husband waiting for me to return. They must be very worried. Sister Dao Zhao is a bad person. She promised to send me back with just a wave of her hand. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. When did I ever promise to send you back? And you, just a little child? What husband are you talking about? Wait. Suddenly realizing something, you don't dare say another word. You really are my good disciple. Mistress, my master raised you for over 10 years, and this is how you repay her? Mistress. So, can you let me go back now? Mingyu seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Impossible, those 3 words struck like thunder out of a clear sky. This isn't about mutual consent. As long as I'm willing, that's enough. Look at that little face. So fresh and delicate, she'll definitely grow up to be as beautiful as a flower. Just my type. Mingyu felt bitter inside. Oh. What the heck? Weren't this master and disciple just at odds with each other? Now they're suddenly on the same page again. Why are you dragging me into your mess? The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt, and her stomach couldn't help but growl twice. You're hungry. No kidding, try not eating for a whole day yourself. Go find something for him to eat and send him back tonight. When Mingyu heard this, she almost wanted to shout, Long live the Pavilion Master! Long live, long live! When are you going to send me back? I'm telling you, little girl, there's something wrong with your head. Isn't it nice here? There are mountains, water, and plenty to imagine. This is just a temporary place for us to stay. When we go back, our home will be much grander than this. I'm not impressed. If it's so great, why don't you stay here? This shabby villa isn't even as big as one of my courtyards. What's there to be impressed about? Mingyu started to miss Feng Qiqi a little. Actually, aside from being a bit boring, everything in the palace was fine. I have no worries about food or drink, and there's a reason for that. Actually, it's not that he doesn't know this way of doing things isn't very honorable, but he just doesn't want to spend his whole life doing something like that. The master of Wuyu Pavilion, he just wants to be like a pair of mandarin ducks, envying neither immortals nor gods. You mean that Yulong of yours? Yes, Yulong is the best man in the world. We've already pledged ourselves to each other for life. Then why won't Master Li give you leave? Is it because he's too ugly or too poor to be presentable? What's wrong with this pavilion master? Even the emperor needs to take a wife, doesn't he? You don't know that disciples of our Wuyu Pavilion are not allowed to marry. What kind of strange rule is that? The pavilion master's supreme technique requires absolute purity of mind and detachment from desire. You can't have even a hint of emotion to practice it, or you might suffer a backlash. That's why your lovesick pavilion master, the white-haired witch, ended up that way. She lost control while cultivating. So you're saying she fell in love? My master did not lose control while cultivating. This is just something you have to go through to master the supreme technique. Your appearance ages very slowly, but your hair can turn white overnight. Is it really that frightening? Is it really that frightening? But think about it. You get to keep your beautiful look so great. Is that? Look at how pretty you are. Wouldn't it be a shame if you grew old? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, that I'm so easy to fool? Then if you become the sect leader, wouldn't you be able to live forever? Mingyu doesn't believe he can fool her. She's not an idiot. Why is this little one so hard to reason with? My looks are just average, so even if I grow old, it's nothing to regret. Besides, I'm going to marry Yulong. I'm already married, so I don't have that chance anymore. How could it be? You're only 5 or 6. And I got married when I was 3. Ming, he doesn't really understand the difference between marrying and being married. Usually, I just hear them joking that Feng Qingtian married a child bridegroom. I married a child husband when I was 3. I'm not lying to you. What do kids know about love anyway? That just means you were tricked afterwards. He's bound to dump you. He's 7 or 8 years older than me, so if anyone's getting old, it's him. The only way it goes is me leaving him, not the other way around. But you're different. You're not very good looking, you can't cook, and you've got a bad temper. In a couple of years, when you're old and faded, that so-called Yulong will definitely find someone younger and prettier than you. By then, you'll just be kept at home like a servant, doing chores, washing vegetables, cooking meals. When Yulong's in a bad mood, he'll spank you, refuse to give you food, punish you, make you copy Buddhist scriptures, clean the toilet, do the laundry. You're talking nonsense. Yulong isn't that kind of person. Don't you know you can never truly know what's in someone's heart? Since you're already here, don't you want to talk with me? I'm afraid of disturbing you. Sister Taoyao said that the mistress of Lovesickness Pavilion doesn't like unrelated people coming over. Why don't you chat with me for a bit? I haven't seen an outsider in many years. Mingyu doesn't dare refuse. What if the white-haired witch gets angry and smashes her skull with a single palm? What would I do then? I'm just a kid. I don't really understand what you adults say, so you can't kill me if I say something wrong. Shangxi glanced at him, but there was no hint of a smile in her eyes. Taoyao was right, you really are clever. If you don't want to leave, I could consider taking you as my last disciple. Mingyu quickly shook his head and changed the subject. Are there any fish in this lake? Shangxi didn't answer him, if you think about it carefully. But it's been 5 or 6 years. Why do you say stranger? For the past 5 or 6 years, you've only been with Taoyao. Isn't it that everyone who's seen me is dead? That's why I haven't seen any strangers in these 5 or 6 years. Mingyu's little shoulders are trembling with fear. Is it still possible for me to cover my eyes now? If you become my last disciple, then you won't be a stranger anymore. My eyesight is bad. I didn't see the pavilion master, and I'm already married. I got married at 3, already took in a child husband. Mingyu really doesn't want to stay with such a moody demoness. This thing called love is like poison. You don't understand it, and neither does Taoyao. No one in this world understands it. I'll be very obedient, so please don't abandon me in some desolate wilderness. What if I get carried off by wolves? What would I do then? Of course, Sai, of course. But as soon as she stepped out the door, Taoyao was blocked by a group of people. More than a dozen long swords gleamed coldly in the night. Taoyao's legs went a little weak, and no matter how good her lightness skill was, she couldn't use it now.
Miss, where are you going so late at night?
I ate too much tonight, so I came out for a walk. Just kidding.
Wow, this girl is really strong, carrying such a big sack. Do you need a hand? Miss Taoyao, do you know if the master of the Wu Yu Pavilion is here?
Chengfen. Hey Chengfen, did I bring Chi-Chi here? Hearing Chengfen's voice, Mingyu struggled hard. Taoyao, put me down. I can go back by myself. This little girl is just trying to make trouble, isn't she? Isn't this basically telling everyone that she's in the sack? Now there's no way out. Taoyao had no choice but to silently take her out. I just invited her here as a guest. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. Mingyu saw Feng Chi-Chi throw herself into her arms all at once. Oh, Hang Song Chi-Chi, you finally found me. I was wondering if you'd noticed the pearl hairpin I left behind. Feng Chi-Chi, holding her up, swept her gaze over Mingyu, who reflexively flinched and covered her butt, then turned to Daoao and said, I was just out for a walk. She's the one who tied me up in a sack and brought me here. Hey, little girl, are you really going to turn your back on me like that? You clearly snuck out with your bundle on your own, and I only took you in because I felt sorry for you.
I should really thank Brother Wu Yu, the master of the pavilion, for his warm hospitality. Your Majesty, this was all done by the master of Wu Yu Pavilion alone. It has nothing to do with us. Your Majesty must destroy the master of Wu Yu Pavilion. He is cruel by nature and kills without batting an eye.
Yulong, what nonsense are you talking about? When has the pavilion master ever done such a thing? That little girl, the Empress, was kidnapped by me. The pavilion master knew nothing about it. Cao Yao would never push her own crime onto her master.
Are you stupid? As long as the pavilion master is dead, we can be together, and no one will be able to stop us anymore.
Ming Yu was also stunned. Yulong was planning to kill the Shaanxi pavilion master and then run away with Tao Yao. No, Tao Yao absolutely refused, but it was Yulong who had always wanted to put Shaanxi to death. Ming Yu watched coldly. Before, he thought Shaanxi was a bit heartless, but now he feels that Shaanxi's judgment of people is indeed better than his disciples. She could tell at a glance that Yu Lang was no good. Arrest them all. You little girl, what you know is that I forcibly brought you here. Me master knew nothing about it. If someone really has to be beheaded, then behead me. This has nothing to do with my master or Yu Lang and the others. Yu Lang never expected that Feng Qingqian would be so shameless, turning hostile at the drop of a hat.
Your Majesty, you said that if I led the way, you would spare me and Tao Yao. As the Emperor, how can you go back on your word? If I break my promise, what will you do about it?
If you actually believe the words of a sly old fox, then you really are a useless scholar. If Feng Chi were truly someone who kept his word, he wouldn't be the one sitting on the throne.
The whereabouts of the Wu Yu Pavilion Master have yet to be found.
Tao Yao felt relieved. It's good they didn't find him. Feng Qingqian seemed to have expected this outcome.
Take the two of them back first.
Taking them back is such a hassle. Why not just kill one of them here first? You're the one I find the most annoying. Maybe I should start with you.
No, it has nothing to do with me. It was all Tao Yao's doing. I was the one who helped save the day. If anyone should be punished, it should be Tao Yao.
Although you, Yulong, don't have much martial skill and are a bit timid, but Tao Yao could never have imagined that he would be so cowardly and selfish as Yulong really become this heartless.
Tao Yao, don't blame me. As the saying goes, husband and wife are like birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. You brought this upon yourself. I originally thought that if your master died, we could take the treasures from Wu Yu Pavilion and live a happy life together. But who would have thought you?
Shut up. Little girl, if you want to kill or torture someone, come at me instead. My skin is thick anyway. I'm the one who offended you, so no matter how you torment me, I won't complain. Ming Yu is just putting on an act, holding up that dagger. She waved the dagger back and forth in front of the two of them. So who should I kill then? Yulong's thin face was filled with fear, terrified that the blade might accidentally touch him. Yulong, just hearing that name sounds so effeminate. It's really unpleasant.
Thursday? Then I won't be called Yulong anymore. I can be called anything you want. Just please, your ladyship, spare my life.
Chang Feng rolled his eyes. Cowards so afraid of death should be dealt with swiftly. But Feng Qingqian seemed entertained watching Ming Yu scare them.
Didn't we agree that if I changed my name, you wouldn't kill him?
No, I didn't. Which eye or ear of yours saw or heard me agree to that? If your ear heard it, I'll cut off your ear. If your eye saw it, I'll gouge out your eye. Ah, it's nothing. I just wanted to test. If our family's knife is sharp, Yulong was devastated and said, "You might as well just kill me." Mingyu didn't hold the dagger steady, and with a sudden slip, it fell and stabbed straight into Yulong's leg. No, even the hand that dropped it was startled, and in a flash ran to hide behind Feng Qingqian, peeking out to take a closer look. It turned out it was just a stab wound.
All right, enough. Stop making a fuss, or I'll cut out your tongue.
Yulong's shoulders trembled as he stared wide-eyed at the blood flowing from his own leg, not daring to make a sound. He looked anxiously at Mingyu. Mingyu felt a bit embarrassed and said, my mistake, my hand slipped, and it just fell. I know this Yulang is already so jumpy. It startled me too.
You too, whether you live or whether you die. That's entirely up to you. 3, I'm completely innocent.
Tao Yao had given up hope as well, her face full of despair. Let him go. It has nothing to do with him.
Sai, it's fine. This is your own choice, remember. If you become a ghost, don't come haunting me.
Mingyu couldn't help but feel annoyed. If he weren't standing so far away, he really wouldn't be able to resist kicking him a couple of times. Yulang scrambled away in a panic, while Tao Yao sniffled, looking relieved. Come on, Sister Tao Yao. You should hurry back and find Xiangxi. Thank you, little girl, but I don't have the face to see Master anymore. How could that be? The Lord of Xiangxi Pavilion just said he believed you would never betray him. Now that you've seen what a scoundrel Yulang really is, if you go back, the Lord of Xiangxi Pavilion will definitely be very happy. Little girl, thank you. Let's part ways here. Sai, actually. She's quite kind-hearted too. You have no idea how much my butt hurts. That villain Ming Li really hits hard. If Qinghua hadn't put medicine on me yesterday, I wouldn't even be able to walk now.
If Huigong gave you a whole plate of crystal steamed pork and some cold chicken salad too...
I also want a big bowl of black-bone chicken soup with cordyceps. Thinking about delicious food comforted Mingyu a little, and his stomach immediately growled. You're really hungry. You hope to hurry home to drink soup and eat meat. The anxiety in your heart suddenly warmed. This is the first time since he entered the palace at age 3 that he's called the palace home.
If you give me a kiss, I'll take you home first.
Ping? You probably swallowed nervously, hesitated for a moment, then smacked a kiss on him. Just then, Changfeng behind them looked up and saw this scene.
In broad daylight, wait. No. Under the gentle moon and a soft breeze, this audacious little girl actually dares to openly harass His Imperial Majesty. And the crucial point is, why does His Majesty look like he's thoroughly enjoying this moment?
Changfeng couldn't believe it.
Is this really the His Majesty I know? It was already something that he would dress this little girl, wash her face, feed her, and basically act like her nanny. But now, he's even letting her tease him, and he actually seems to be enjoying it. Even if His Majesty is desperate, he should at least find a beautiful woman to dote on, someone with curves and charm, not a little girl who hasn't even grown up yet. Could it be that His Majesty really has such a unique taste? All of you disperse and go back. I'll take him to the underworld first.
You're getting bolder and bolder, truly outrageous. Before he could even speak, Ming Li heard the commotion, rushed out, and upon seeing him, immediately pulled him into his arms.
It's Father's fault. Father shouldn't have gotten angry with you for no reason. No matter what you do, it's fine. Father won't get upset anymore.
Father, how could there be any lasting grudges between a father and daughter? Ming. He was raised in the palm of his hand since she was little. How could he ever really bear to be harsh with her? The moment he punished her, he regretted it deeply in his heart. When Mingyu returned to the residence, all the maids and servants gathered around her, saying, You mustn't be so reckless again in the future. There are so many bad people out there. Mingyu replied, I'm not afraid of those people at all. You little rascal, then how did you end up getting captured? Humph, I'm going to seriously master some unbeatable martial arts from now on. Next time, who catches whom is still up in the air. When Feng Qingqian came in, Mingyu was already under the covers, playing. Relieved, she lay down and pulled up the blanket, intending to scold her to sleep properly. But, as she lifted the blanket, Mingyu's fair, tender bottom and legs were exposed. Feng Qingqian quietly glanced down at her.
Where are your clothes?
I just applied medicine. Qinghua said to wait until it dries before putting clothes back on.
Was the beating serious? Do you want me to really take a look for you?
Of course it was harsh. Just like when you hit me.
How could that be? When I hit you, I used my right hand. Your father, on the other hand, used weapons. Of course, your father was much harsher.
Mingyu shot him a glare and said, "You two are just picking on me because I'm young. When I grow up and you're old, I'll throw away your walking sticks and see how you get around." When I grow up and you two are old, I'll throw away your walking sticks and see how you manage to walk.
I'm only 7 or 8 years older than you. That's not much. Even when you grow up, I'll still be a young and handsome man.
Bringing up this topic, Feng Qingqian actually seemed a bit eager. Looking at him growing up, this little girl was already so good-looking as a child. Would she become even more beautiful when she matures? At night, whenever the little girl's delicate skin touched her, Feng Qingqian couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. She quietly reached out to touch his smooth face, then stole a quick kiss before finally falling asleep. The little girl's face was sweet and soft, just like a dessert, making her irresistibly lovable. As usual, when Mingyu woke up in the morning, the sun was already shining on her backside. Feng Qingqian had already attended half of the morning court session. When the warm water was applied to her face, Mingyu's drowsiness finally faded away, and she realized she was at home. She had been wondering why the courtyard seemed smaller. After washing up, the maid applied a thick layer of face cream for her, and the timing was just right to make it in time for lunch. Sister Qinghua said that His Highness hasn't been back for a long time. After we eat, she'll take His Highness out for a stroll and buy some new and interesting trinkets. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Let's hurry and go. Wow, miss, you look so beautiful, just like a fairy. Does this outfit suit me? Is it okay for me to wear it now? The little maid held the dress up to her, but it was a bit too big. Miss will probably have to wait another couple of years before she can wear it. It seems a bit large right now. But the shop does have a crimson narcissus skirt, and the double-sided embroidery fabric is also very nice. Let me fetch it for you to take a look. Bring this one along for me as well in a bit. Wait a moment. Let me try on this dress. Wait, let me try on this dress. Sorry, miss, but the previous customer has already reserved it. If she hasn't paid, how is that considered reserved? Are you looking down on me, thinking I can't afford it? I'm the Prime Minister's daughter. There's nothing the Ming family can't buy. Sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just that our shop has its rules. All the customers here are distinguished, and we can't afford to offend anyone. If she wants it, just give it to her. When Mingyu heard Ming Zhao's name, she looked at her with disdain, thinking that just because she said, "Give it to me," it would be hers, as if she were some mistress in the palace. Of course, our young lady is generous and kindly letting you have it, but you take her good intentions for granted. I think she's just showing off. What does she take the Ming family for? Beggars to be dismissed at will? Just because you say you're giving it to us, we have to take it? Ming, you shot her a glare. If Changfeng were here, he'd have kicked her to death. If you don't want it, then forget it. Just wrap it up for us. Mingyu couldn't be bothered to argue anymore, and got up, planning to find Qinghua to pay. In Ming Zhao's eyes, this was blatant provocation. Stop! Who gave you permission to speak so loudly? Whose daughter are you? Do you even know my father is the Grand Chancellor, a first-rank minister in court? My eldest sister is going to be the future imperial noble consort, and I'll also enter the palace to become a mistress one day. You'd better behave yourself. With your annoying attitude, if you get in, you'll just end up scrubbing toilets. What nonsense are you spouting? As Ming Zhao reached out to grab her, a fair, slender hand pressed down on hers. Third Miss Ming, you'd better know your place. Let go. Aren't you afraid of my father? He's the Grand Chancellor after all. Oh, I'm so scared. Is she a tiger or something? What? Can she eat people? You're looking for trouble. How dare you talk about the Ming family like that? I'm going to be the future imperial consort, you know. Qinghua couldn't hold back when she heard that, and slapped her right across the face. Miss Ming, you clearly don't know your place, so today I'll teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you'll only realize too late that trouble comes from the mouth. How dare you hit me? Who do you think you are, daring to call yourself the imperial consort in front of the Ming general's household? Where did you get the nerve in the face? Even if you do become the imperial consort, you're still just a concubine. There's no real difference between a concubine and a servant, yet you dare to act so arrogant in front of your mistress. Let this slap today be your lesson. Hearing Qinghua's words, Mingyu understood everything. She was so excited and delighted she almost applauded. Well done. She's so ugly, yet she still can't stop thinking about Feng Qi. Just wait until I tell father and see what you'll do then. So what if you're the empress? Isn't my cousin still the one acting all arrogant? Humph, you're just a concubine's daughter, what, right? Do you have to call yourself my cousin? Didn't my slap make that clear? Mingyu turned and ran off early the next morning. Why are you still upset about what happened this morning? Me? No way, I wouldn't get mad over that. I'm just annoyed, why does everyone want to come into the palace and snatch Feng Qiqi away? Sai, you're jealous, aren't you? I guess you could say that. If they come into the palace, won't I have to share everything I have now, what I eat and use with them? My dear lady, can't you have a little more ambition? The Empress is the mistress, while the concubines are just servants. Of course, they are all beneath you, so anything good to eat or use should go to you first. Don't worry if any of these servants dare to take your things, just beat them as hard as you can. Mingyu nodded, half understanding, but basically, it meant she had to protect her food just like Han Yue. No one could take her meat. Mingyu had been back for 7 days, and Feng Qingqian had climbed over the wall 5 or 6 times during that time. When Changsheng accidentally discovered this big secret, he kept his mouth shut and didn't dare let a word slip, not even in his heart. If the world ever found out that a dignified emperor was climbing over walls to secretly watch his own child bride at a minister's house, it would definitely be a huge scandal. But Changsheng only dared to gossip about it silently in his heart.
Changchuo, why do you look like you have something to say lately?
He recalled Feng Qingxian's look that night when the moon was dark and the wind was high a warning in her eyes.
Sai, Xiao Tiangxia is back. I know, because I went with His Highness to pick her up early this morning.
Just as he was about to ask, Feng Jingxin came over with Mingyu. She glanced lightly at Changsheng, who immediately straightened his back and stood at attention. Once Feng Qingxin had passed by, Changfeng asked, "What were you about to say just now?" "It's nothing," Changsheng replied, turning to leave, leaving Changfeng standing there completely bewildered. "Isn't taking the small path a faster way to get to Weiyang Hall? You just ate, so you should walk around a bit." There's nothing wrong with that answer, nothing to criticize. Mingyu had no choice but to obediently follow him. After all, Feng Qingxian is the emperor and is more than capable of spanking him. Even the slightest mistake would earn him a smack on the palm or a spanking. Song Qiqi, today I found a really big fish in the kitchen. It's almost as big as I am.
As big as you? Is that even edible? That's a shark.
It's almost dying of thirst. I've been scooping water to feed it all afternoon. After I finish eating, I'll take you to see my big fish. Mingyu took a sip of the soup. This tastes really good. What kind of soup is this, Your Highness?
You're drinking fish soup. Today's meal is all fish dishes. This fish was just so big, it was enough to fill an entire table.
How many fish would that take?
Just one. It was especially big.
Isn't that the big fish I saved? You killed my fish. I worked so hard to save that fish, and you killed it. I spent the whole afternoon feeding it water. Shao Shungji's face turned pale.
How did this fish end up being connected to the young lord again? This was the fish sent to the imperial kitchen to be slaughtered, hey?
Hey, Feng Qiqi, they killed my fish. The big fish is so pitiful.
It's their fault. Later, I'll have Changfeng punish them 20 strokes each. Take the dish away, and bring something else instead.
Don't go yet. You're not allowed to take it away.
Have them take it away, so you won't feel sad looking at it.
Take it away! The big fish is dead anyway. It's not coming back. Might as well eat it. Don't let it go to waste. It's really delicious. Feng Qingqian spat out a mouthful of blood. Little ancestor, can't you be a bit more careful? Feng Qiqi. Hurry up and eat it. If I see it again later, I'll feel even worse. Mingyu said it smelled so good with tears in her eyes and finished eating it happily. This big fish is so pitiful. It took so much effort to grow this big, and then it was killed.
Yeah. How could it not be pitiful? You finished it all while crying, didn't leave a single bite.
It's all because I was too greedy and couldn't resist. Feng Qingqian glared at Changfeng Ye, and Changfeng immediately changed his tune.
As the saying goes, every grain on the plate comes from hard work. The big fish is gone, but it fed you. So that's also a good deed and accumulating virtue.
Feng Qingqian was worried that too much crying would be bad for her eyes, so she deliberately brought her out to the imperial garden for a walk to help calm her mood. Ming, you had indeed stopped crying, and after a long while, she couldn't help but ask, will there be more good fortune in the future?
There's no more big fish. But tomorrow I can make you another dish of sweet and sour fish.
And sweet and sour ribs too? Oh my goodness.
Study well. If you don't write properly, you'll get a scolding from Shuangsen.
That's not fair. Why do you get to relax while I have to work so hard writing?
Once your handwriting is as good as mine, you can rest too.
Why don't you just say in the next life, huh?
You like me so much. You even want to reserve me for the next life.
When did it become about him wanting to cling to him in the next life again? Just thinking about having to get my palms and butt smacked again in the next life, Mingyu's little heart feels hopeless. Wait, that's not what I meant.
So you mean you don't like me and don't want to be with me?
Two didn't.
Then that means you like me. Just say it. Stop beating around the bush. Done yet? Keep practicing your writing. And if you dare to secretly wish in your heart not to be with me in the next life, just try it.
Seriously, even what I think in my heart has to be approved by you.
You're secretly mocking me.
I am not.
You rolled your eyes. I saw it clearly.
Fengqing turned her head and said,
Someone, pass my order. Remove all meat from Imperial. Vegetarian.
Mingyu anxiously blocked Shao Shengzi. Don't dare. No, can't.
Your Highness, this is His Majesty's order.
Mingyu started arguing with Feng Qingqian again. Feng Qiqi, you're bullying me. You're such a big meanie. Feng Qiqi, you're such a big meanie.
Your face is already puffed up. Eat more meat, you'll turn into a ball. But if you do, that's fine. You can roll around instead of walking one kick, and you won't have to walk.
Feng Qiqi, you've gone too far. I'm going to fight you. Then she bit down hard, and Mingyu let out a wail and burst into tears. Shao Shunzi saw the blood on Feng Qingqian's hand and panicked, quickly calling for the imperial physician. Your Highness is too fierce. Look at what you've done to His Majesty. But strangely, His Majesty looked helpless and conflicted, while the little prince who had just attacked was now crying his heart out like a victim. No need. Feng Qingqian calmly raised her hand to cover Mingyu's mouth, carefully wiping the blood from his lips with a handkerchief. You made me lose another tooth. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and the tears just wouldn't stop. So it turns out, Shao Shunzi was wrongly blamed honestly that blood was from the little prince losing another tooth.
No one knows if it's fate or just bad luck. But ever since the little prince started losing his baby teeth, every single one has somehow been connected to His Majesty. This time, you bit yourself.
It's all your fault for bullying me first. Your hands are too rough, that's why you knocked out my tooth.
All right, it's my fault. Tonight, I'll have the Imperial kitchen stew the meat until it's really tender so it's easier for you to eat.
And I want crystal steamed pork too.
Let's see if you dare bite people with your teeth again.
I won't dare anymore.
Little Dianxian, His Majesty has ordered you to pack your things immediately and head to the border.
Why am I going to the border? Isn't my father coming back in 2 months?
General Ning isn't feeling well and can't travel far, so he sent a letter back.
Rui, hurry up and pack your things. Hey, Dad!
Oh my, you've grown so tall. Come here, let me have a look at you. Hey!
Dad, how did you get so seriously ill?
It's nothing, just a bit of a cough. The weather here is cold and harsh, so it's taking longer to recover.
You're lying.
Would the god of war ever lie to you?
Dad, you have to get better soon. Otherwise, what will I do if someone bullies you in the future?
You are the Empress. In the future, you'll be the one bullying others who would dare bully you. As long as Feng Qingqian is here, no one would dare.
But Feng Qiqi bullies me too. Just last month, she spanked me so hard I couldn't sit down for 2 days. Dad, you said I'm the apple of your eye. Could you really bear to see your precious one get hit?
Of course I can't bear it. But you did learn how to use chopsticks.
Of course. I'm so smart and adorable, but he never mentions that when it comes to using chopsticks, he's not even as good as a 3-year-old.
The sound of cicadas signals that my end is near. There's no escaping it now. But my young daughter at home is still so little. I hope your Majesty will look after her. General, rest assured, I will not let her suffer in the slightest. Once I let go and leave this world, her mother's whereabouts are unknown, and she will be left all alone. I also ask your Majesty to allow Qinghua to enter the palace, so they can look after each other. I also ask your Majesty to swear before heaven, earth, the gods, and all the ancestors of the Feng family, to treat and cherish Mingyu for your entire life. Should you break this vow, may you meet a bad end, and may your country and family fall to ruin. I, Feng Qingchen, descendant of the Feng family, swear before heaven, earth, the gods, and my ancestors that I will treat and cherish you for my entire life. Should I break this vow, may I meet a bad end, and may my country and family fall to ruin.
Those vows startled Mingyu, who was eavesdropping, so much that he turned and ran like a frightened little mouse. Mingyu himself didn't even know what he was panicking about or why he was running. Wasn't it a good thing that Feng Qingqian was making such vows in front of his father? From now on, he wouldn't dare bully him anymore. He should have been happy, but he just couldn't feel happy because Feng Qiqi was only treating him well for the sake of his father. Dad, have a piece of candy. The medicine won't taste bitter anymore. Once you take the medicine, you'll get better.
Where did you get that candy from?
Before I left the palace, Xiao Shunzi gave it to me. I couldn't bear to eat it until now I hiding money. Ming Yu couldn't help biting her lower lip and licking Ming Li. Seeing his greedy little look, her eyes grew moist. You've had the candy too, so you'll get better soon.
Silly girl, how could this be some magical cure? Your father can't make it anymore. My time is almost up.
What does my time is almost up mean?
It means when someone is about to die. That's what my time is almost up means.
No, you can't, Daddy, you can't die. He doesn't want to leave you all alone.
Silly girl. Don't you still have Feng Qiqi? And Qinghua? How could you be alone?
No, I want Daddy. Daddy, you're not allowed to go.
Silly girl, everything in this world must face death eventually. Just like the little red fish Daddy brought home for you before, when it's time for them to go, no one can stop it. Don't cry.
If you weren't coming back, fine, but now even Daddy is going to die. If you're such a bad person, when Daddy got sick, you didn't even come back.
Is Feng Qiqi good to you? Does he really want to protect him?
He teases you the most and often hits you, but he's also really nice to you, always giving you delicious food.
Ah, you really are a silly girl. Do you remember the way Daddy taught you to protect you?
But I can't beat the bad guys.
If your father dies when you go back, you're not allowed to cry. If anyone asks where your father went, just say he went to find your mother. To Daoyun village. Everyone in Daoyun village must say the same thing. Do you hear me?
Fifth brother.
And you must remember to stay happy. You're not allowed to cry. As long as your father is alive, the world will remain peaceful. Feng Qiqi will still be the emperor. And your father has left you a treasure, secretly hidden somewhere Ayu can find it. When you grow up, Ayu, you'll definitely be able to use it.
Mingyu responded with tears in her eyes.
Good child.
That night, when Mingyu went to sleep, her eyes were terribly swollen. Feng Qi, do you think my father will really die? How could he? But my father said he would. Mingyu's voice was very soft, barely audible. After she finished speaking, she crawled under the covers, curled up into a small ball, and fell silent. After taking tonic medicine for 2 days in a row, Ming Li woke up in the morning feeling refreshed. Not only could he get out of bed, he was even able to eat half a bowl of porridge. That's wonderful. If you can eat, Daddy will get better soon.
His Majesty can't be saved. Let the general make arrangements for his final affairs.
How could that be? Just yesterday, my father was still in good spirits. Feng Qiqi, you saw it too yesterday, didn't you?
Your Highness, the general was experiencing a final burst of energy before death.
What does final burst of energy before death mean?
It means that when a person is near death, they might suddenly become lively and energetic, as if they've recovered from their illness.
No, that's not true. You're lying. I don't believe it. Brother, please don't scare me. I won't be naughty anymore. Daddy.
Don't cry. Born of heaven and earth. We return to dust, back to heaven and earth. If you remember me, on the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month each year, bathe for your father in the trees, Li Hongxi. No matter how far I am, I will know.
With a trembling hand, she reached out to Feng Qingqian. Ming Li gritted her teeth and placed her hand on Ming Yu's.
General, don't worry. I understand.
Ming Li tried to force a smile, but after struggling for a long time, he still couldn't manage to lift the corners of his mouth. He was too tired. For decades, he had shouldered most of Nanny's territory and borne the responsibilities of his family. Everything gradually began to blur, and he muttered to himself,
You're here. Little Empress, what a coincidence.
Uncle, where are you going?
I'm here to deliver books to the academy and happen to run into you. I heard from the Grand Tutor you were nowhere last month. Were you being lazy?
Ming Yu glanced around and whispered, I'll tell you, Uncle, but you can't tell anyone else.
Of course.
I went to the border for a few days to see my father. Ru Yi looked a bit nervous, afraid he might say something careless.
General Ming returns to the capital in days. Why let you, a young girl, make such a bumpy trip?
My father said. He went to look for my mother. He found the location of Tianjun village. Royal Uncle, you mustn't tell anyone else about this.
Really?
Why would I lie to you, Royal Uncle? Or do I look like a bad person or a liar to you? If you want to ask about my father, I thought it was because you had some gift for me.
Royal Uncle did prepare a gift for you. It's already been sent to the Weiyang Palace. You'll see it when you return.
Thank you, Royal Uncle. Ru Yi, hurry up. Let's go see what the gift is. The Prince of Nangshuan is still standing there. Carefully recalling every move Ming Yu just made, why did Ming Li leave so abruptly? Did she really go to look for Madam? But as for this Madam, there are rumors that she disappeared mysteriously, and some say she actually died long ago. Ru Yi watched as Ming Yu, who had run far ahead, finally stopped, panting heavily. Let's go back. Standing in the sunlight, Ru Yi looked at her back, seeing a sorrow and loneliness she had never seen before. After a few months, Ming Yu gradually began to regain her former liveliness. She kept pestering Changfeng to teach her martial arts. She was already a little tyrant in the harem. If this little troublemaker learned martial arts, not even the heavens could catch her. Changfeng, just teach me a little, please. Ming Yu was like Changfeng's little shadow, following her everywhere she went. Changfeng had no choice but to hide up in a tree and refuse to come down.
If you've got the guts, come up here.
Ming Yu stomped her foot in frustration and left. Wasn't this just bullying her? If only she could master Qinggong and move as freely as she pleased, Changfeng wouldn't get to act so smug. Just let Changfeng teach me. Once I learn, I'll be able to protect myself and maybe even sneak out of the palace. Do I really seem like someone who doesn't follow the rules? Feng Qingqian shot him a glance. Since childhood, has he ever followed any rules? If I learned martial arts, I could protect you. Feng Qingshan looked at him with utter disdain. Two can protect myself. No one would dare bully me.
Who in this palace would even dare to bully you?
Feng Jingqian remained unmoved. After much talk, words were clearly useless. Her eyes darted, then on a whim, she bit her lip and suddenly kissed Feng Jingqian's cheek. She put on a very cute, playful act to win their favor and approval.
Don't let it happen again.
Ming Yu cheered and ran off. As soon as Ming Yu left, Changfeng followed right behind.
Your Majesty, please don't make me teach the young prince. Assign me some other task instead, like going undercover at a brothel, or becoming a male concubine in a foreign country to gather intelligence. Honestly, I think teaching the young prince is quite a remarkable job. I take my leave.
He was so afraid that if he was even a moment late, Feng Qingqing would send him undercover.
Mom, just teach him the basics, like how to do a horse stance.
Changfeng quickly jogged out. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. As soon as he got back, Changfeng started teaching Ming Yu martial arts, setting up the proper posture and standing firmly in a horse stance.
This is the foundation for our entry-level training. Only after you master this, Your Highness, will we teach you the next step.
Ming, you spent 2 days practicing the horse stance. Clenching her fists, looking wilted as an eggplant hit by frost, she asked, how long must I do the horse stance before I learn the sword?
Your Highness, you have to keep your horse stance steady. With a disciple as clumsy as you, you'll probably have to practice it for several decades at least.
Ah! How dare you mess with me?
I wouldn't dare, Your Highness. You insisted on learning. Your natural talent isn't great. So there's no other way. You'll just have to practice your horse stance for another couple of years.
At night, my girlfriend's calves keep trembling when she's lying down. She says she doesn't want to learn anymore, that she'll quit tomorrow. After just 2 days of practice, she's already giving up. You really start to wonder if Changfen, that rascal, is deliberately messing with me. If I keep going at this rate, won't it take me until I'm 18 just to master the horse stance? Qinghua chuckled, knowing full well that this idea probably came from that person in the Changel Palace. Haha, martial arts were never something you could master in a day. 10 years of study, 100 years of martial arts, it's all about daily perseverance. But the mistress of Lovesickness Pavilion used to say I was gifted. Well, she must have meant your little cleverness. Why is it that when it's them, it's called great wisdom, but when it's me, it's just petty cleverness? Cleverness doesn't come in sizes. All right, get some rest early. That sharp tongue of yours really is something you were born with. Humph. Your Highness, Miss Lumei from Fuyo Palace has come to see you. The Dowager Consort said that since His Majesty just turned 16 this year, it's time to select some well-bred and good-looking young ladies from noble families to enter the palace and learn proper etiquette. The Dowager Consort is worried that it would be too much work for your Highness to handle alone. Would you like her to help with the arrangements? Mingyu is still young and playful, hardly willing to take on such responsibilities. Then let the Dowager Consort make the selections. That will be fine. I'll go relay the message to the Dowager Consort, but what exactly is the purpose of the selection process? Mingyu doesn't really understand. There are already so many attendants in the palace. You are His Majesty's Empress, his legitimate wife, the mistress of the main palace. The so-called selection is to choose some appropriately aged young women to enter the palace as consorts or concubines. They'll be under your control. Serving as maids and servants doesn't that make them just like the palace maids? That's right. As the saying goes, concubines are like servants, and servants are like slaves. That means they all have to listen to me, and only I get to boss them around, right? This little girl's sense of territory has been strong since she was young.
Indeed, a promising child.
She turned and glanced at Lu Mei.
The Empress is young, but intelligent. With Qinghua and Ru Yi assisting selecting court ladies shouldn't be difficult. As for the Dowager Consort, she's advanced in years, and should enjoy her twilight years in peace.
The Dowager Consort is also concerned for His Highness. Since His Majesty has considered everything so thoroughly and is so considerate of the Dowager Consort, she will surely be comforted when she learns of this. Then this servant will take her leave first. My hand is so sore from using chopsticks myself.
I think you're just being lazy.
It really smells good. Isn't it better to let the Dowager Consort choose? It's so much less trouble. If she's happy, I'm happy too.
If you were the one choosing, you just pick whatever makes you happy. Whoever you find pleasing to the eye, you just pick them.
That's true. Why is it that the consort selection only happens once every few years? If we held it every month, wouldn't all the treasures in the world end up being mine? Then in the future, if there's anyone who gives you trouble, why should I be the one to worry? With so many treasures, if someone doesn't listen, just do as Chi-Chi said, punish them until they obey. Keep hitting them with the board until they do. Sigh, it seems my worries were unnecessary. I guess it's actually the concubines in the harem who are oppressed and bullied by him. Honestly, this is probably the first time in history that an empress has accepted bribes so openly. At dinner, Feng Qingqian came over and saw Mingyu sitting on the carpet, holding a portrait in her hand. Her eyes were almost dazzled just. Which one looks the best? I think we should pick some who aren't that good looking. That way our highness will stand out even more. Like a red flower needs green leaves to set it off. Mingyu glanced at it and picked out a few from among them. Just toss the ones that are such eyesores. Looking at them for a few years would almost make you go blind.
Pick out the ones you find pleasing to the eye.
Rui, you all put these things away. We'll look at them again tomorrow.
When it's time to eat, you're even more eager than a little piglet.
Food is the most important thing for people, of course eating matters. Rui, push me higher.
Don't push so high, or you'll fall and end up limping.
As soon as Rui heard that, she didn't dare to push hard anymore. Mingyu grunted twice in protest, but ignored him.
When did you learn to sound like a pig?
You're the pig, and you even found yourself a whole pen of so soon you'll have a whole litter of piglets. Mingyu, feeling childish and annoyed at Feng Qing, decided to let Mingyu enter the palace. I already told you, if I don't listen, then I won't say any, just trust me. Not following the usual rules, Mingyu grew even more frustrated and jumped up angrily, but as she stood, she accidentally tripped over the swing. By the time Feng Qing rushed over, it was already too late. You, Lady Ji.
You fell down on your own, you know.
I don't like Mingyue, but you insisted on bringing her into the palace. I hate you. I don't even know if I'm hurt from the fall or just angry. Mingyu's tears started to fall, so Feng Jingqian simply picked her up and wiped her tears away.
I'm doing this for your own good. Now that she's in the palace, you can scold her every day as the Empress, and punish her however you want.
I don't believe you. You're lying. You like him. She pushed him away and stepped out of his embrace, putting a few steps between them. Feng Jingqian glanced at the distance between them. As he took 2 steps forward, she retreated. He didn't like Mingyu being so guarded, so he approached. Mingyu ignored him, determined to cut ties with him. Then, in just a few strides, Feng Jingqian came over and picked her up. With a firm grip, she smacked him right on the butt. Hello, Feng Jiji. I can't stand you, you old turtle *** dog.
Who taught you all this nonsense?
Feng Jingqian's expression grew even darker, and she hit even harder. Mingyu kicked her legs, struggling for a long time, but she still couldn't overcome Feng Jingqian's strength. Her resistance was futile, and her butt was left stinging and burning from the beating. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me.
So you know you were wrong, huh? What exactly did you do wrong?
Feng Jingqian wasn't about to let her off that easily. It was the old *** is not a dog. And then Mingyu's butt suffered the most brutal beating it had received in the past year. Feng Qingqing was nearly driven mad with anger. She had always spoiled her too much, such reckless behavior. When Feng Qingqian's hand finally grew tired, Mingyu at last managed to escape her clutches, her crying now weak and subdued. Her cries were like the buzzing of a mosquito knot, because she couldn't cry from the pain, but because her voice had gone hoarse from all the shouting. Mingyu's butt hurt terribly, and even her legs were numb, making her limp as she walked. Feng Qingqian started to regret it a little. If she had known, she would have hit more slowly, just to scare her a bit. She never did it for show. Why are you pulling down my pants, you old pervert?
Still want another beating?
Mingyu didn't want to get hit, but her lips were so pouted you could hang an oil can from them. Feng Zhiji, this big tyrant, only knew how to clench his fists and act like a dictator, bullying her. Mingyu sometimes wondered if he was often bullied in court, so when he came home, he could only take it out on her. No? Feng Qingqian caught a glimpse of that tender, delicate skin, now all red and swollen.
Lie down. I'll go get you some medicine.
The burning pain on her butt was met with the coolness of the medicine, making Mingyu shiver uncontrollably. She moved a little and let out a soft grunt, sounding just like a little piglet.
It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't move.
Of course it doesn't hurt for you. You're not the one who got hit on the butt.
When you get hit, it hurts in my heart. I feel it so much, I could cry out like a wisteria vine.
All right then. From now on, when you get hit, the pain will be in my heart. I'd rather suffer emotional torment. When those eyes, tinged with a cold indifference, met his, Mingyu chickened out and quickly changed the subject. Just put on some more ointment, it'll heal faster. Mingyu obediently lay down, burying his head in the pillow without saying a word.
I also hate Mingyu. I really do.
You say that, but then why did you let her into the palace? You never really wanted me to teach her a lesson. Don't take me for a fool. Why are you staring at me? Feng Qingqian finally turned to lie on her side and huffed.
I really want to see how long you can keep up this act.
The little girl glanced at her, then turned her chubby, rosy face away, ignoring her. I'm going to sleep.
If you could really sleep, you'd already be dreaming by now. What secret are you hiding in your heart?
Feng Qingqian could be said to have watched her grow up since she was little. Only when you have something on your mind would you be this gloomy and unhappy. Usually, at this hour, you'd already be sleeping like a little pig. It's nothing. He just couldn't help but feel angry. From now on, Feng Qiqi wouldn't belong to him alone anymore. Feng Qingqian pinched his pouting lips.
Don't be so stubborn. If you don't tell me, then you'll be eating only vegetarian dishes at lunch.
Fine, I'll eat it. Song Chi-Chi, you're such a big liar. I won't ever trust you again. I was planning to scold him a bit, but as he spoke, tears started falling before he could even finish. You said you would only take care of me for your whole life, that you wouldn't be good to anyone else. But now, you don't care about me anymore, and you even want to let those annoying people into the palace. You really did marry me just because my father was a general. Now that my father isn't anymore and is of no use, you're turning your attention to Mingyue and the others.
Who's been filling your head with such nonsense?
Everyone in the entire palace is talking about it, and I even distinctly heard you swear to my own father. You never truly wanted me. You never really wanted me at all, did you? As Mingyu spoke, she grew even more upset. Now I have nothing left. Not even you want me anymore. Thinking about it, I just feel so pitiful. My mother doesn't want me, my father is gone, and now even Feng Chi-Chi doesn't want me anymore.
Where did you hear all this nonsense? When have I ever said I didn't want you? I've said before that you're the only empress I'll ever have in this life. When have I ever said I would marry someone else? Have you ever sent them wedding dresses? Or promised them betrothal gifts like you did for Chao Zhen?
Mingyu choked up and shook her head.
If there was no formal betrothal, if they weren't married with the grand 10-mile bridal procession, then they are not considered my wives. You are my only wife, both in the past and in the future. No matter if they become noble consorts or concubines, you just need to remember that, in my eyes, they are no different from the palace maids who serve us.
Really? Feng Qing gently tapped her nose.
How could I ever not want you? If the war truly saw you as a burden, would I still keep you in such luxury? Let Xinhua carefully calculate your expenses. Just your personal costs alone are equivalent to the expenses for all the palace workers.
Then from now on, you can't ever leave me either.
Alright.
Feng Qing suddenly thought of something, got up, and went to the outer room to grab a pair of scissors before coming back in. Are you going to cut my neck? Are you going to cut my neck? Staring with wide, round eyes, there was a hint of surprise. Feng Qing picked up a lock of her own black hair, quickly snipped off a strand and wrapped it together with red thread. What are you doing? Is this some kind of curse?
This is the Mandarin duck knot. By tying our hair together, it means we will be together in life and death. I'll take you outside, and we'll bury the Mandarin duck knot together under the tree.
The two of them put it in a box. They also found a shovel and a flower pot and buried the Mandarin duck knot together under the tree. I want to ask a question if you hear it. Will you hit me? You won't, right? You're so much older than me. If we promise to live and die together, but you die earlier, wouldn't that be unfair to me? Such rebellious words only. This girl would dare to say them so recklessly. Feng Qingqing almost wanted to pinch that annoying yet lovable little face of hers. Even if she could live forever, this girl would still drive her to death with anger.
I am emperor. Long live me, you empress. May you live 1,000 years. I haven't complained about you taking advantage, yet you dare to dislike me. Don't raise her anymore.
Oh, you're the one who said you wouldn't get mad if it hurt. Besides, I was just telling the truth. My father used to say that all this long live 1,000 years stuff is just for show. Empty flattery, people say. Why can't you tell good from bad?
I just turned 16 this year. If you call me old again, I'll sew your mouth shut.
All right, I get it. Back at the inn, Feng Qingqian picked her up and put her into bed. I can't fall asleep. Tell me a story. Feng Qingqian's face darkened. She remembered that a few years ago, when this girl was even younger, she had overheard her and Ru Yi saying that her stories had a hypnotic effect so boring they could kill.
What isn't a story. If you want a story, ask Su Yi.
Mingyu didn't understand his sarcastic tone and muttered, "Stingy," before turning over to sleep. Not long after, she heard his familiar, steady breathing.
He really is a little master. Just now he said he couldn't sleep.
Deep down, he had some hopes. He actually wished that Mingyu could spend her whole life this carefree. Thinking about the woman who would be entering the palace in a couple of days, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Of all the girls in the world, the most lovable one was probably this one he kept in the palace. See, palace servants and guards all strongly protested.
Your Majesty, are you blind or just have strange tastes? What's so lovable about the little queen? She's clearly a troublemaker who hasn't grown up yet.
Feng Qi, don't you think it's pitiful for them to be standing outside my palace gate so early in the morning? Why don't we just let them off this time?
It's fine. Just let them stand there a bit longer. Think of it as exercise.
Of course, Feng Qingqian knew what her intention was. Mingyu immediately came up with an idea. No, we can't do that. They'd be so pitiful. If winter comes, wouldn't they freeze to death? All this talk just boils down to him not wanting to get out of bed.
They're thick-skinned.
If I have to get up early, I just can't do it. You have to go to class for 5 days, and it's already hard enough not having to endure the torment of the grand tutor. And now you want me to get up early too? Feng Qi, you're so heartless. Mingyu clung to his clothes. How about you just don't make me go to school then? Dream on. Am I not your most beloved little cutie anymore? No, Feng Qi, now that you have a new beauty, you don't love me anymore. The little girl looked full of resentment, but it was all useless. Mingyu lay in her arms and gave her a smack on the cheek. Am I good or not? Feng Qi's heart couldn't help but stir, her gaze growing deeper. She almost softened and was about to agree, but then she thought better of it. No, if she let this little girl get her way every time, how could that be acceptable? I'm Feng Qi, and you're just taking advantage of me for nothing.
You were the one who kissed me first. I haven't even called you a pervert yet.
Do you have any shame at all? You're a grown man, and yet you call me a young girl? A pervert? Qing's cold face was tinged with a proud arrogance, grinding her teeth as if she wanted to bite him to death. Anyway, you just took advantage of me for nothing, and yet as an emperor, you still want to...
Sigh. Then I might as well just give myself to you.
Mingyu was stunned for a moment, then immediately became excited. Her watery eyes were full of anticipation as she leaned forward gently and planted a heavy kiss on his soft cherry blossom lips.
Alright, now we're even.
You.
What is it? Just one kiss and you can't handle it? Then, to make up for it, I'll just kiss you a few more times, and we'll call it even.
Stop it, don't! It's just that after waking up, I can't stop thinking about it. How long will I have to carry this burden before it's finally over? It's nothing for the Grand Tutor's student to go hungry or cold, but His Majesty in the palace is still waiting for me to have dinner with him. If I'm late and he ends up hurting his health from hunger, what should I do then?
Just keep carrying me. Even if the King of Heaven himself shows up, don't even think about leaving early.
Feng Qingqian coughed twice as she walked in.
I wonder if my authority is as great as that of the King of Heaven. Grand Tutor Li, I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It's just that the young prince is already far behind in his studies, and now he keeps dozing off. As the saying goes, jade must be carved to become a gem, but I just happen to like this unpolished jade.
His words held undeniable authority. Mingyu cheered, walking ahead with Feng Qing, tugging her sleeve. Feng Qi, you're amazing. Being emperor must be wonderful. When will I experience it? If only.
If you work hard enough in the future, maybe you'll even be able to lecture the emperor.
When will that be? Do I have to read a lot of books first?
You'll understand when you grow up.
Feng Qingqian glanced at the young little girl. What she said was the emperor, but she never specified whether it was the current one or the next. Once the girl grows up and has a couple of children, if one of their children becomes emperor, of course she'll be able to lecture him. Feng Qi, which unlucky person made you angry? There was absolutely no sense that the unlucky person might be herself. But when she saw what was on the table, Mingyu froze for a moment and then immediately wanted to run.
Changfeng, close the door.
Hey, Feng Qi, listen to me. That little bootlicker's look was almost like he was about to kneel down to someone. Feng Qingqian slowly approached, her sinister gaze fixed on him.
Your Majesty the Empress.
Mingyu's heart suddenly leapt into his throat. If I say I didn't write it, would you believe me? Feng Qingqian glanced at him sideways. Mingyu probably swallowed hard. To Your Majesty, this is all just a misunderstanding. You don't know, I was kidnapped. A monster kidnapped my soul, and he cruelly trampled on it. But faced with that cold, gloomy gaze, Mingyu couldn't keep making things up. Feng Qiqi, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I was being sarcastic. How could I bear to make you serve me tea and water or even massage my back? I just wanted to show that you're talented in both literature and martial arts. Well-rounded, ageless, able to handle both the drawing room and the kitchen, and you can even fight monsters. Mingyu has no idea what she's saying anymore. You have to know, those old folks would really hand the test papers over to Feng Qiqi. He must have been speaking sarcastically.
I really do need to let you know whether I am truly skilled in both literature and martial arts. Is the food you made delicious?
Sigh. It's really not easy being the Emperor's woman. It's so hard to be the Empress.
Standing up while eating doesn't taste good. Why don't you sit down instead?
Mingyu was almost driven mad by him. Feng Qiqi, you're too much. She was just about to shout and complain about him when she saw that strange cold smile of his. No, I think dipping it tastes good and helps with digestion.
Oh, since the Empress likes it, then from now on, let's remove the Empress's seat and have her eat standing up.
When Mingyu heard his dreadful announcement, she was stunned like a wooden chicken. In her heart, her little claws had already scratched at Feng Qiqi no less than 800 times. Feng Qi, are you even human? How could you be so cruel and inhumane to torment a child like this? Hello? This hello is directed at my aching numb butt. Mingyu gritted her teeth. Feng Qiqi, this grudge is huge. He's going to remember it in his little notebook for the rest of his life.
There's no need to serve any meat dishes this month either.
Mingyu glared at him furiously and shouted. Feng Qingqian was a bit surprised. For a carnivore like Mingyu, not being allowed to eat meat was basically a death sentence. Feng Qiqi, you tyrant, I'm going to fight you to the end. Ah, you're so ruthless. You actually ambushed me with your chin. Feng Qingqing was left speechless. The exchange between the two scared Xiao Shunzi so much that he didn't know whether to look at Feng Qingqing or at Mingyu.
Your Majesty, Your Highness, there's no need for Imperial Physician Chong or Guard Changfeng. Haven't you had enough of your butt being beaten?
Mingyu finally calmed down, and Feng Qingqian rubbed him gently. Feng Qiqi, you big ah.
I didn't mean to do that. You bumped into me, and I heard your groan, so I wanted to see how you were. I lowered my head, and you just happened to raise your head. Think about it. If I really wanted to deal with you, wouldn't it be better to just do it directly? Why do I have to pay with my chin?
You actually want to hit me with a frown on your face. This little ingrate one, has he ever really been willing to be harsh? Wasn't it just him bringing trouble on himself, then holding back his temper to coax him for a long time, then punishing him with a month of no meat, and then applying medicine to his bottom? After Mingyu had the medicine applied, he lay silently on the soft couch, quietly calculating in his heart how, when he grew up, he could escape from Feng Qingqian's clutches.
Are you hungry? Should I have someone make you some porridge or maybe bring you some pastries?
Feng Qingqian was worried that she hadn't eaten much for dinner and might be hungry after all. She was still growing. Mingyu pretended not to hear. Sigh, forget it. This little girl is just being moody tonight. If I upset her any further, who knows how long she'll hold a grudge against me. Does it still hurt? Feng Qingqian watched her lying stiffly on the soft couch. Since Mingyu ignored her, Feng Qingqian simply sat down on the carpet beside the couch. She silently watched him. The little girl thought he had left, but when she turned her head, she met his gaze. Ah.
Oh? Why aren't you pretending to be asleep anymore?
I sent Qiqi off for you. Didn't you say that when I'm hurt it pains your heart? Is that really true? Feng Qingqian nodded. Then, if I make a mistake in the future, don't hit me anymore. If you hit yourself, you'll just end up lying in my heart, okay?
No, because I'm not in your heart anyway.
You are.
Then, give me a kiss first. Let me see your sincerity first.
Number.
Aren't you afraid I'll punish you next time?
I am. You'll hit me again. I'm not falling for it. Feng Qingqian's face turned completely dark.
Go to sleep, or I'll gouge out your eyes and turn you into a blind bear.
Song Chi, aren't you going to sleep yet?
I have things. You go to sleep.
Mingyu turned her head and saw, under the bright candlelight, that his deep, ice-cold eyes held a look of seriousness. His fair face and red lips reminded Mingyu of those enchanting demons from stories who could bewitch people's hearts. In fact, Feng Chi was the most beautiful person he had ever seen. Would he, in the future, become even better looking than him? If I don't end up looking that good, I wonder if he'll secretly dislike me. The more I thought about it, the more uncertain I became. Maybe I should just treat him a little better. But the candlelight is too bright. I can't fall asleep.
Then I'll go out and check.
Don't. Mingyu immediately stopped Feng Qingqian, staring at him. Mingyu felt a little embarrassed. 2. My butt hurts.
Then I'll put some more medicine on for you.
Sung Chi, staying up late will make you age quickly. If you get old, I'll have plenty of ways to tease you, so you should go to sleep soon. If you go to bed early and get up late, you'll live forever. It's not that I care about you, you know. I still remember how hard you hit me. All right, I get it. I can see that you've already forgotten the pain now that your wounds have healed. If His Majesty saw how lively you are right now, he'd definitely send you straight to the academy this afternoon. This is an internal injury if I really couldn't move at all. That would mean I was dead. Feng Chi went to court. She's been busy lately and doesn't have time to look after me. So as I was saying this, I dashed off. When Han Yue saw the young master run off, she darted out in just a few steps to catch up. Ming Yu was picking flowers among the flower beds, while Han Yu was rolling around, crushing the flowers and grass. You've got some nerve. How dare you destroy the flowers and plants in the imperial garden? Are you tired of living? Ming Yu lifted her head from the flower beds, holding her things. He can do whatever he wants. Why are you just standing there? When you see our consort Ming, you should show your respect. Why are you old crow, so annoying? If you keep spouting nonsense, I won't be polite to you. Did I hit a nerve? Is the Empress angry now? I heard His Majesty doesn't treat you very well either, does he? But you seem to have forgotten who Mingyu Ish is, the queen of the harem. She's always acted like a crab in the palace, strutting sideways wherever she goes. My father always said, if you can use your hands, don't waste time arguing. Han Yue, bite this old crow to death. Hearing Ming Yu's order, Han Yue suddenly sprang out. Help! Help! Han Yue, if she gets away, don't even think about gnawing on any bones tonight.
Hey, Little Highness. What kind of trouble have you gotten into today?
How could I? I've been very well behaved today. Sending 77 there, you going to eat? Does this guy have any pursuits besides eating?
Don't try to get close to me. How did I teach you?
Study hard and make progress every day.
Oh.
Be a good lady and don't cause any trouble.
Did you manage to do that?
Looks like you did. So today I specially went to pick a lot of flowers. Do they look nice?
Oh dear. It seems your brain isn't working too well. Let Mingfei help you recall.
Feng Qing looked ahead at the person kneeling in the hall. Ming Yu pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, when did Consort Ming arrive?
You could be even more fragrant.
Besides the two of us, is there anyone else in this shop?
Oh my goodness, little ancestor. Could you please be a bit more mindful of your actions? Can't you clearly see how incredibly upset His Majesty looks right now? You actually let Han Yue bite people.
I taught Han Yue to bite, but not people, just those annoying crows.
You still dare to argue and refuse to admit your mistake?
I didn't do anything wrong. He was the one being annoying. Who's his cousin anyway? He was the one talking nonsense. Your Majesty, it was my fault. I shouldn't have said she was the Empress's cousin. That's what made the Empress angry. Shut up and get out. Mingyu immediately took off running. Mingyue looked at Feng Qingqin scolding Mingyu and was absolutely delighted. Your Majesty, the Empress's younger sister is still young. Please don't.
Get off.
Feng Qingqian glanced at the door.
That little girl outside. 说看 run fast.
He didn't even say anything, but she took it personally herself.
Prepare the carriage for Weiyang Palace.
You stinky Feng Qi! It's one thing if you don't believe me, but you even scold me? When Feng Qingqian walked over, Mingyu was curled up on the bed like a little turtle. Go away, I don't want to see you.
I am the Emperor. This entire world belongs to me. I can go wherever I please. If you don't want to see me, you'll have to gouge out your eyes to get some peace.
These words nearly drove Mingyu mad with anger. Does this old scoundrel really think being the emperor makes him so great? But in reality, being the emperor really is something remarkable. Feng Qingqian came to his couch and waved her face in front of him. Mingyu's eyes were full of resentment, wishing she could cut him into 1,000 pieces, but there was nothing she could do about him, so she simply closed her eyes and went to sleep. Feng Qingqian poked his face, and that long, steady breathing really wasn't an act, so she simply moved him to another spot. She lay down herself as well. Looking at the little girl's warm, peaceful sleeping face, her mood improved. She dozed off for a bit, then heard Shao Shunzi quietly calling outside the window.
Your Majesty, there is something urgent. What is it?
Shao Shunzi muttered a few words, and Feng Qingqian's expression changed.
As soon as I heard the urgent news, I immediately hurried over. I've already quietly sent 2 highly trustworthy imperial physicians from the palace to carefully check on you and meticulously arranged for reliable people to bring the esteemed Miss Liang Sheng into the palace for her medical treatment for a period of time.
Ha, little Empress, why are you here? Why not come in and have a seat? How did you know I was the Empress's favorite? You're quite bold, just talking as you walk right in. Those eyes of yours, they look exactly the same as when you were a child. Have you seen me as a child? You've grown so much already. When I first met you, you had just been born into this world. Who exactly are you? I am just a humble made-up person who made a grave mistake. You're quite bold indeed, just like your father. So young, yet you dared to raise a wolf. How did you know it was a wolf? Everyone in the palace thought it was a dog. People are ignorant, no matter how much a wolf resembles a dog. But its nature is inherently fierce and predatory. Liang Sheng thought of his father, the Empress's father, General Ming. Is he still well? Yes, he's well. Father went to look for Tengyun village. He'll come back in a few years. Ever since Mingyu discovered Liang Sheng, Mingyu has been happy to talk to him and often comes to see him every now and then.
Where did you go?
You went to Liulang, didn't you? There's reason and evidence, but Feng Qingqian was still a bit suspicious. Feng Qingqian couldn't help but pinch his soft, smooth little cheek. Don't touch me. I'm still mad at you.
Don't want to talk? Then what's the point of having a mouth? How about I have it sewn shut for you? The embroiderers in the Imperial Embroidery Workshop are all very skilled, and their work is meticulous. I'm sure they could sew it up so well it would look like you never had a mouth in the first place.
Feng Qi, you're completely heartless. If my mouth gets sewn shut, how am I supposed to eat? Wouldn't I starve to death? Mingyu didn't dare cover his mouth anymore, and obediently started eating, but no matter what, he refused to sit in the seat of honor. Wow, I'm so jealous. Feng Qingqian felt a bit soft-hearted and picked up a dumpling to offer him, but Mingyu didn't appreciate it and dodged away. I have my own hands. Shao Shunji finally understood what it really means to get a cold shoulder after offering warmth. No matter what Feng Qingqian did, Mingyu just wouldn't accept the kindness. My hand is so sore. I just like it this way. Feng Qingqian, on the other hand, didn't really care.
Anyway, if you don't finish writing tonight, don't even think about going to sleep.
Mingyu started writing.
Now my hand doesn't feel sore anymore.
Mingyu pouted. Fang Qi is infuriating, unbearable. If not for her incredibly beautiful face, Ming Yu would beat her until she looked like a pig and make her kneel and call her Your Majesty the Queen. She shot her a glance. Well, fine. It's just because she's too timid to beat Fang Qi. That's why she puts up with all this. Rest assured, she has unexpectedly good patience and waited until she finished writing. Then Fang Qing got up and walked out. Where are you going?
To the hot springs for a bath?
I want to go too. Just thinking about that warm, fragrant hot spring, I can't help but feel a little tempted myself.
Aren't you afraid of being flooded by the water?
Thinking about how I slipped and fell into the water last time, I do feel a bit scared. But then I remember it was Feng Qingqin who caught me. Will you hold on to me this time?
If you help me wash my back properly, you definitely won't fall into the water.
Ming Yu happily trotted along after him. Come here, don't worry. With her dark hair falling forward, she stood in the water. Ming Yu turned around and saw her black hair and white clothes shrouded in the misty hot spring, revealing her flawless fair chest.
Is it very hot?
Ming Yu felt as if a little deer had sprung up in her heart, its frantic pounding making her flustered. She didn't know where this feeling came from. No, it's not hot, Feng Qingqian said, letting him rest on her arm and sink into the water.
Try moving around a bit. I'll hold you, you won't fall.
Ming Yu kicked his little legs, awkwardly moving along with her hand.
You need to move with rhythm. Don't just flail around aimlessly. Even a dog paddle is better than what you're doing.
Ming Yu splashed around, looking like he was dog paddling. If you let go, he's sure to sink. So I demonstrated it myself.
Move your arms through the water at the same time. Lift your head to inhale, then quickly tuck your legs, flip your feet, and kick and squeeze the water. Exhale in the water using both your nose and mouth.
Ming Yu watched for a while, but when he got in the water, he got nervous and started dog paddling chaotically again. Feng Qingqian let go and immediately sank into the water. This is so exhausting. Why haven't I learned it yet?
Sigh. Maybe you're just meant to be a landlubber.
Ming Yu was speechless and just soaked his feet. He paddled in the water thinking, when I grow up, I can just soak in hot springs even if I can't swim.
What are you doing?
I'm contemplating the meaning of life. Nonsense, you're just playing with ants. Do you really think the Grand Tutor is blind? Murong, the Grand Tutor, said you were blind, but Nalendong would say it himself. It has nothing to do with me. You're the one cheating, didn't you admit it yourself? Or are you saying it was a pig talking just now, and not you? Nalendong would say it, but she pulled out her own hairpin and stabbed it toward Ming Yu's face. I thought your face was ruined, How? Could you still have the nerve to be Empress? Luckily, Ming Yu dodged quickly, so the hairpin only grazed the side of her neck. Grand Tutor Murong reacted immediately and stopped Nalan Dongwei.
Are you out of your mind, daring to do such a thing?
Nalan Dongwei felt more wronged. You all side with and protect him just because he's the Empress, right? Otherwise, would someone useless as him even be allowed in the Imperial Academy?
So you think you're justified in hurting others over a few careless words, Nalan Dongwei? This is just a private matter. Merely a scuffle between children, and shouldn't be taken seriously. But if word of this were to reach the court, it would be considered an attack on the royal family. That would be a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. You'd better think carefully about this.
I am also a princess. My father is a senior official who has served 2 emperors, and he is a prince. Murong, the Grand Tutor, was nearly driven to death by him. Suddenly, Ming Yu pulled out her pearl hairpin and fiercely slashed it at Nalan Dongwei's neck. What are you doing? You just pushed me and scratched me with your hairpin. Now I'm returning the favor, no, we're even. I'm not someone who's so easy to bully, Grand Tutor Murong.
Let's consider this matter settled. Nalan Dongwei, go copy 3 volumes of the Tao Te Ching for me, 10 times each. Mei Chaoho, you are not allowed to attend class.
Nalan Donghui stomped her foot in frustration and laughed.
Your Highness, is your neck all right? Wait here, I'll go find you some good medicine to stop the bleeding and heal the wound.
What good medicine does the Imperial Medical Bureau lack?
Or I can bring you some tea? I have some top quality black tea here. I usually can't even bear to drink a sip myself.
Grand Tutor, I'll head back first.
Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Rui Gugu definitely hasn't returned yet. Let's go over and sit for a while.
Murong Grand Tutor, your students and I have never seen you act so obsequiously. Everyone in the court says you're upright and incorruptible, that you wouldn't even accept a grain of rice. Did you secretly take the gifts sent by the Nalan family?
You seem pretty sharp, not at all like a blockhead. So why are your studies so poor?
The Grand Tutor can say what he wants, but no personal attacks. What's wrong with being bad at studies? Should people with poor grades be executed?
Alright, I won't say any more. As long as you don't act like that master in the palace, everything else is negotiable.
Then from now on, you're not allowed to punish me. This little girl is already bold and reckless. If you don't punish me, won't I turn the world upside down? Fine then. My arm, my hand, they hurt so much. It hurts so much I can't even carry my school bag anymore. Ouch.
Alright. I agree. Just stop yelling, okay? People might think I'm abusing a child or something.
Who brought about such a little troublemaker anyway? And yet His Majesty still dotes on him so much. His Majesty's tastes are really something to ponder. Alright, the little rascal has been dealt with, didn't suffer any losses, actually came out ahead. From now on, Grand Tutor Murong. He'll never have to copy texts or get his palm smacked again. Where has the little prince gone off to cause mischief this time? He's not allowed to tell Feng Chi that he got scratched by a branch. Rui helped him take a look. And fortunately, it's not too serious. But His Majesty is always perceptive. He'll probably know as soon as the boy walks in. If Feng Chi finds out on her own, then he can't blame anyone but himself. At dinner, when Feng Qingchen came in and sat down, Mingyu kept her head lowered. She started drinking her soup first. Feng Qingchen glanced at her.
Your neck was scratched by a cat.
It was scratched by a branch. Mingyu answered obediently.
Eat.
When Feng Qingchen returned to Chang'o Palace to handle some matters, she called for Changfeng as well.
Go and find out what happened at the Imperial Academy today. Yes.
She, a dignified first-class bodyguard, has now become a full-time nanny. Every day she's running around after that little girl, dealing with all sorts of trivial matters. An hour later...
Today, the young prince and Princess Nalan had some conflict. You may go now.
Changfeng was a bit confused.
Do you not need me to go and arrest them?
Feng Qingchen continued reading her book.
Assassinating the Empress is tantamount to treason. I'll just arrest the entire Nalan clan first and ask questions later. Who gave them such audacity that they even dared to hit the young Empress? If it were his usual temperament, he would have already come here seeking comfort and complaining, probably hiding some little scheme in his heart. That's why he's being so evasive now. Anyway, since he didn't suffer any real loss, just let him be.
Feng Qingchen saw right through it with one remark.
Your Majesty, that old scoundrel Nalan's daughter dared to hit your wife. If you don't punish her severely, in the future they'll even dare to hit your children.
Feng Qingchen shot him a cold glance, and Changfeng, rubbing his nose, quietly withdrew.
This is really the Emperor's not anxious to kill the eunuchs. This has been bullied to the doorstep. Hey, wait, who is it? Who is the eunuch?
Song Chi, when did you come back?
When you slept like a pig last night.
No, I didn't. I was busy for most of the afternoon yesterday, and only rested very late. You don't know, yesterday I gave noble consort Jia quite a scare.
Changfeng told me you did very well, just like a real empress.
Mingyu couldn't help but feel delighted by the praise. Of course, I'm the smartest empress after all, she said, leaning her head forward in front of her. She acted cute and playful, asking, "Is there any reward?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She was thinking of candied hawthorn.
The reward is that I will give you a kiss.
Mingyu pulled her head back. How is that considered a reward?
Then you kiss me.
No, I don't want.
Fine then. If I gave you a reward and you don't want it, you can't blame me. You're really ungrateful.
Mingyu bit her lip, feeling refusal a loss, but acceptance not worth it. After a quick thought, she said, "How about this? You kiss Han Yu, or Han Yu kisses you? That way, I won't be at a disadvantage." The atmosphere turned heavy and strange. Mingyu quickly realized what was happening and dashed out. "Forget it. I don't want it." Better to run, she thought, knowing if things went as usual, she might get scolded again. Feng Qingqian thought about this girl's quirky thinking and mischievous personality and felt a headache. He wanted to trick her into letting him kiss and hug her, but there was no way. It smells so good, so familiar, it's candied hawthorn. Mingyu immediately opened her eyes, sprang up, and rushed toward him. Seeing Feng Qingqian holding 2 sticks of candied hawthorn, she exclaimed, "Give it to me, quick!" Mingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she were looking at a bone like Han Yi would.
Hey, I never said these were for you. Why are you so excited?
Mingyu just stared at him hungrily, her eyes fixed on the candied hawthorn in his plate.
If you can make me happy, then they're yours.
Long live your majesty. May you live 10,000 years. Mingyu blinked her big, watery eyes. Her eyes were filled with nothing but pure sincerity. If he hadn't grown up with her and known her well, he might have actually been fooled by her.
That doesn't count. I hear that from you every day. I'm tired of it.
Feng Qiqi is the most beautiful person in the world, even more beautiful than a fairy. Mingyu tried her best to flatter him for the sake of the candied hawthorn.
Pick another one.
Song Qi, you're the best. Give me some. Mingyu grabbed his sleeve, acting like a puppy pleasing its master.
You think you can have candied hawthorn just by saying a couple of simple words? You think you can have candied hawthorn just by saying a couple of simple words? If you give me a kiss like a good girl, I'll let you have some.
Mingyu gave a quick peck and immediately grabbed the candied hawthorn. Feng Qingqian anticipated this, moving the hawthorn away, pretending displeasure. Is that all the effort? Mingyu, reluctant, gave another kiss, leaving a face full of saliva with a loud smack. He gave another kiss. Is that enough now? Feng Qingqian was afraid of really making him angry, and seeing that she had taken enough advantage, she handed over the candied hawthorn. Come on, let's eat. The little glutton Mingyu hunched his neck, eating one after another, thoroughly satisfied and slowed down to savor them. When he started on the second skewer, Feng Qingqian once again felt like teasing him. Give me one to eat. Mingyu held the candied hawthorn, took a step back, furrowing his brows. He thought for a moment. If he refused Feng Qiqi now, what if she wouldn't let him eat anymore? What would he do? All right, you can only have one. Feng Qingqian opened her mouth and took a bite. In her memory, candied hawthorn had never tasted so delicious. Watching her nibble away at the candied hawthorn until it was gone, she smacked her lips.
Is it really that tasty?
Of course! The joy of eating candied hawthorn is something you mere mortals could never understand.
What a load of nonsense and twisted logic.
Look, that big fool from before knew nothing. But the moment you mentioned candied hawthorn, he wasn't foolish anymore.
Shamelessly greedy, aren't you? Your Majesty, something has happened to the young prince.
She woke up with a start, barely taking the time to put on her shoes, socks, or outer robe, and ran barefoot toward Weiyang Palace. When Feng Qingqian entered, her hair was half undone. As soon as Ru Yi saw her coming, she immediately tried to stop her, saying, Your Majesty, please don't come any closer. Shang Feng said that the young prince might have contracted an epidemic, similar to what happened to the 3 princesses before. But Feng Qingqian couldn't care about any of that, and rushed inside. She sat by the bedside, her eyes full of worry and anxiety. Mingyu's little face was flushed red, and he was muttering nonsense in his sleep. Feng Qingqian felt both heartache and helplessness.
She took the command token, bringing Imperial Physician Shu and the physician who had treated the 3 princesses.
Her anxious expression showed her worry. By night's second half, Mingyu's body was cold. Tears in her eyes, she sometimes called for her father, and other times urged Feng Qiqi to run, saying someone wanted to kill her. Feng Qingqian held her hand tightly.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Just stay here.
Qinghua took a quilt from the cabinet. The tiny face, barely palm-sized, looked even more frail and pitiful under the quilts. But Mingyu still trembled, saying she was cold. Feng Qing simply took off her robe, got into the quilt, and held the girl. Your Majesty, if the prince truly has a contagious plague, you mustn't act so recklessly. If something happened to you, wouldn't the country fall into chaos? Step back. The little girl's body was frighteningly cold, like ice. Feng Qingqian held her hands, rubbing them over and over, gritting her teeth as she breathed warm air onto them.
It's okay. Don't be afraid. You'll stop feeling cold in a little while.
Unclear if the little girl was half awake or confused, she kept talking nonstop. Breathing, Feng Qiqi.
Don't cry. I'm right here. It's all right. Everything will get better.
Even he himself didn't know whether he was comforting the little girl or comforting himself.
Your subject greets you, Your Majesty. You came to see the Empress. Is this the same hysteria the third consort had?
After Imperial Physician Shu took the pulse,
Your Highness, a swelling appeared all of a sudden. Sometimes the body feels cold, and sometimes it feels hot. Earlier, there was some suspicion, and there were even 2 episodes of vomiting. Is what was vomited still there? Let me go and check.
when Imperial Physician Shu returned, he looked worried and sighed.
Your Highness's illness is the same epidemic that the third princess consort contracted. It's just that His Highness is younger, the course of the illness is milder, and treatment was administered promptly, so he didn't become as gravely ill as the late third princess consort. Everything in the palace is always strictly controlled, so it's very difficult for anything to get in, let alone the source of an infection. How did His Highness suddenly contract this epidemic?
Imperial Physician Su, you must save him. He is the only bloodline left of the Ming general's household. When I heard he had contracted the epidemic, Qinghua was so distraught she wanted to die. When Mingli left, she specifically sent a letter, pleading over and over, begging us to take good care of Mingyu. Imperial Physician Shu explained that she was originally confident, but previously, the third princess consort's epidemic seemed to have almost recovered. Yet, for some reason, it suddenly relapsed. He went to examine her, but couldn't find any other cause.
Your Majesty, Chendo requests that Your Majesty move to another location. The young prince needs to be moved and treated separately to prevent spreading the illness to other nobles in the palace. Order your people to temporarily relocate those living around Weiyang Hall. No one in the palace, except for the imperial physicians, is allowed to approach Weiyang Hall without permission. What about His Highness? I will stay here and watch over him myself.
Changfang wanted to persuade him, but knowing his temperament, he dared not speak. He cast a pleading look at Qinghua. Your Majesty, you must not act on impulse. The servants can care for His Highness. If word spreads to court tomorrow, I'm afraid the entire court will be in chaos.
If he lives, I will stay by his side. If he dies, I will go with him as well. The young prince's illness is getting worse. He can't take the medicine, so it won't have any effect.
Feng Jingqian looked at his cracked lips. He had only been sick for 2 days, yet his eye sockets were already starting to sink in. She reached out, picked up the bowl, took a big sip, and then forced it into Mingyu's mouth, making him swallow it.
Your Majesty, this absolutely must not be done. Wouldn't you be even more likely to get infected? The ministers are already dissatisfied with you personally taking care of things here in the hall. If word of this gets out, what will the world say?
Feng Jingqian ignored him and continued to force the medicine into his mouth, bit by bit.
She really is Li Hongzhang's 7th wife, married through a proper ceremony. Now that his wife is in trouble, as her husband, how could he possibly abandon her? And as for the rest of the world, these court officials are all just cowards who fear death and only care about saving themselves. But you are the ruler of the world.
Imperial Physician Shu was astonished. In this world, from the emperor at the top to the common people at the bottom, how many would dare, like this young monarch, to risk their own lives for the one who shares their pillow? The world says he is aloof and cold by nature, and rumors claim he sees the throne through treachery. Yet, Shu felt that, beneath his cool exterior, Sha harbored a passionate fear that simply reserved his warmth for only one person. Elder sister Mingyu jogged a bit, and Yongli drifted even farther away. Father, don't go! But I thought you would never come back again.
Let's go back. This is not a place where you should be.
Fang, I don't want that. I want to be with father. Mingli watched as his daughter rushed toward him, reaching out to touch her. But he couldn't touch anything at all.
Oh, you must remember, everything in this world will eventually have to face its destined end. There have been many people accompanying you along the way, but one day, they will all have to leave. You must learn to face it. Go back now, father will watch you as you walk home.
I can't find the way home. Mingyu looked at the vast desert, yellow sand rolling everywhere. All around, the sky met the earth, and apart from the yellow sand, nothing else could be seen.
Keep the dew in your heart, you. Follow your heart, and naturally someone will be waiting for you.
Mingyu had no choice but to turn around and keep walking forward. Through her misty, tear-filled eyes, she saw a young man dressed in a silver-white brocade robe.
Ayo, come back with me.
I dreamed of my father, dreamed of the borderlands, and then I saw you. So I had no choice but to follow you back.
Silly. I am your husband. You're not allowed to follow anyone else, not even your father. In the underworld or the mortal realm, you can only follow me.
Feng Jingqian was actually afraid in her heart. If the little girl had followed her father in her dream back then, would she not have woken up now?
The young prince's current illness is steadily improving. His Royal Highness's diet must be very strictly controlled. Just a small amount of liquid food will be quite sufficient.
Is the illness the same one that the third princess consort had? Imperial physician Shu nodded, but also seemed unsure whether to nod or shake his head. Mingyu suddenly looked like a startled Feng, using her foot to kick Feng Qingchen, who was sitting by the soft couch. You, get out! All of you, get out! Get out! You are not allowed to stay in this room. Feng Qingchen tried to lean down to comfort her. Mingyu struggled even harder. Mingyu cried. She kept trying to push Feng Qingchen out. Imperial physician Shu said it's the plague. People will die from it. Hurry up and leave with Feng Qingqi. Feng Qingqian held down her flailing little legs.
Silly girl. Aren't you still alive and well? Besides, I'm the emperor. What do I have to fear from a plague?
All three princesses were said to be fine, but she still died. Wang Qiqi, please leave. I don't want you to die. Someone call the imperial physician. Feng Qingqian was just about to check on him, and there were still bloodstains on his chest.
What happened here?
Your Majesty, these plums are poisoned. Imperial physician Shu rushed in, panting, and immediately took her pulse. The more he examined, the grimmer his expression became.
Your Highness, this is poisoning food poisoning. To be exact. What did he eat?
He just ate a single plum earlier. He hadn't even finished it when he said the plum was poisoned. Qinghua handed the green plum she had to Imperial physician Shu, who took it to the doorway and examined it carefully.
This plum shouldn't be poisonous.
Still worried about making a misdiagnosis, Imperial physician Shu took the plum back to study it for half a day. He then sent someone to inform Feng Qingqing that the plum truly wasn't poisonous. Just after waking up, Mingyu heard the news and looked at Feng Qingqian saying, "How would I know? I ate the plum and started vomiting blood, so I thought the plum was poisonous." Feng Qingqian stared blankly at the small figure lying on the bed, wondering, where did the poison come from? How was it brought in? Could there be an insider in the Weiyang Palace? Once the poison is resolved, this must be thoroughly investigated.
Empress, there's no need to perform the grand courtesy for me.
Mingyu's little face flushed bright red. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and got up from the floor in utter despair.
How did the shopkeeper end up falling in from the doorway?
I guess I was a bit dizzy and confused. I thought this was where I was staying. I was just about to push the door open and go in. Mingyu? Explained awkwardly, she couldn't possibly tell him she was sneaking over to eavesdrop.
Take her out.
Before Mingyu could react, Changfeng suddenly appeared from who knows where, grabbed her and dragged her out. No, I don't want to go. I don't want to go out. Feng Qiqi, you turtle, you two-faced jerk, you've changed. Heartless man. You used to let me in on all your secrets, but now you really have someone else in your heart and have forgotten your old love.
Changfeng. Cover his mouth. If he dares to talk nonsense again, seal his mouth shut.
Changfeng reached out and covered his mouth. Mingyu. His words were muffled and no one could make out what he was saying, but Feng Qingqian was certain it was nothing good.
If you sew his mouth shut, how will he eat? Just undo it when it's time to eat. After he eats, sew it back up.
Mingyu was dragged out with his mouth covered. Damn old bastard. So cruel, they actually planned to sew his mouth shut. Qinghua was right, men are truly ruthless. Their hearts are unfathomable.
Little girl, evil people will get what they deserve. I heard you were poisoned to death.
It's been years, and you just keep getting older and uglier.
Oh, you sure have gotten bolder. If you make me unhappy, I just won't give you your medicine.
Anyway, if I die, you won't get away either.
How can you be so cheap, and still have such a vicious mind?
Compared to a poison master like you, anything I do counts as kindness. What? Are you missing the mousetrap? Nantian's hand trembled inexplicably, and remembering how this little girl dealt with him last time, he became even more unwilling to treat her.
Oh, how did you turn out to be so annoying? Always full of bad ideas, and at such a young age, you refuse to learn anything good.
Then why did you make me look like an ugly freak?
Hey, didn't I detoxify you anyway?
You still have the nerve to talk about it? That cleansing herb was something we went through so much trouble to get her legs were practically run off. Now that I think about it, Mingyu still holds a grudge. It's all this troublemaker's fault, and you still have the nerve to say something.
Then you put me through all that trouble well? I guess that counts as guarding the camp?
Mingyu shot him a glare, but didn't really want to talk to him. He was extremely vengeful, and the only reason she didn't go all out to mess with him was because she was wary of how skilled he was with poisons. She couldn't defend against it. Isn't this your family's poison? Don't you know how to cure it?
Even if this poison was passed down to my master's lineage, my master eventually stopped practicing it altogether, so he never taught it to my master or the others. I suppose my martial uncle must have secretly learned it from the manuals.
Mingyu felt unlucky. He finally found poison, but couldn't find the antidote. So the Xiaoyao sect are poison experts skilled at administering poison, but clueless at curing it.
You can mock me, but you cannot insult my sect.
Feng Qingqian glanced at him with a calm and indifferent look. Daring to be fierce to my little girl, are you tired of living? Lan Tian immediately backed down.
That was directed at you. Go on, say it. You can say whatever you want, just say it.
Don't if you poison me mute and then can't cure it, I'll be at a huge loss. Nanfang forced a smile, the corners of his mouth stiff.
You're so adorable.
He was shouting in his heart.
This wretched girl, being poison mute, is already letting you off easy.
Seeing her looking so angry but not daring to speak, Mingyu was as delighted as a blooming flower.
That poison in your martial uncle can cure it, right? I'll send a letter to my master and have him search through the Xiaojiao sect's books to see if there are any clues.
Isn't that a waste of time? By the time you find the antidote, I'll already be dead. Saving someone and poisoning someone are two completely different things. Of course they can't be compared.
Would it kill you to keep quiet?
Mingyu made a funny face at him.
Whoever marries you in the future is really cursed with bad luck for 8 lifetimes.
Not only is your little head full of schemes at such a young age, you're also especially good at roasting people. Did you forget I already have a husband? My husband is the emperor, you know. Mingyu suddenly clung to Feng Qingqian's arm and boasted, making Nangtian speechless. But look at you, you're already so old and still can't find a wife. It must be because you're too ugly. Nantian wanted to strangle her even more. This little girl kept calling her ugly again, and again, how could she possibly tolerate that? Yes, she can tolerate it, but only because she's intimidated by someone and doesn't dare to make a move. Feng Qiqi. Look, she still isn't convinced.
In a moment, I'll gouge out her eyes for you to stomp on. Heavens, please take away this shameless pair of scoundrels.
Unable to swallow this resentment, Nantian glared at them, then had an idea. She scrutinized the little maid for a long time, then grinned mischievously and said to Feng Qingqian,
You, of all people, just had to pick such a young girl to marry as your 7th wife. Green, unripe fruit is awfully tart, isn't it? There are plenty of mature, charming, and beautiful concubines in the palace. Why don't you go take a few more looks at them instead?
Mingyu only half understood what was being said. Was Nantian saying she wasn't good-looking, or that she was too young? Either way, nothing good ever comes out of that mouth. Mingyu reached out and gave her a hard punch right in the eye. Then, huffing with anger, she stormed off. The next morning at breakfast, Nantian absent-mindedly took a bite, only to realize that the cabbage was so old, it was stringy. She spat out several different dishes in a row, either too tough to chew or simply inedible. Does it taste good? Nantian wished she could beat her into a pig's head. This little girl is just too crafty. Well, you said it yourself, you like things mature, not young. So the dishes were all made with the most mature ingredients for you. She never expected the little girl to hold a grudge like this, and even told Feng Qingqian about it. Feng Qingqian neither felt ashamed nor proud of it.
Even a little maid can bully you, and yet you still have the nerve to talk about Master Foe. Out of respect for you, I gave her dumplings, but she poisoned them and made you mute. Do you still have any regard for the law? This is me.
How could anyone else bully his little maid? Forget it. If I can't afford to provoke him, can't I at least avoid him?
Your Highness, something's wrong. His Majesty isn't feeling well and can't attend the morning court today.
Are you upset because of me? Ming, you didn't even bother to listen to Xiao Shunzi and just took off running.
Ruyi, I'll bring the young prince back in a while. You all go ahead and take care of your tasks.
As soon as these words left his mouth, Rui knew that Xiao Shunzi was doing it on purpose. You even dare to trick me using the young prince? That's going too far.
His Majesty's been upset these 2 days. Like he'll tear the place down. But the young prince is stubborn, he won't give in. Chenggo Palace is practically a cold palace. It's freezing. Almost unbearable.
Rui forced a stiff smile. Xiao Shunzi, you really do understand the bigger picture. As they say, if you don't go to hell, who will? Go on, His Majesty won't remember what you did. But once the young prince and His Majesty make up, that's when your bad luck will start. Suddenly recalling something, Xiao Shunzi couldn't help but shiver. Panicking, he hurriedly ran outside.
Your Highness, please come back. Listen to me. I regret it now.
Mingyu pushed the door open and went in. Seeing the man in white lying on the soft couch with his phoenix eyes tightly shut, Mingyu immediately panicked and burst into tears. Feng Qiqi, It's my fault. I shouldn't have made you angry. I made you so mad you died. Ming Yu's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Don't die. Ming Yu was completely at a loss. All he could do was cry nonstop. Hearing his sobs, Chang Feng rushed in, only to see Feng Qingqian helplessly open his eyes, looking at the little duckling who was crying against his chest. Ming Yu was so absorbed in crying that he didn't even notice Feng Qingqian had woken up. Feng Jiji, don't die. If you die, I'll be all alone. No one will want me anymore. I won't talk bad about you anymore, and I won't try to be emperor either. Please just come back to life. With teary eyes, his vision blurred from crying, he kept tightly holding onto his hand. Ming Yu was startled awake by his coughing, wiped away his tears, and threw his arms around his neck. You big fool. Thank goodness you're not dead. Seeing him cry like this, Feng Qingqian had no choice but to comfort him first. Once he calmed down, he started getting angry again, scolding, "You actually pretended to be dead to trick me. If I had known earlier, I might as well have just become empress. When did you say you were shocked to death anyway?" Feng Qingqian was helpless. These past 2 days, she had been sleeping alone, not with the little maid, and had trouble falling asleep. Since she didn't have to attend morning court today, she slept in for a while. Ming Yu wiped away his own tears and said, "It was Xiao Shunzi who told me. She said you suddenly died." Changfeng Tai Media.
Xiao Shunji sure has some guts to say something like that. Truly selfless, it's really touching. Weren't you just saying a few days ago that you never wanted to have anything to do with me again? And now you're crying like you're about to pass out?
You were the one who bullied me first, and you were the one who got angry at me first. You knew Consort Chuang wasn't a bad person, but you still wanted to have her executed. Song Qingqian's heart was all clenched up.
Alright, Xiao Shunji is no good. Make him stand inside and punish him by cleaning chamber pots. Your Majesty, do you have any shame left?
Why are you soaking in a hot spring in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Your Majesty, you came and devoured me. Not seeing you off, Chi-Chi. Asterisk, asterisk. Looking at the people on the ground. They can even eat people. Becoming even more alert, he looked at the woman struggling to pounce from the ground, kicked her away, and quickly came to her side. Asterisk, asterisk, glanced at the woman's pale, bulging area, and said, "What kind of game are you playing, Your Majesty?" That voice startled Ming Yu so much that she got goosebumps. "You actually want to eat her." Then, she warily took 2 steps back, saying, "You sent everyone away on purpose because you wanted to secretly eat people's hearts. You're a monster."
I am not a monster.
The little girl's innocent face was full of confusion as she said,
You're just talking nonsense because you've been poisoned.
"Then what's wrong with you?"
No, don't look. Look, even women can get nosebleeds. Do you want to bleed to death?
Unable to suppress her curiosity, Ming Yu's eyes were blocked by him as he forcibly dragged her away. "Why are your ears red?" Should I tell him it's because I absorbed some of the illusion's emotions? But Ming Yu didn't dwell on this question for long. Let's hurry and find the imperial physician to save the poisoned person.
He poisoned himself. There's still some antidote left.
Why would he give himself such a painful poison? He looked like he was about to cry from the pain. Kai Wei, as she wandered around here, couldn't help but have mischievous thoughts when she saw his soft, pink lips. Maybe she could steal a gentle kiss? But what if the little girl woke up? Feng Qing thought it would be better to just sleep honestly. If this little girl caught her, wouldn't she be laughed at for a lifetime? And then, her mind seemed to slip out of control. Suddenly, she lowered her head and kissed him, pecking his soft lips several times, still not satisfied. In a moment of heat, she turned her head and gently bit his earlobe. "Hey, what are you doing?" Feng Qingqian awkwardly lifted her head. Ming Yu stared at her warily, his heart uneasy. Could it be that Feng Qingqian really was a monster in disguise, and he had discovered her secret of eating people, so she wanted to eat him? But why didn't she use her teeth to bite, and only gently sucked for a moment?
A mosquito bit your ear. I was really helping you scratch it.
A mosquito, really?
Of course. There can still be mosquitoes. Mosquitoes only disappear when winter comes.
I thought you were going to eat someone. I just dreamed of the big bad wolf again. He opened his huge bloody mouth and tried to bite my ear. Feng Qingqian almost spat out a mouthful of blood in her heart. He really wanted to tear this little girl apart and swallow her, but it just wasn't the right time yet. I'm not very smart. I always forget things. Don't worry, after seeing you tonight, I'll forget everything by midnight. Please, don't kill me to keep me quiet. Mingyu was overwhelmed by a sense of despair. She only leaves the house once every few years, and the moment she does, she runs into an assassin. Could anyone be more unlucky than her? The man clutched his chest, his brows tightly furrowed, as if his wound had split open again. I told you not to get too worked up.
You're the one who scratched it open.
Mingyu naturally didn't believe it, but the man stared resentfully at his hand. Mingyu glanced down and saw that there really was blood on his fingernails. And there was quite a lot of blood. Instantly terrified, he quickly hid his claws behind his back and pinched his own butt hard. Hero Lin, hey, big brother, I was wrong. I really didn't mean to. Please, just let me go. I still have a foolish older sister at home, a blind older brother, a lame uncle, and a little sister in Fengchen, all waiting for me to take care of them.
If you speak any louder, you'll attract that person from just now over here.
She pitifully held back her tears and didn't dare say a word. Seeing that she had quieted down, the man finally put his sword on the table and pulled open his shirt at the chest. Mingyu realized that this pervert really had a high tolerance. His chest was bleeding so much, yet he hadn't made a sound. I have some medicine. How about I help you bandage it? The man looked at her, half believing, half doubting. You know, with all that blood, if you don't get it bandaged, you won't make it through the night. And if someone comes later, you won't even be able to run away.
Fine, go ahead. But if you try any tricks, I'll gouge your eyes out.
Mingyu nodded very cooperatively, but rolled her eyes inwardly.
What are you trying to do?
Obviously, I'm going to bandage your wound. What? Do you think I take advantage of a grown man like you? Mingyu muttered as she sprinkled medicine on his wound and bandaged it up in one go, her movements extremely skillful. With a face as ugly as yours, I wouldn't want to take advantage of you anyway. Mingyu grabbed a small pouch and vigorously sprinkled medicine onto his wound. The man, seeing how practiced her movements were, had assumed she was a doctor. Yet while her clothes were of a very simple style, the fabric was a blend of silk and silver thread. Just an inch of that material would be enough to feed an ordinary family in the Imperial City for half a lifetime.
Who are you?
Please spare me, great hero. My name is Ahua, just a local in this city. At home, I have a sister who barely gets enough to eat, a blind brother, a lame uncle, and a crazy younger sister, the sword pressed closer to his throat. I'm Chi-Chi. She blurted out a familiar-sounding lie. Seeing the man's expression relax a little, she subtly shifted her position, trying to move farther away from the sword. Do I know you? Mingyu's eyes were hazy as his pale fingertips brushed her brow for a moment. Then, startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. Oh, I must have mistaken you for someone else. She had grown up in the palace since childhood and you know more than 10 people outside. How could she possibly know this mysterious, black-clad assassin? Star Demon, don't worry. I have a terrible memory. I'll forget everything right away. I can't remember a thing. Qinghua had said that assassins and killers in the martial world, if someone has seen their face or knows their name, will do everything they can to eliminate that person. Bingyu thought he might just finish her off in one swift move. For a moment, he lowered his hand, pretending to have lost his memory. Just like before. What did you just say?
Where's your home? I'll take you back.
No, I live right here.
Do you even know what this place is?
It's an inn, isn't it? Do you think I can't read?
Defensive.
You were about to scold her again, but when you saw the sword in her hand, you immediately backed down. Xing Mao became even more convinced that this woman was the landlord's simple-minded daughter. In this world, probably only she could so confidently call a brothel an inn.
Can you find your way home?
Of course, a chain immediately landed around Mingyu's neck.
Ah, this is for you, as thanks for saving my life. If you ever need help in the future, just blow the whistle, and someone will come to your rescue.
Isn't this just how a mixed-breed dog acts? The demon with the dark face saw that Mingyu knew to keep quiet. All right, I'll remember. He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, he'd be silenced for good. When he lifted his eyelids, a black figure leapt straight out the window, leaving the room empty except for Mingyu. Afterward, he realized he'd wasted a lot of time. It was already getting late. Oh no, he thought. I'm probably going to get beaten again when I go back. Mingyu, push the door open and run outside. Go catch the thief. I'm not a thief. I'm supposed to catch the thief. Catch the female thief. Mingyu ran all the way toward the backyard, muttering as he ran. Ah, you really are unlucky. Ah, just as I, Mingyu, was about to beg for mercy, I felt a familiar warmth. Looking up, I saw it was Sister Feng Jin. Mingyu turned around and dove into his embrace, humming. That scared me to death. He thought he'd been caught. Feng Qingchen leapt onto the roof and set him down. Seeing his gloomy face, Mingyu knew he was about to get scolded. Your pulling me in of the tiles is slippery. If you keep this up, I'll fall off.
Well, that would certainly save me some trouble.
The large group chasing the thief from the Red Mansion rushed into the courtyard but saw nothing. Where's the thief? Kerr, are you sure you didn't see wrong? How could I? I just happened to see her crawl out of my room. I'm absolutely certain. That female thief even pushed me. But from what I could make out, she was actually a very beautiful woman. There are a lot of women in our courtyard, but they're all familiar faces. How could a strange woman, come to this place? I really did see her. Could it be that you ran into a female ghost? Then the people chasing the thief all scattered in a panic and fled. The famous actress sat on the roof thinking, how do I look like a ghost at all?
I see you're getting bolder and bolder. Daring to sneak out of the palace now.
No, it's not like that. I came here with Changfeng. I told you about it.
That's what Madam He said.
You said it in your heart. You agree to it. My girlfriend's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled at me, immediately playing innocent and slyly saying, well, if you didn't get the message yourself, you can't blame me. Clearly, she was just trying to avoid a scolding by being so crafty, but Feng Qingchen couldn't help but feel a sweet warmth in her heart, and most of her anger melted away, though her expression remained unchanged.
I have decided to revoke your monthly genius allowance as punishment.
Why?
Because I already notified you in my heart, and you agreed to it yourself.
Feng Qingchen used her own trick against her serfs her right.
Speechless.
Might as well just find a secluded place and give him a spanking. Making him eat vegetarian for a whole month, that's practically a death sentence for him. Feng Qiqi, you're so mean, bullying people like that. It was exactly when the moon was bright and the wind was clear. Mingyu heard a very peculiar sound. Someone was in his house, and they had even taken off all their clothes. That burly, mouse-faced guy was bullying a woman. Oh dear, and she even bit him. How outrageous. Feng Qingchen looked embarrassed, while Mingyu grew even angrier. She instinctively grabbed a small stone and threw it down. You little rascal, stinky rat. Hey, who's there? Before Mingyu could see clearly, Feng Qingchen had already picked her up and leapt onto the main street. Oh, Feng Qiqi, we've become heroes again. Let's go save that woman. Mingyu puffed out her chest, looking every bit the heroine. Why can't I go to a place like this? I'm from the 9th floor, why shouldn't I be allowed? I just heard people say that coming to this tavern is even more enjoyable than being an immortal, so I wanted to see for myself. But before I even had a chance to find out what could possibly be more enjoyable than being an immortal, I got caught. Lingyu didn't dare mention anything about the assassin. Tavern, brothel, she couldn't really tell the difference, and when she heard him say it was a tavern sending off a courtesan, her eyes twitched, as if she wanted to say something but held back. The sergeant didn't say a word, just picked her up and took her back. Song Qiqi, I'm already a grown woman, and you're still carrying me like this. Don't I have any dignity left? Feng Qingchen glanced at her, then hoisted her up over her shoulder. With a leap, he landed on the rooftop. Why can't he just hold me properly? Feng Qingchen thought to herself, it's already pretty generous of me not to throw him off. While dozens of people are causing chaos in the city, he's out visiting brothels and even sneaking a peek at people fighting. I'm not some animal. Does he have any sense of decency left? He even carries his own wife around. If he doesn't carry his own wife, is he supposed to carry someone else's? She gave his butt a light slap, using about 30% of her strength. Cervical vertebrae. I'm so hungry. Feng Qingchen was really having a headache over her forgetful, food-loving nature. She seriously suspected she was raising a pig. Of course she was hungry since she hadn't had dinner yet. Thinking of this little girl going hungry, Feng Qing couldn't help but feel a bit soft-hearted.
She started preparing the meal.
Clumsily, she picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and brought it to her mouth. But just as she was about to take a bite, she suddenly remembered that Fan Qingji was still angry with her on the way back. Fan Qi, I'll give you the first bite of my favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Can you please not hit me? She didn't dare to say the second half out loud. Fang Qingchen took the rib, silently ate it. Mingyu finished her bath early and hid under the covers. She felt her whole body aching and numb with pain. When she got out of bed, she saw a dark red stain of blood on the quilt and mattress. Her face turned pale. She couldn't believe it. Did she have some terminal illness? Was she going to die? Frightened, tears kept streaming down her face, and as she bit her lip, Mingyu felt even more uncomfortable. Oh, she was going to die. Struggling, she went to find paper and a pen and quietly began to write her will. She cried as she wrote, barely getting a few words down before her tears soaked the paper. When Fang Qingqian pushed the door open and entered, she found Mingyu clutching the paper in front of the dressing table, crying and writing as if she were facing a final farewell. Fang Qingqian hurried over, and when Mingyu heard the commotion, she turned around, saw it was him, and burst into loud sobs. Feng Qiji, I'm going to die. I'll never see you again. Feng Qiji, I'm going to die. After I die, I'll never see you again. Feng Qingqian panicked. But after feeling around for a long time, she still couldn't find his wound. She only saw more blood seeping from the hem of his skirt near his buttocks. Her brows furrowed, as if she suddenly realized something. She touched his face and wiped away his tears.
Is it your stomach that hurts?
I haven't even finished my candy yet. I don't want to die. The actress was so heartbroken that she couldn't hear a word Feng Qingqian was saying. She needed to hurry and say her last words. Otherwise, if she died in a moment, she wouldn't be able to say them at all.
Don't cry, it's okay. You're not going to die.
I've lost so much blood. I can't stop it.
Silly girl, that's just Ayu growing up.
Giving her money, I don't know whether to be happy or worried. This little girl has grown up following me in the palace, without any girls her age to keep her company. Of course she doesn't understand. The more I say, I've already grown up, I'm going to die, and you're still laughing, Deng Qingqian patiently explains to her.
This is something every girl goes through as she grows up. Only when a girl from the Yue clan gets her period is she considered a grown young lady.
Then what should I do? I'm bleeding so much, will I die?
No, you won't. Ruyi, come help you take care of it.
Leng Jingqian went out to call for Ruyi. Ruyi came in and immediately understood. Your Highness, there's no need to be afraid. This won't kill you. Every girl has to go through this. From now on, you'll get your period once a month, each time lasting about 3 to 7 days. But my stomach hurts so much, I feel like I'm dying. Feng Qi. I've never seen her bleed so much like this before. Why are you here? You.
Wherever you are, that's where I naturally am.
Mingyu seems to have fallen asleep quickly. Feng Qingqian turns to her side, using candlelight to look at her. The young girl, just 15, has grown more beautiful, with the bearing of a city-toppling beauty. Her delicate, smooth skin glows softly in the flickering candlelight. Her skin glows with a luster, and since it's early spring, her nightdress is thin. The loose nightdress reveals a graceful seam. Feng Qingqian gently touches her face, her gaze following the line of her collarbone downward, catching a glimpse of a soft, fair curve. Feng Qingqian's eyes flicker, and she swallows unconsciously.
When did this little girl grow up?
She used to be as skinny as a string bean. Just thinking about it made his body feel a bit hot. Feng Qingquan forced himself to look away. Mingyu was still sound asleep. As soon as teacher Song Qingqian looked away, she moved, scooting over in her direction. Reaching out, she accidentally brushed against the exposed chest of the one lying on her side. Feng Qingqian felt her body grow even hotter, but the clingy little vixen didn't seem to notice anything was amiss. In her sleep, Meng pursed her lips and blew a little bubble, then continued to sleep soundly, unconsciously moving Feng Qingqian's hand away. Feng Qingqian silently recited, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form over a dozen times." But she still couldn't fall asleep. Glancing at the little girl sleeping so soundly, Feng Qingqian decided in her heart that if she dared to pounce over and bother her again, she wouldn't hold back. After all, it was the girl who was seducing her. But things never go as planned. She held her breath and waited for a long time, but the little girl didn't make a move. Feng Qingqian felt as if her whole body was burning, so she brazenly leaned over herself, and Mingyu seemed stirred slightly at the movement, unintentionally brushing against Feng Qingqian's arm.
You made the first move, so you can't blame me for what happens next.
With a hidden, smoldering desire in his eyes, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers, which were soft and sweet, a wave of contented satisfaction welling up in his heart. His little girl is always so sweet that people can't help wanting to eat more. Mingyu held his chest with his eyes wide open. Feng Qi was kissing him secretly. The wound wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, a strong and domineering breath immediately poured in. The celebrity was so breathless from being kissed that she struggled to escape.
Don't move.
How dare you steal a kiss from me, you old rascal?
I already told you. Deep in my heart.
Feng Qing used the words from back then to block him again. Shameless.
I'm kissing my own wife. Why should I be ashamed?
Staring at her alluring lips as they parted and closed, he immediately leaned down and bit them again. Mingyu blushed, her face flushed, hands and feet at a loss, her heart in a panic, yet a faint sense of pleasure began to emerge.
Don't be afraid.
I feel like you're some kind of man-eating monster.
You need to grow up faster. I really can't wait any longer.
I've already grown up, I'm 15.
15, huh?
Feng Qing gritted her teeth, but this girl was so delicate-ish, couldn't bear to ruin such a tempting little fruit. She would have to be patient and wait another year. Feng Chi, what are you hiding under your blanket? A trace of helplessness and embarrassment flashed in Feng Qing's eyes. Feng Zhengzhen held his hand as she slept. It was he who woke her up for no reason. If you can cross mountains and seas, then you can enter dreams. If you truly want to use Penguin, then this love will certainly blossom beautifully.
Just as this bit of silver is enough to make you so happy.
What do you know? This is silver I earned all by myself through hard work. Ruyi, come quickly and help me hide it. Ruyi wiped her hands and came in. Just as she was about to pick it up and take it out, she hid it well and told her not to let them know. Realizing this issue, Fang Qingchang's face showed displeasure.
Even I am not allowed to know.
I'll trick another sum tomorrow. I need to find a hidden place to stash it and not tell anyone. What if someone finds out and steals my silver? What would I do then?
Do you really think I care about that little bit of your silver?
Mingyu made a face and snorted. Once he's saved up enough silver and has the confidence, he can sneak out of the palace and roam the world, selling endless candied hawthorns, osmanthus cakes, and sugar-roasted chestnuts. Just thinking about it made his heart burst with joy. Feng Qingqian's pressure made Mingyu realize that whoever holds the silver has the money, and whoever has the money is the boss. He wanted to be the boss too, and see how Feng Shiqi would threaten him then. He was planning to secretly sneak out of the palace and have an adventure on his own. Feng Qingqian was quite annoyed as she watched the person lying on the soft couch, hugging her knees and grinning foolishly. What was this little girl secretly thinking that she herself couldn't know? Deliberately, she tugged hard at her face, pulling her back from her daydreams.
You're laughing way too much. You look so silly when you laugh. What were you secretly thinking about just now?
I'm not telling you. Lying on the pillow, I was still thinking about my own secret schemes. Feng Qing's eyes darkened after all. They were husband and wife, united as one. What could there possibly be that he couldn't know? This only made her even more curious about his inner thoughts. She wished she could dive right in and see through all the little secrets hidden deep in his heart.
Tell me all your thoughts.
But aren't you also keeping secrets from me? In other words, to be fair, neither of us should reveal the other secrets.
It's really for your own good. Sometimes the less you know, the safer you are.
Feng Qingqian didn't want to drag her into this dark, hidden struggle. I felt the air around me suddenly turn cold. Mingyu pulled her head under the covers, pretending to be dead. Before going out, her brows twitched in surprise, but she said nothing and closed her eyes to sleep. Mingyu spent half the day in the palace packing things, picking out the best ones. When it got a bit later, she avoided the crowds. Carrying her things and holding the little flower pot, Mingyu sneaked off to Fengchi Palace and found a secluded spot under a tree. After digging for quite a while, she finally managed to make a hole. If she weren't worried about being discovered, she would have asked Han Yue to do it. Han Yue could have dug such a big pit in no time at all. But by the time she finished digging, all her treasures were gone. She could hardly believe her eyes and was just wondering which reckless person dared to play a trick on her.
Are you looking for this? You're pretty bold, little palace maid, daring to steal so many valuable things.
I saved these up myself. I didn't steal them. All those women willingly gave them to me to curry favor. Mingyu stared at her, finding her more and more familiar. You're that crazy assassin from last time.
I have a name. I'm Xingmu.
Mingyu stood under the tree, reaching out her small hand. Oh, then you can give it back to me now. Xingmu acted as if she hadn't heard, still swinging her little bundle, eyes fixed intently on her.
You're a palace maid from the inner court, aren't you?
Mingyu's eyes darted around. So she had mistaken her for a palace maid. I'm the head palace maid in the Empress's palace, that's why.
No way you could be hiding so many good things.
If you don't give it to me, I'll call for help and say there's an assassin in the palace.
Go ahead, call the guards. If you do, you'll lose everything you own. Anyway, I have my ways to get out.
She jumped down from the tree and threw the things to her.
Why hide things and under what name?
The girl bent down and stuffed the small bundle into the jar, burying it with dirt. You pretend you didn't see anything or I really won't be polite to you.
Are you that short on money?
Of course. Who would ever turn down money?
If that's the case, why don't you just stick with me? Whatever you want, I can give it to you.
You glanced at him and shook your head vigorously. I don't want to have money, but not live to spend it. Why would an assassin like you need someone to serve you? Yin, you bought something and wanted to leave, but didn't dare. Hey, what are you doing in the palace?
Just wandering around.
Mingyu watched him warily. This guy isn't here to kill someone, is he? Silently, she took a few steps back. Guards, there's an assassin. Someone help.
You seem more familiar with Changguo Palace than the guards. Tell me, what were you doing near the fancy palace today?
I was originally planning to look for Mingyu away, but when I heard some commotion nearby, I went to check it out. That's when I happened to see a man in black jump down from a tree.
You don't know her?
Don't worry, I already told Changsheng about it, though I was a bit suspicious. If I knew her, why would I call someone to catch her?
From now on, don't wander around so much. And take someone with you when you go out.
Meng Jingqian, I'm not afraid of anything else. I'm just worried that kind of person was actually after Mingyu. You know, it's not like there are assassins in the palace every day. Besides, dressed like this, she probably thought I was just a palace maid. Just an ordinary little maid. Why would she want to catch me? Seeing that Feng Qingqian didn't press the issue, Mingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Feng Qiqi, if she had caught any dirt on him, like discovering his secret stash of money, or that he was old acquaintances with other assassins, he'd probably have been kicked out tonight. Xingwu took advantage of the dark and windy night to make another trip to the place where Jiang Mingyu bought things, searching every corner, only to find that everything had already been taken away.
These 3 years, you've really had it tough because of me. To think you'd even invite me back just to steal things and move them somewhere else.
I was planning to take the stuff and then give that damn woman a good lesson how. Could she be so shameless? After all they've been through together, how could she call someone to catch him? Han Yu, who likes to imitate Mingyu, howled as she dove over, trying to pounce on Feng Qingqing.
If you dare to pounce on me, I'll break your dog legs right here.
Han Yue, sensing the situation, quickly stopped her wolf head beside the chaise lounge, while Mingyu, with the wolf head still on her, silently glanced at Feng Qingqing with a hint of innocence and fear. Feng Qingqian fixed her gaze on the wolf head.
Take off your dog head.
Han Yu quietly moved away, whimpered twice, and found a shady spot to lie down. Han Yu was the smartest wolf. It seemed as if Han Yu could understand Mingyu's praise upon hearing it. She bared her teeth in a smile.
That's right, you have indeed managed to successfully train a wild wolf into a domesticated dog.
His girlfriend couldn't help but reach out and kick him. What's wrong with being a dog? Dogs are so cute. Caught off guard by the kick, Fang Qingqian fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao Shungzi was so shocked his jaw dropped, while Mingyu immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. I'm asleep, I don't know anything. In the distance, Chang Feng, who was cooling off, couldn't help but burst out laughing. And then, Chang Feng ended up getting unlucky.
Chang Feng had to run 10 laps around the palace.
Fang Qingqian couldn't bear to torment her little wife, so she could only vent her anger and frustration on some unlucky souls. Chang Feng's smile twisted. This isn't fair. It was His Highness who caused the trouble. So why is she the one getting punished?
Hey, Your Majesty. It wasn't me who kicked you. You were at home, 10 punches.
Ah. I didn't do it on purpose. Maybe I've grown up and gotten stronger, so I couldn't control myself. Or maybe you're getting old and your strength, the atmosphere around, suddenly cooled down. Mingyu stopped talking like a stone statue. Feng Qiqi hated it the most when someone said he was old.
I'm only just over 20 these past few years.
That's right, Feng Qiqi is the most beautiful and youngest ruler in the world. How could you possibly be old? Anyone who says you're old is just talking nonsense. Mingyu quickly changed the subject, afraid of upsetting him. Feng Qingqian shot him a dark look and said meaningfully, whether you're old or not, you'll know when you turn 16. Why do I have to wait until I'm 16? Isn't 16 the same as 15? It's just 1 year apart. Feng Qingqian's eyes softened and he thought to himself, yes, just 1 year, just 1 year. Later that evening, K.E. Mingyu felt restless, so he decided to go out for a walk. But he hadn't gone far when he spotted that familiar dark figure, who immediately turned to run. With a glint in his eyes, he blocked the person's path. You? Don't come any closer. This is the palace. Those who tried to catch you last time are still nearby.
Do you really think I would be afraid?
Hey, why do you keep sneaking into the palace every few days? Isn't the world outside vast and fun enough for you? Who would have thought I'd run into this guy again after just a few days? Regretting my choices now, it really proves the saying, enemies are bound to meet.
I'm here to see you.
Feeling a bit guilty and regretful, I thought to myself that I should have brought Chang Feng along. Let's see how arrogant he could act then, pretending to be all innocent. Well, hero, as a woman, sometimes I have to protect myself too. It wasn't on purpose. Actually, Jin Mao isn't angry. Ever since our last meeting, I haven't been able to forget this woman, and she's been on my mind ever since. She still owed him an explanation, so she secretly came to the palace every day to look for him.
Last time, when you called people over to catch me, you were really quick about it, not a moment's hesitation.
Chu was just scared, wasn't I? It was just an instinct for self-protection. If someone wanted to kill you, would you really just stick your neck out and offer it up to them? The inner demon listened and thought, that actually makes some sense. After thinking it over, it decided to make its stance clear.
I'm not here to settle a score with you. I won't kill you.
Then why are you wandering around everywhere in black clothes? Hearing him say that, Mingyu immediately got angry. Not killing him, but killing someone else. That's not acceptable either. He grew up in the Imperial Palace, so he's considered part of it. Everyone has a duty to protect the palace. Seeing Xingmao's expression, he instantly realized he was at a disadvantage and spoke up. I shouldn't be so aggressive, you know. No, sorry. I got too worked up. I didn't mean anything bad. What I meant is, the outside world is so much fun, so free. Why would you insist on coming to the palace instead?
You've been outside before.
Oh, I went out twice when I was very young. If you don't count the Imperial City, that is. Looking at him like this, Xingmo suddenly felt a bit sorry for him, like a little bird with its wings broken, spending its whole life in a cage.
How about you come with me? I'll secretly take you to explore the world of Jianghu.
Yunio's eyes lit up, a trace of longing appearing in them. But then, thinking of Feng Qingqian, her gaze dimmed. If she left, wouldn't Feng Qiqi truly be all alone in this vast palace? She shook her head. I don't want to go. Xing was a bit puzzled just a moment ago. This woman was full of yearning, and now she looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant.
What could you possibly do this late at night? Don't tell me that little empress of yours is mistreating you.
Mingyu rolled her eyes at her. What do you mean, mistreating him? It should be, when has he ever mistreated anyone? He's a kind-hearted and beautiful little empress. Whoever started that rumor must be out of their mind. Spreading such rumors to slander him, Mingyu quietly recounted what had happened today, only she swapped the empress's identity for her own.
It's best not to meddle in palace affairs, or one day you might end up dead in a trap without even knowing who did it.
I don't think so. I was just helping someone out casually. Besides, even if it's about stealing, it's not like it involves anyone's life. Attempted murder is a bit more complicated. This wretched woman has been in the palace for so long and still has no sense of self-preservation at all. Does she really think she's the empress, with someone protecting her every day? Mingyu looked at her with suspicion in her eyes and quickly added another sentence. Protected by the empress.
If something really happened, would a mere servant protect you?
Xin now curled her finger and gave him a hard knock on the forehead. Ah! You still say you're not an assassin? Xing Meng's eye twitched. Who's ever seen such a harmless assassin? Killing people like it's child's play.
Who came up here with you, Your Highness?
Chu climbed up here myself. Of course, Changfeng didn't believe it. There aren't any ladders around here.
Then climb up for me again, let me see. Otherwise, I'll go report this to His Majesty.
Then put me down first. You said so yourself. With a solemn promise, Changfeng, still half skeptical, put him down. The moment Mingyu touched the ground, he turned and ran off, even faster than a rabbit. The next day, Mingyu was pulled out of bed.
Who brought you to your room last night?
Mingyu blinked open his eyes easily. Although he was fully awake, he pretended to look completely confused and clueless.
What were you doing, sneaking up to the Welcome Bureau's rooftop last night?
No I didn't. When did I ever go to any changing bureau or rooftop? Mingyu feigned amnesia and refused to admit anything no matter what. Feng Qingqian called Changfeng in, and Changfeng recounted everything in detail. Mingyu cursed Xingmo's ancestors for 18 generations. In his heart, this guy was so disloyal, running off the moment he heard trouble. Because of him, she ended up getting dealt with by Feng Qingqian, and now she didn't even know if she could bluff her way out of this. Yesterday, yes, I did run into Changfeng, but I definitely didn't go up on any rooftop. Even if I had the skills to get up there, how would I have gotten down? Changfeng finally realized what this troublesome girl was trying to do. Changfeng Gege, I like you so much, and yet, just to reject me, you actually lied to me.
Huh? What do you say?
Changfeng backed away. Mingyu pressed forward, step by step. You said, only when mountains crumble and heavens unite would I dare to part from you. Feng Qingchang's face darkened.
Your Majesty, this really has nothing to do with me. I've been wronged.
This wretched girl Mingyu is so black-hearted, she can even be ruthless to her. She's really vicious. She turned around and ran off as fast as she could. Seeing Feng Qingqian's expression grow even darker, Mingyu suddenly turned around with a cheeky grin and pounced over, throwing herself onto Feng Qingqian. When she called out Qiangege, Feng Qingqian's heart just melted. Only heaven knows how lethal that Qiangege ice. If she asked for the stars and moon in the sky, he'd find a way to get them for her.
He smiled.
I won't smile unless you stop being angry. Feng Qingqian felt that if this went on any longer, she'd instantly turn into a cunning wolf and devour her completely. Liar! Unless you promise me if you get angry, you're a little puppy. Deal?
If I get angry, I'm a little puppy.
Hey, what are you doing here? You disloyal guy, only caring about yourself, running off when something happens.
I called you twice. But you were so absorbed that you didn't even notice. If I hadn't run fast enough, they would have seen us, and you'd definitely be implicated. Last time, it was just a coincidence that people from the palace saw us together. But if we get caught this time, you'll really have to leave with me.
They'll interrogate me just like they did, asking how I got up there.
That's still better than being mistaken for an assassin, isn't it?
Hey, I don't even know you that well. Stay away from me or I'll call for help.
Alright then, go ahead and call someone to catch me. That way, we'll be even.
Hey, I don't know how good your martial arts are, but you sure run faster than a rabbit. Isn't it just a waste of breath for me to talk to you?
Then what do I have to do for you to forgive me?
Mingyu thought about it seriously and said, how about you bring me 2 sticks of candied hawthorn here tomorrow night? They have to be the biggest hawthorns wrapped in the thickest sugar coating. Jingmo reached out his hand for a pinky promise, and Mingyu hooked his finger with his. Deal. The next night, Mingyu didn't wait for Xingmu, and secretly sent a warm and enthusiastic greeting to his ancestors for 18 generations. When Changfeng arrived at the Weiyang Palace, he casually handed over an oil paper package. What is this?
Spoils of war, seized from the assassin.
Mingyao opened it in surprise and said, it's candied hawthorn.
That assassin must have a screw loose. Where could you even find such huge hawthorns?
Where did you get this candied hawthorn anyway?
It was from a guy wandering aimlessly around the nearby palace. That black-clad assassin is really skilled.
Changfeng can't figure it out either. I mean, he went through all the trouble to sneak in late at night, but instead of stealing anything, he just wandered around aimlessly. He didn't even kill anyone either. The demon suddenly understood and silently repeated to herself. I'm sorry, Simon, I wrongly accused you, but those hawthorns really were huge. After washing up, Feng Xin came over and stared at her suspiciously for a long time. Mingyu's heart tightened or no, could it be? Did he notice something? Did he take the wrong medicine or something? Can't I just be in a good mood? Feng Qingqian still felt he was acting strange, but couldn't quite put her finger on it, so she had no choice but to let it go. As soon as she lay down, Mingyu's little head popped over, eyes full of laughter.
Wukong didn't even think about it.
How did you know I was talking about this?
Besides thinking about this, what else would you be thinking about?
It's so boring in this palace. I just want to go outside and see the world.
If you want to eat something, I'll have Changfeng go out and get it. If you want to hear storytellers or opera singers, I'll have them invited here by name.
Feng Xinchen would never let her out so easily. That girl is wild by nature if she gets used to going out. She really won't want to stay here for the rest of her life. Hey, what do you mean by that? I just want to see the hustle and bustle outside.
They have people build a long street near the palace walls, just like a bustling marketplace in the city square. There are shops and everything you could want to see anything new or interesting. They've got it all.
Mingying turned her head and shrank back under the covers. No, I don't want to. Feng Qingchen saw that she was unhappy, and his heart sank as well, but he still stubbornly refused to give in. If he agreed to her, his little girl would have to follow his words for her whole life. Whether it was selfishness or being domineering, he could compromise on anything else, but when it came to this little girl, he couldn't give in even a tiny bit. Look! Do you think what I made myself looks good? Feng Qingqian really couldn't bring himself to tell her it looked good.
Why does this stone have to be so very colorful indeed?
Ha! This is a phoenix. This is what they mean when they say the most devastating blows are the invisible ones. No matter how sharp Feng Qingqian's eyes were, he couldn't see even a hint of a phoenix in this stone. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Mingyu even earnestly pointed it out to him. This is the phoenix's crest. These are its wings, and this while she was explaining, Mingyu herself started to get confused and wait, this is its tail. Feng Qingqian looked at her with a face full of doubt, thinking she'd made such a mess of it that even she couldn't recognize it anymore. All right, I'd better just take it back. Mingyu was so embarrassed she couldn't even finish her sentence, and Feng Qingqian reached out and snatched it away.
Since you've already given it away, how can you ask for it back? That's not how things are done.
Let me make you a new one. Feng Qingqian knew herself even better than Mingyu did when it came to patience. By the time she finished another one, their kids would probably be running all over the place. So she decisively fastened the pouch to herself.
Let's talk about it after you fixed it.
When Changfeng came back from outside and saw the pouch on Feng Chengcheng, he took a closer look at it.
His Majesty asked, what is that ugly thing you're wearing?
Mingyu gritted her teeth. Does Changfeng have eyes for nothing? He's so annoying.
There's a letter in my study. Go deliver it. Your Majesty, I just got back.
Feng Qingqian looked at him with a cold gaze. Changfeng scratched his head and hurried off at a run. He was afraid that if he was even a step slower, Feng Qingqian would break his leg. You can take it off.
As long as I think it looks good, that's all that matters. Carefree.
Tianzhi Yuan, why exactly are you here? It's a very good thing you didn't fall down. Feng Qingqian took a deep breath, forcing herself to look away. Hey, why do you walk without making a sound? Feng Qingqian took off her outer garment and followed her into the water, quietly squeezing over. Why aren't you in your big pool? What are you doing here with me? The water here is hot. Nonsense, the water is all the same. If you don't believe me, you can go over and check. I'm not going. Mingyu felt he was too close, so close that even his breathing became cautious and tense. Back up, don't get so close. The heat from Feng Qingshan's body kept radiating over. Startled, Mingyu's heart pounded. Feng Qingqian leaned closer, bending over, closing the distance. Mingyu felt hot, and before he knew it, compelled by a mysterious force, he touched the skin on Feng Qingqian's chest.
How does it feel?
I didn't touch it. Don't know. You're completely flustered, are you even yourself anymore? Oh my god. You must have gone mad and turned into a pervert. You actually tried to take advantage of Feng Qiqi.
Come here, let me have you touch it again.
As he spoke, he pressed Mingyu's small hand against his own chest. Don't really feel anything. Ah, the golden talisman and silver charm are right inside. Hurry up and get them. Ah. You, listen to me, nothing happened to me at all. Mingyu thought the more he tried to explain, the more awkward he sounded, while Feng Qingqing just lay leisurely on the ground, looking completely at ease. Hey, don't go! Listen to me! Mingyu wanted to cry, but had no tears. She really couldn't explain herself this time. Now, everyone in the world would think that she, the little empress of Mingyu and Nanyu, had pounced on the king of Nanyu like a wolf and forcibly taken advantage of him. Even if she jumped into a river, she wouldn't be able to wash this off. You did this on purpose?
On purpose? What do you mean on purpose? I never told them to barge in here.
You deliberately made me fall onto you again. Otherwise, they wouldn't have seen us like that.
That was just my hand slipping.
You stomped your foot several more times, but there was nothing you could do about it. You couldn't win in a fight, couldn't scold, so you just had to grit your teeth and put up with it.
What are you doing?
I walked by and caught a glimpse of the book title, The Empress on top, The Emperor below.
What is this?
Oh, this is the book you snatched back today. When Jian Feng Qingqian came over, Mingyu handed the book to him to look at. These people are already talking nonsense, but they even dare to make up wild stories about me. All I did was throw myself on you. When did I ever take your clothes off? Then he flipped to another page and said, Why are all the people in these drawings doing such strange things? Feng Qingshan took a closer look and was instantly unsettled. What kind of mess is this? These are clearly erotic paintings. It's just
that.
They've just changed the name. I don't even know. I snatched it from Xiaofan's hands. Mingyu flipped through a few pages, but every page was just a man and a woman embracing, or doing all sorts of strange things.
From now on, these messy things are not needed.
I happened to catch a glimpse of Feng Qing's ears, and they seemed a bit red. Why are your ears red?
The bathwater was a bit too hot just now.
He couldn't possibly admit it was because seeing that little booklet made his mind wander. Forget it. The little cabbage I worked so hard to raise let him stay innocent for a couple more years. Mingyu was dozing off in her room when she heard Ruyi's voice from afar, and the other voice was also very familiar. The shock woke her up instantly. You really were sleeping, huh? In my whole life, I've only met one person who can sleep more than you. Peak Feng Qiqi. I was wrong, stop yelling. Mingyao turned around and yawned. Little Empress, are you so sleepy because you're pregnant? Pregnant, that's right. You two have been sleeping together for so many years, it's not surprising if you have a child. Mingyu, confused, held her stomach. If you just sleep together, you'll have a child? Besides sleeping, can you eat as well? Does she like to eat sour things? Hi, I'll go find the Imperial Physician for you. The atmosphere in the shop was very strange, and Imperial Physician Shu looked embarrassed. Imperial Physician Su, are you sure the little Empress really isn't pregnant? Why is she always sleeping, eating, and craving sour foods?
She's always eaten and slept well since childhood, and she's always liked sour foods.
Feng Zhaoyue knew she had caused trouble, so she nervously touched her nose and hurried away with guilty steps. Mingyu met Feng Qingqian's gaze and stammered, I didn't mean to. Who knew the fourth princess would say it so convincingly? She said that if we sleep together, we'll have a child. Jiang Jingqian almost coughed up blood. How was she supposed to explain that this sleep wasn't that kind of sleep?
It's fine. Just don't listen to her so much in the future. By the way, do you want to have a child too?
I heard from Xinhua that giving birth is very painful. It can even be deadly. He never really thought about whether having a child is good or not.
Do you want one? I do. But I don't want you to give birth for me. My mother died giving birth to me just for that reason.
Feng Qingqian was afraid something would happen to her, and she couldn't bear it either. It was just out of fear, so she didn't dare to have a child lightly. Otherwise, let the concubines in the palace give birth to a dozen whatever kind you want, you'll have. Feng Qingqian frowned. This little girl even wants to push me onto someone else? Forget it. What if those kids gang up and bully me in the future? Oh my god.
Tell the person on this line that Aunt Liangshen can't make it. Changfeng, prepare the carriage and have Changshen take my place to keep watch. Your Majesty, you absolutely must not. Miss Liangshan is in poor health, and when the news gets out, it won't just reach our aunt, she's also someone bearing a crime. The King of Nangshuan and the eldest prince are both watching closely. What are you planning to do at this critical moment? Just think about all the painstaking efforts Aunt has made over the years. Spending more than a decade in such a harsh place. Isn't it all just to protect you? To make sure they don't get even the slightest chance?
Feng Jing's tightly clenched hands suddenly relaxed again, and there was a look of sorrow in her eyes.
Go on, for now just pretend you don't know anything.
Why can't I go see Aunt? Back when Feng Qingqian ascended the throne, Mingyu was still just a little girl who only knew how to cry and eat.
Because Aunt will bear her crimes for life. If I go to see her, it would be an act of great rebellion.
What?
Back then, my ascension to the throne was not because of the late emperor's will. The late emperor died so suddenly that he didn't even have time to issue an edict.
But I heard people say there was an imperial edict at the time. Then...
It was fake. That so-called imperial edict was forged by Aunt. Later, when the edict was to be stored with the Grand Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager noticed something was wrong. When she tried to examine it, Aunt took a desperate risk and burned the edict along with it. Aunt originally intended to die in the fire as well, but the people putting out the fire rescued her in time.
Mingyu felt a bit nervous just listening to all this. Faking things in public and turning lies into truth is indeed a risky move. By the time everyone started to have doubts, the imperial edict had already vanished, along with the incident of the fire in the Grand Empress Dowager's palace.
I have let my aunt down. I know she did it all for me, but I can only treat her as a criminal. She was sent to keep vigil for the Grand Empress Dowager together.
This isn't your fault. If you hadn't become emperor, the one keeping vigil for you right now would be me. Would Feng Juju and the others have spared you? How about I go in your place? Haven't you always said since we were young that the emperor and empress are one? We're husband and wife if I go. Isn't it the same as you going? I'm the empress. In this harem, I can go wherever I want. What I say goes.
No, you can't. Little girl, you're not allowed to get involved.
Just the other day, you told me that I'm grown up now, that I'm an adult and should eat by myself. You men really can't be trusted. People would rather believe there are ghosts in this world than believe a word you say.
Be good and stay in the palace. You're not allowed to get involved in these matters.
Then wouldn't it have been better if you hadn't married me in the first place? You dragged me into this struggle when I was just 3 years old. Do you really think I can stay out of it now? Before Mingyu could make a decision, she ran over to the table by herself and started throwing things from the table one by one toward the shop entrance. Fang Qiji, you tyrant, you bastard. She glanced around, then ran over and picked up a vase by the wall. But after tilting her head and looking at it, she thought, no, this one's too valuable. Then she wandered around the room, picked up some relatively worthless items, and smashed them. Can't you keep anything cheap in this shop? Feng Qingqian was both exasperated and amused.
You smashed all of this with your own hands.
Looking at all the money scattered on the floor, my heart aches. Don't talk to me. It hurts so much I can barely stand it. Then she turned around and ran off by herself. Feng Qingqian gave Shao Shengji a look. Shao Shengji immediately understood.
If this continues, the Empress, who is supposed to set an example in the palace, is just acting recklessly. Send her back to the general's mansion, put her under house arrest for a month, and keep a strict watch. Wu Zhen is not allowed to let anyone visit or go out.